हवा चल रही है हाँ
थोड़ा भाग के ऊपर ऊपर हाँ come on, warm up, please.
I am still over here. Wait, क्या जाए? Good judgment. Morning, Jenny. Sorry. Sorry. It's your day. I'm sorry.
Last catch. Ishara, take 2.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Flat, yeah. Take one full round. Now one flat catch and then one high catch. Ishara, come, Ishara. Flat. Yeah, one high.
एक और ले ले.
Second.
Lovely, आंख के ऊपर से बहुत अच्छे.
Oh, sorry, bro, for the throw. Thank you, Kartik. Well done.
Last two.
Chal, Vedu. Thank you. Last one, Shreyas. Taken. Thank you. Ishara, one.
Yes. Gentlemen, we come.
Taken. Thank you.
Throw. Thank you, guys.
कोई बात नहीं, ठीक टेक्निक है.
मुश्किल बच्चे ऊपर से इधर से नहीं ऊपर से
न्यू बॉल प्रैक्टिस बॉल. It is getting hidden in your hand. Can't see the ball. थोड़ा इधर से रहने.
Lovely catch यार तेरा आजा.
एक लेफ्ट रनिंग दे.
और ऊपर
कोई बात नहीं.
Well, to the finals night of the Nordic. That's really excited about this one. We have the top team this and fourth ranked team first semi-final.
Rohit.
Okay, so Dr. People back first.
इसको पकड़ ले. रोहित भाई को थोड़ा सा वो करा दे. अंडर आर्म.
मैं कहने वाला था उसको कि ये तो हार गया, बॉलिंग कर रहा है ये. इसकी बॉलिंग कर रहा है पहले.
बड़ा टारगेट है.
जी गुड मॉर्निंग, कैसे हैं?
गुड मॉर्निंग. यार इनको टी शर्ट दे दो. मेरा गाड़ी अश्विन लेके गया है, वो आया नहीं. टी शर्ट दे दो. सनी टी शर्ट दो. वैसे भी सुनील गाइस लेकर सर्कल. आजा.
बॉल है तेरा बॉल है आ जाना बॉलिंग कर रहा था भाई थोड़ा हाथ
हाँ
बॉल ले लो
कैचिंग हाँ बॉल ले लो
थैंक यू भाई
नहीं मैं उधर जरा वार्म अप करना
वेदांत
इधर आप बताता हूँ ना
वेदांत
शेयर कर लो बॉल वो एक ले लेना तो
इंदिरा भैया
नहीं जाएगी दाम इधर बस आप वो बड़ा है वो ले लो बड़ा नहीं चाहिए तो अपना बाबू पानी आ गया है ऐसे में आप करके पता क्या ही कम भाई वो रेफरी की तरह कोट पहन आया
भाई हामी रोहित भाई जाओ तो पीछे
इधर बाहर रहा था
वेदांत वेदांत
हरीश इधर
You want bowling or direct throws?
थ्रो दे दो क्या
बाउंस थ्रो also okay one bounce गुंजन को देखो गुंजन गुंजन दादी
Okay, right. Enough, enough.
Don't go over, but yeah.
Kartik, the jacket is fair jacket?
Fill the big same spot, meeting spot as it. We might make it.
If you want to be further, that's okay.
Kami किधर गया?
I do not know.
बोल रहे हैं ना इधर आ मैं तो देखता हूँ हम
क्या कर रहे हैं यार
जल्दी आओ उधर से मैं बताता हूँ ना विकेट का लेंथ रेडी हो जाएगा लेंगे घास पे हाँ
कार्तिक
कीपिंग वाली पोजीशन करेंगे कीपर वाली पोजीशन
स्टार्ट होता है प्लेइंग 11 का स्नैपशॉट देगा
next year you will see Sudeep Yadav. हम जो
बॉल दे दो
बॉल नहीं है
ये दे दो ना
बॉल नहीं है मेरे पास
करते हैं यही थे मेरे पास दो है
अरे यार
रोटेट करना ब्रो
वही बोलिंग ऑफ स्पिन
आप ना पीछे साथ ना फील्डर को देखा करें वो सही खड़ा है कि नहीं खड़ा तो आप क्या आगे पीछे चार लिया करें चलो नॉक कर
बॉल में सब
गोल पसीने पसीना सूरज बहुत चमक रहा है एक्चुअली सही से बारिश को अच्छा ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਰਮ ਇਲਾਕੇ ਚੋਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਰਦੀ ਵੀ
You want to make, should I give it with your bag?
I don't know what they meant by
maybe
मुंह पे मत मारना बस पीछे वो लास्ट आ गए नहीं इसको
Kami? लंबा भी है चौड़ा भी है old enough to take the train, I would.
Yeah, but still, it's like the parents who push them a bit also.
आराम से करना
We
है
are, we can stay on our own, except
बहुत पतला हो गया।
yeah, exactly. So we can take our calls and get out. For them, it's a bit restricted. Exactly.
पीछे दे रहा हूँ जैनी
आ जाएगा डोंट वरी
वो जो आता है ना हैच वाला, जो सच में होता है उसमें।
बेस्ट बेट बताया उसने
Yesterday I got out. I did not go. I just played खड़े-खड़े खेल out. I have to play a bit झुक के लेकिन
इतने भारी येत आहे शॉट ते समोर मस्त शॉट इकडे फक्त टायमिंग भारी आहे
I don't think you're hitting anymore, right?
पानी वो लेकर आने वाले हैं ना
एक्चुअली मैंने बोला भी आज थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा ड्रिंक्स वगैरह भी लेके आए
सेकंड के लिए सब हो मैंने सेकंड का ही सोचा सेकंड में काम करो पहले की भी नहीं आई वो लेकर आए डिपेंडिंग अपॉन योर परफॉर्मेंस यू विल गेट then you will get donuts everything all sugar rice 9 minutes
उधर लेके जा रहे ताकि प्लेयर रख सके मध्य ಏನು ಇದೆ Try.
It's quite heavy. I think this is like this is 36 kilograms.
And I had to take one double of that. This is 30. This is the big one. I have to take the back.
This is 36 kilograms light. I know mine.
If we tie like this, yes. But it will block the blade.
वही करना पड़ेगा बैठ के तेरा बैंड देना था लास्ट टेबल हुई guys, चलो
अभी 6 मिनट हैं साढ़े अभी हाफ में गुड मॉर्निंग That camera is recording the main thing and we are giving the capture.
Yeah, all the time I missed it. It's really hard to find the ball sometimes, especially in this weather.
Yes,
You look up at the sky.
exactly. It looks wide. Where is the ball?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, it's somewhere. Loads and loads of capturing both the players and following the ball in the air and stuff. But hard
Copy. So that's capturing that side. 5 minutes. Copy. The 3 minutes जाएंगे तो चलेंगे मतलब फॉलो कर लेते हैं अभी जाके 5 मिनट करेंगे या तो 5 मिनट चलेंगे थे 5 मिनट के अंदर तो सेटअप करने में 2 मिनट लगेंगे हाँ वो स्टिल लगाने हैव टू टेक अ स्टार्ट स्टिल लगाने में स्टार्ट करना विच साइड वी विल स्टार्ट बोन एंड ऑल्सो वो 2 मिनट या 3 मिनट It's going to be a tough day.
It will.
It's very warm and we are wearing black clothes.
But hopefully a bit windy. So.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of a blessing.
And the forecast is saying there might be a thunderstorm coming in, and we're hoping that.
Oh, it will be a fast thing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it's so very clear.
It's like in the afternoon sometimes. So we will see where it goes.
I had put up my layers, but it's too warm, so I have to.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good one, boy.
No, I just tried to pick balls to the tail.
फोन कर लो शेरी ऊपर आ जा भी श्रेयस मैदान शॉट फाइल लेग
ऐसा होना चाहिए
अंदर आ
भाई अंदर आओ ठीक है पूरा भी बोला
आप वो थोड़ा पानी लेके आए
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day here at the Nordic Smash. In fact, it is the biggest day so far. It's finals day, and there's 3 T20 matches coming your way. 2 semi-finals in the final, and by the end of the day, we will have our first ever Nordic Smash champion. What I will say is that all 4 teams here have a path to the title, realistic path to the title. We are starting with Stockholm City versus Gothenburg Phoenix. Gothenburg Phoenix winning the toss and electing to bat in this one. Hoping to defend the way they did last night. So we're almost ready to go. Shake, rattle and roll. And it's Shara Pereira who's going to start the day with a wicket. Wow, what an incredible start to finals day. It's a royal duck. Pratik plays all around it. Seemed to seam back off the wicket. But the first wicket has fallen 0 for 1. Vinny Sauter here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box is Tina Goff. And Tina, what a start to this first semi-final.
Explosive start and incredible scenes, especially for Stockholm City. You couldn't have dreamt of a better opening here. It's not exactly the kind of ball you want at first up, is it, for a batter? Seeming slightly away, Pratik ends up playing down the wrong line. Probably should have played it straight. Easy to save from up here, though. Shara Pereira right on the money from ball 1.
I suppose all you'd say is at least it hasn't taken up any time. They'll be hoping that somebody can kind of make up the difference, if you like. Pratik, yeah, just kind of getting done by the sideways movement there. I think Shara Pereira is a very good player. I mean, he's a guy we've seen break into the Swedish national team since he's qualified over the last couple of years. And, you know, it's funny, sometimes bowlers take a ball or two to warm up, kind of get into their spell. But that one was right on the money. And he looks ready to go again. And interesting play here in the number 3 slot. It's going to be Isanula Waffa to bat, I should say, the cross-hander. So, I mean, Waffa, unfortunately for him, hasn't had a great tournament so far. He's faced 3 balls, he's got out to 2 of them. But he will get the opportunity at number 3. So a bit of a surprise move from the Phoenix, who did qualify thanks to a dramatic defense last night. Waffa, you haven't seen him before, tune in because he does bat with his hands the other way around on the bat. And he's facing up now to Shara Pereira. And gets his first run down to deep backward square. Thinking of 2, in fact, we'll get 2 on the slight fumble. So yeah, Waffa number 3, Tina, a bit an early finals day surprise.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, maybe just trying to catch Stockholm City on the back foot here. I suppose for Waffa, he'll be happy to get off the board with those 2 runs. Maybe he's a bit of a surprise package. They just want to try something new in the power play, maybe also trying to protect some of their frontline batters. It's a long 20 overs and they don't want to find themselves too down with 2 of their top batters back in the hut.
Gets another run here. So already it's his highest score of the series. Scott Steele will face up for the first time. English-based player, plays domestically there. Been the Durham setup, the Leicester setup at the moment. I suppose Scotty will be a bit disappointed. He hasn't been able to to make more consistent contributions, though. He was run out yesterday. It's history now, though. Phoenix found a way in, didn't they? It was like a three-way battle for this 4th place, and Phoenix ended up taking it by the barest of margins. Still gets off the mark with a little tuck away. Morning to everyone in the chat as well. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from. Happy finals day, everyone. Hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Hello to Johnny Heesum. To Paolo Campini as well. And yes, before you make it clear, yes, I know Australia did not win against the USA last night. So instead of having a dip in the icy waters of Stockholm, I went to bed nice and early. But still, plenty of World Cup still to go, plenty of Nordic Smash still to go as well. Finals day here. It's Midsummer today. Midsummer Eve is a huge holiday in Sweden on the Friday, and typically the Swedes take the weekend to recover. Hopefully we get a decent crowd as well as the day wears on here. First Nordic Smash final coming your way this afternoon. Digs it in this time, Pereira. He's down the leg side. What do you think, though, Tina? We've got Stockholm City, aka the reinforcements, losing some of their key players like Shariz Ahmed, Musa Ahmed, and the regular captain, Tejanina Manuru, taking on the Phoenix, who have kind of bolted into the 4. So Phoenix with momentum, but having said that, they're playing a team, Stockholm City, that even with the reinforcements yesterday, were able to get the win. They're undefeated in the city, in the tournament so far.
You can't put a price on a winning formula. And Stockholm City, yes, they've had to make a few changes. They've lost their skipper. Even with those changes in personnel, end of the first 5-1 after that dramatic opening ball, they've been able to wrestle with that. And, well, the reinforcements have come in, have done a great job as well. They've stood up to the task. As for Gothenburg Phoenix, well, they've been a bit up and down in this tournament, haven't they? And they'll be a bit rocked by that early wicket, but they've got Scott Steele out there, and I'd say probably the bowling is their strength. They were able to hold their nerve yesterday in the late 3-way battle. But I think if they get to 140, 150, even if it's a below par score, I'd say they have an above par bowling lineup with the likes of Lakhani, the skipper, of course Jack Hogarth with his leg spin. Cameron Ahmadzai as well, and Patient. So I think 4 of those bowlers would probably be the pick of the bowlers in most teams.
They do have a very good attack, and I kind of like that they're kind of, what's the word, in the business end of the game, second half. That's their strong suit, I think. They defended very well last night. Johnny Heesum's asking, how was my dip last night? Well, in the end, it didn't have to have the dip because Australia didn't beat the USA. Who knows? Maybe I'll make the same deal for the next game against Paraguay. Steele gets one that rises off the length. Hassan Ali, the bowler, in over number 2. Left armour. Very good young player. Again, Italian-based player. He's lived there for a long time. Hassan's sometimes one of those guys that sometimes I have to kind of pinch myself and say, here's a guy, he speaks 3 languages fluently. He has found a way to carve out a cricket career despite growing up in a non-cricket playing country in Italy and made his way to the World Cup. So he's quite an amazing guy. Would have been even more amazing if he hit the sign the other day as well. He was pretty close to the 500 euros.
I've never seen someone so distraught at hitting a 6.
You're right. Anyway, here's Waffa. Hands akimbo. Got him. And Hassan Ali does the job. He keeps it simple. He goes full and straight, and Waffa for the 3rd time in the series won't get out of single figures. It's a brilliant start for Stockholm City. And they have 2 early wickets. Phoenix 6 for 2.
I think that right there shows the difference in quality between the bowlers that Waffa usually faces and the bowlers like Hassan Ali. Waffa has had so much success across the European circuit despite his unconventional style, because he doesn't face too many balls that are full, straight, and smashing into the middle of the stumps. And you can see he's fuming with himself. He's going to have to go.
Yeah, I suppose theoretically that is a bit of a a blind spot for him. That full straight ball, the unconventional technique, I just think makes it a bit more difficult to play that technically. And Hassan Ali, I think he's pretty happy with the result as well, as he tumbles the timber. New batter is the player of the match from yesterday, and well, around Gothenburg, apparently they're building a statue. It's Darshan Lakhani coming out at number 4.
Well, he was the hero with the ball. He has to be the hero with the bat. Iconic celebration from him yesterday. One of those where there was just pure emotion. He didn't quite not know what to do with himself.
Tried to rip his shirt off, failed, got mobbed.
Fell over.
Yeah. But it was probably the moment, wasn't it, of the group stage at the end of match 15 last night. He's facing Hassan Ali. Oh, he gets hurried up here. Oh, geez. Lakhani was slow to go. Umpire hasn't considered the LBW appeal. In fact, no signal, so there'll be a run to Lakhani to get him off the mark. In fact, now we do get the signal, so Lakhani not off the mark. But how was that tense, almost test match-like finish last night, where Mavericks were out of the running, but if they had scored 6 more runs, they would have made it. They would have caused the Tigers to qualify instead of Phoenix. Phoenix were bowling, had to defend those 6 runs, and did. That's nice little uppercut. Really good shot there from Steele. That run away for 4. So Scott Steele, I do think he's kind of due to fire it. He's been a little bit unlucky with a couple of dismissals this week. Gets one that's a little bit short of length and puts it away. But Lakhani last night, yeah, that 10th wicket was a moment I'm sure that he will never forget.
It was such an unusual circumstance as well, wasn't it? Because we often see a game where it's basically winner takes all. But suddenly we had this third team, the Tigers, in play, who were probably somewhere back in the hotel wondering what on earth was going on, whether they were packing their bags or not.
I think they're still there, actually.
They're still trying to do the maths.
Yeah, probably. And no, it was an incredible finish, and it's exactly what you want out of tournament play as well. I mean, 15 games, so more or less 45 hours of cricket this week, Monday to Friday, and it goes right down to the final minute. In fact, we were into overtime, weren't we, by the time that game finished last night. Hassan Ali. It's driven by Lakhani straight to the mid-wicket. Lakhani's captaincy impressed me last night. I liked his field positionings. I liked that he kind of clocked that he might as well put his aces to the top of the deck and try and bowl some of the bowlers out just to give him that, well, it was an outside shot for a while of defending that 141 and ended up cashing in himself for the 10th wicket. But I liked his field positionings. I liked the way that he seemed to be able to squeeze new batters and not give them easy singles to get off strike, and in the end it paid off. End of the second over here, and it's 12 for 2.
Well, he went all in, didn't he? Patient bowled out pretty much straight away. Kamran did, and he had a situation where he only really trusted 5 bowlers, and he knew that if the game went to the 20th, he'd have to find a 6th bowler from somewhere because of how he lined up the overs, but also knowing that if it went to the 20th over, it was pretty much curtains for them, so they had to go all in. And the gamble paid off for Lakhani, and he ended up being the hero as the captain and the bowler.
Yeah, it was a moment you dream of, really. I know that caused shockwaves in the Skåne region in the south of Sweden when that ball cannoned into the stumps. This is Ishara Pereira. Short, and it's gone. On the pull was Steele, but he didn't get too much on it. It was a top edge, kind of hung in the air, and would you believe it, a second wicket has fallen. Yeah, I suppose, look, it was there to hit, wasn't it? But Scott just didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat, and unfortunately for him, he's the third to fall. It's 12 for 3. Nice catch as well taken there, because it probably was a little bit difficult to judge the speed of the ball. But it's Haider Ali that takes the catch. In fact, pardon me, it's Kartik Tumalapalli at the short fine leg holds on to the chance. Nice catch.
I think it's the first time we've actually seen a catch taken on that 45. It's usually quite a prominent position as they look to work it around the corner. And Scott Steele's run of unfortunate dismissals continues. And well, it was a great grab from Kartik. I don't think he quite was expecting it. The way he almost jumped when the ball came towards him was like, it was a bit of a surprise, but he did well, and it was a happy surprise for him in the end. 12 for 3, Phoenix in more than a bit of danger here. And Ishara Pereira, for the second time, strikes with his very first delivery. That brings Sunil to the crease. Interesting that we haven't seen Yatath yet, given that he was the top scorer yesterday. He scored 44 off 26. Maybe just trying to hold him back, seeing if they can take the game deep.
Maybe. I mean, also Ahmed Zai is the kind of guy that can turn the innings around. I know he's more of a second half batter, but yeah, they've decided that Yadav's the way to go. Let's see if he can make an impression here. Yeah, that's the second wicket for Pereira. Steele will be desperate to have another hit. If he does, it'll be in the final. But Pereira, again, showing all of his attributes. Tall guy, hits the pitch hard. A little bit extra bounce there. Steele, top edge of the pull, straight to Kartik, to Malapalli. Now gets a crack at Yadav. And he's gone! First ball. What a ball from Pereira. And the Phoenix, they are in disarray. Yadav goes for a golden duck. It's 12 for 4.
Don't think Stockholm City could have dreamt last night of a better start to their Saturday morning. It's 9:15 and they've already got 4 Phoenix wickets. Again, just one of those where there's not too much going on, full and straight. That one, yeah, maybe give him a bit more credit. Maybe it just seemed last minute, but again, Sonny ends up playing down the wrong line completely. He's absolutely bamboozled by that one. He thinks, how could this possibly have happened to me? What happened on that pitch? Well, Sonny was pretty much full and straight, and you just missed it.
Jeez. Asks the right question there, doesn't he, Pereira?
Yeah.
It's a very good ball. Yadav kind of half pushing forward. Got done by a little bit of movement there, I think, but also if you look at the plane of the bat, it doesn't really come through straight, and it will be time for Yatath Chowan to come to the crease. He's been brilliant this week, though, for the Gothenburg Phoenix. They certainly need someone to stand up right now. Can it be Chowan? 12 for 4 after 14 balls.
I don't know what happened to the Phoenix last night, but they were so jubilant when they came off that pitch. You thought maybe in some ways they'd even be favourites, not maybe for the whole tournament, but for this semi-final, just using that momentum, riding that crest of a wave, but they've wiped out here so far.
A little bit of the morning after the night before, really, so far for the Phoenix. Chowan, this is the first one, which keeps it a little bit low. Yeah, Stockholm City, 5-0, the only undefeated team through the group stage. Every team did pick up a win, so I suppose that was a positive. Malmö Mavericks in 6th place with a 1-4 record. Uppsala Tigers with a 2-3 record, finishing 5th on net run rate. There are actually 3 teams that finished 2 and 3, and we did kind of clock earlier in the week, didn't we, that kind of 2 and net run rate might get you into the 4. Stockholm United and Phoenix both with that record, finishing 3rd and 4th on net run rate. Slight misfield here. Cost them 1. That's all it'll cost them as they turn down the second run. Yeah, it was a real mathematical thriller, wasn't it, yesterday? The final margin was 42 runs. So normally you'd say, oh, okay, it's not a very exciting game in D20 when one team wins by 42 runs, but the thing is they had to win by 38 or more, Phoenix, to qualify for the finals. And so that did make it a bit of a thriller, of course, taking all 10 wickets along the way.
Well, the way the Phoenix got themselves into that position as well is by scoring 179 in the first innings, and that looks a long way off from their current situation, 13 for 4.
Need a partnership, though. they can. There's still plenty of cricket left to play in this game, but Pereira is breathing fire at the moment as that one whistles past the outside edge.
Again, it's one of those where the skipper might have in his mind to go all in with his frontline bowlers. I don't think you want to take your foot off the throat of the Phoenix at the moment. Bit of animal cruelty. But actually, the way Pereira's going, I don't think you want him to stop bowling. There's no point holding things back. If you can get 5, 6, 7 down, then you might be able to roll Phoenix over for not much at all here.
Gets another crack at Lakhani here. Pereira. It's worked away for a single down to deep backward square. Yeah, I agree with you there, Tina. They have typically bowled Pereira at both ends of the innings, but I just think he's so hot right now. I'd be tempted to keep him on. End of the over. And after 3, it's 14 for 4.
What a start this has been. Just 3 overs in. And well, sometimes we've seen early wickets lost in the power play, but actually the batting side have managed to still put in a decent run rate. But at the moment, they're not even going at 5s. Hassan Ali continues, unsurprisingly, from the grassy knoll end. These two are such a potent bowling combination, aren't they? Pereira and Ali. They've still got other options to turn to as well. Amitoj Singh might have a crack himself. Tahir Tarar as well, one of our favourites. He's often been given the ball first change. But actually, I mean, maybe I'm feeling a bit greedy on this Saturday morning, but I think if I were Amitoj Singh here, I'd go Pereira, carry on. Hassan Ali, you carry on as well. If we have 8 overs of carnage, there might not be much left of the Phoenix apart from a couple of feathers. And again, let's not underestimate Lakhani and Yatath Chowan, both accomplished batters in their own right. Direct hit him with trouble. Oh, he's unlucky there, just skips off the surface. It's one of those where it's almost impossible to judge the throw. He would have probably been better off going on the full to try and get that run out. Every time it hits the AstroTurf, it's just going to skip away. But again, slightly scrambled running there from the Phoenix. They do manage to get through.
Yeah, really. Could have been, you could argue, should have been a 5th wicket there. He had a good look at the stumps. 3 to aim at, but couldn't hit the target. Lucky moment from Lakhani. It's probably a bit of a sign of the pressure so far. These two, a combined 3 off 8. Looking to get a run by any means possible. Hassan Ali searching for a 5th wicket for his team. Jeez, and if they lose a 5th or a 6th, I mean, this is going to be a really, really tough spot for Phoenix to get out of. We have seen teams recover. I mean, Melbourne Mavericks were 7 for 3 in match number 12 and ended up scraping to a defendable score. But yeah, Yatath, I think, has a big role to play. Running more consistent of the Phoenix batters this week. This is this one. It goes across him. It's that natural angle from Hassan, taking it past the outside edge. Beautiful day here in Stockholm. 24 degrees already. And we are expecting a maximum of 26. Blue skies and sunshine so far. Got him! That's a huge wicket. Hassan Ali goes full and he castles Chowan. And it goes from bad to worse to whatever's below that for the Phoenix, who are 15 for 5 in the 4th over.
Worstest? I think it's the worstest situation here for the Phoenix, and Hassan Ali, his 2nd wicket. Well, all of them have been in pretty dramatic fashion. Scott Steele, he's the only one that's actually been caught. He's got bat on ball. That one again, straight underneath the bat. Phoenix every single time, as he gets shown the way off the pitch by Hassan Ali, have been looked absolutely baffled by what's happened. But in all honesty, most of them have just missed the straight one.
I think Hassan got a bit of advice to go full and at the stumps, and he was just acknowledging his teammate there, saying, hey, great idea.
Why didn't we try that earlier?
Yeah, well, 22 balls into the day, 5 wickets. And you're right, and still got caught. But apart from that, it's been brutal. Stumps tumbling again and again. Hassan Ali, again, he's into his second over. I would be tempted to keep him going as well. I just think you got dominant bowlers at the crease. Would be reluctant to make a change. But I suppose heroes come in unlikely packages sometimes, and Jack Hogarth comes out at number 7. But he wasn't planning to bat the power play, but he is. Let's see if Jack can turn things around for the Phoenix. He was brilliant yesterday with the ball, and now he's got a job to do with the bat.
He won't have much of a job to do at all with the ball if he doesn't help his side to a few more runs here. 15 for 5, who'd have thought that?
Jack batting with a broken heart after Scotland went down to Morocco last night in the football as well. Faces up to the Italian firebrand, Hassan Ali. Bat on this, but he won't get a run.
There's been a lot of red cards in the World Cup so far, hasn't there? There was a strange one last night. There's this new regulation come in, and one of the Paraguay players got sent off. I think it was the second yellow for covering his mouth when he went to, I assume, say something to an opposing player, something rude under his breath. And you're not allowed to cover your mouth when you're speaking to someone.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because there was that incident.
What?
There was that incident where
Hogarth gets off the mark here, pushes into, it's a pretty small gap between backward point and point. And we'll start with 2. So hold on a second. What?
any player covering their mouth in a confrontational situation with an opponent may be sanctioned with a red card.
A red?
I think it was actually a straight red. It's because there was that.
What?
There was that instance of alleged racism. Was it last season or this season where he said something covering his mouth because obviously they know the cameras on him and lip readers and all that. So they said that if you're going to be rude to someone, you've got to be rude to their face.
So you can say something, but as long as you say it boldly,
yeah,
it's probably just a yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. You should try it in the commentary box.
Say it with your chest. Because, I mean, you see it a lot now. Even when players are having a friendly chat after the game, they kind of cover their mouths because they probably just don't want it picked up by the cameras.
Such a common thing in a lot of sports. So in baseball, I know when their opposition, it's probably more tactical than, you know, insultory.
Yeah, I think in football it's mostly insulting because you can't hear each other, I imagine, over the crowd noise anyway. And if you're just whispering in someone's ear, you probably don't need to cover your mouth.
Learn something every day. Thanks for that,
Yeah.
Tina. Bring back good old-fashioned headbutt.
Yeah, if you're gonna get sent off, at least do it properly.
So I've got his money's worth at least. Rivera gets this past the outside edge of Lakhani. Tashan Lakhani out there with Jack Hogarth. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, chatting to Jack during the week. He said he really has enjoyed, you know, learning a lot and meeting some different people. And he said, you know, he was very complimentary about the captaincy of Lakhani yesterday. You know, backing him up with intelligent fields. Obviously, Lakhani himself was brilliant with the ball. Player of the match performance to get them through to this semi-final. Right now, trouble. Floating slip was in. It almost went there, but it was a little bit wide of the fielder. But yeah, I suppose that's the benefit of a tournament like this, franchise tournament. You know, you get to play with different people, play under different people. And I think Lakhani, his captaincy yesterday was key to them qualifying for this match.
I still think these two can put in a little baby partnership together. Both accomplished batters in their own right. It's a genuine edge there from Hogarth, who had his heart in his mouth for a moment. There is a slip in, but it was wider of him.
for his third over. I've been tempted to give him a fourth. I just think it's such an opportunity to break the game wide open. Imagine what 2 wickets from here would do. He flirts with this one outside the off stump. Pereira's been so accurate, hasn't he? He's asked the right questions this morning in the first few overs of finals day.
Stockholm City clearly in a hurry as well to maybe get a bit of a rest before the final this afternoon. Still a long way to go, but if they can get this game wrapped up quickly, they can pretty much go back, get a proper night's sleep again.
Have a sauna and come back.
We'll wake up again for 4 o'clock.
Got him. Oh, Pereira, he's been turning it on. This one maybe didn't bounce as much as Lakhani thought. It was a tentative push. I think it takes a little something on the way through to knocking out Stumpy, and it goes to a new low for the Phoenix, who are 19 for 6 in the 5th over. Pereira, a masterclass, 4 wickets for the Swedish pacer.
And going top heavy with the bowling has paid off here. Pereira, this time, not quite so full and straight, but the skipper of the Phoenix kind of gets caught between trying to play a shot, trying to block it, ends up blocking it onto his own stumps. He can't believe his luck, how the fortunes change for him. From hero last night to 0 this morning. Rueful glance from him. And he has to depart. Phoenix 19 for 6.
Yeah, it's hard to say it took a bad bounce, though. I mean, it's probably waist high. That's just kind of his lack of confidence against Pereira, who's been dynamite so far. This is getting real ugly for the Phoenix. Yeah, I don't see you don't just bowl these guys straight through and hope they can maybe even clean up the side. Unbelievable as that may seem.
Well, who'd have thought it? It's just 9:30 local time. Half an hour in. Well, usually we'd be concerned about the run rate, the fact that it's taken half an hour to bowl not even 5 overs. But maybe they're not so concerned about that, given that this innings seems more unlikely by the second to go for the full 20. 19 for 6.
Yeah, tough situation. Really tough situation. But I suppose it takes one partnership. There's still 15 overs potentially to go in this innings. Pawan Kumar batting 8. I bet he didn't expect to be batting in the power play, but here he is. Pereira, I should say. It's like he's got about 72 teeth in there. He's smiling like a Cheshire cat, and why not? Last ball of his 3rd over. Bowling to Pawan. And Pawan was a mile late on that. End of the 5th over. And the Phoenix, 19 for 6.
Game starting on the other pitch now as well, which is good to see. It's a wonderful Saturday morning here in Stockholm. Just a couple of wispy white clouds about, but otherwise, I mean, breaking news, I'm in just a t-shirt, and that's 6 layers less than I was on Monday morning. So things are looking up for me. They're certainly looking up for Stockholm City. Shara Pereira, well, he almost got a wicket on that first ball. Hogarth, genuine edge, then got one to beat the bat. And then it was 3rd time lucky. I think Lakhani was just not too comfortable with the pace and bounce of Pereira either. Gives him the old salute send-off, and Kumar not too much more comfortable than his skipper either. Unsurprisingly, Ali continues, and surely they've got to go 8 up the top here for the 2 opening bowlers.
Got to. Hassan Ali comes on to bowl the 6th. Just hard to see where the runs are going to come from at the moment. Start going kind of what's your best case scenario? You have a huge partnership for the 7th wicket, but it's hard to see them going at more than, I mean, if they bat the 20, 7 and over maybe, which will get them to 125. Even that looks a long way off, and even that probably is a score that's pretty tough to defend.
It's difficult to go 7 and over. They've already faced 19 dot balls of the, well, now 20 dot balls of the 32 that have been bowled. And it's not like they've even found the rope on the few occasions that they've got bat on ball. There's that one nice uppercut from Scott Steele, but that's the only boundary of the innings so far.
Here's Hassan. Bad shot, but no run as the infield hovers. Kind of one of those situations where it's going so well, even though you can put the field back at the end of this over. I don't think I would. Maybe a third outfielder, but I mean, they haven't really established they can hit through the field yet. I think often as a captain, you have to kind of... Oof, the ball. It's away from the keeper. Wild throw. This will be a bye. Leg bye, actually. But I think sometimes as a captain, you have to do what the opposition wants least. I know if I was batting at this stage, and believe it or not, I have been batting at this stage before, batting down the order, I want the field to go back, so at least I can get some easy singles and just feel like we're scoring.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it'll be an interesting situation to see what they do at the end of this over.
It's such a psychological thing as well to be batting and having 5-6 players right up in your grill.
Yeah.
And also a bit of an insult to be like, well, you know, we could put players back, but we don't back you to hit it. No. So we're just going to keep standing right on top of you and
why would you?
See what you can do.
Especially in over 7 and 8. Especially in over 7 and 8 if you are going to go with the same bowlers. You can't really do better than you're doing right now. Run rate of 3.6 with the field up. Let's see if Amatoz is canny enough to keep the field in. Last ball of the power play. Tapped away to one of the two outfielders. That'll be the end of the 6th. Another good over for Stockholm City. And Gothenburg Phoenix having a bit of a shocker in the power play. 22 for 6. Now they talk about, you know, if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, the odds go down dramatically of winning the game. I don't even know what the numbers are on 6 wickets in the power play.
Well, it's the first over, in fact, that doesn't have a wicket in it. So in some ways, that's something for Phoenix to hold on to. Jack looking comfortable enough. Pawan Kumar, well, he's not got off the mark yet. And looks like, interestingly, we are going to have a change here, which seems a bit of a strange one, to be honest.
Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Okay. I suppose you want to back your other bowlers. I just think there's a real opportunity. Pereira looked like getting a wicket almost every ball. It's going to be Purav who is going to bowl over number 7.
I think it's one of these occasions where sometimes you just get too stuck in your ways as a bowler or as a captain of bowlers, and you think, well, he's a fast bowler, he doesn't bowl out all 4 at the start. You've got to keep him back. But what are you keeping him back for? You're already 6 down.
Good start, though, for Purav. Gets one past the outside edge.
If it was 6 down in the 15th or 16th over, you'd say, bring back your first bowler to try and clean up the tail. They find themselves in this situation, and instead they change it up. That's a classic situation. Why would you change a winning formula? Purav, though, he'll have his eyes on the prize as well. He'll want a bit of that wicket action. Ishara Pereira also on a fifer. We haven't had a fifer so far in this tournament. He's got 4 wickets in just the 18 deliveries he's bowled so far. You wouldn't bet against him picking up another one. And even on this very mild summer's day, it's swirling a little out there in the middle. Simultaneous falling of the stumps. Oh, the trusty gaffer tape is out again. think it's that windy, really, but
We can never tell up here, to be honest. We're kind of protected. Always nice to get a feel for the pitch out there.
I've never had such a...
This is what makes cricket in Europe so great. Tell me another. I mean, you rarely see that in the IPL. This is the baby IPL. They don't have stump eye. We've got stump eye.
Yeah. And we've got Stride, who are doing the
Yeah. That should be good today.
girls and women's coaching this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Look forward to that. Well, you'll be down there lending a hand. Poor Taka. Brilliant yesterday, wasn't he? Basically, City were in similar kind of trouble, actually. Maybe not this bad in their last game, but really good partnership by Taka and the keeper, Rohit Bailey, got them to a defendable score. So they maintained their unbeaten record. Good to see the maypole still here as well.
Yeah. How long is a maypole erected for?
At least 2 days.
So far, I'm counting.
Let's dance around it later. A fun time yesterday. The kids were loving it, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving it. Midsummer, it's a huge Swedish tradition. Anyway, nightmare of a start for Phoenix. I reckon this is one of their bright spots, a French cut down the fine leg for a couple. Normally in these kind of starts, and I have seen a few of them, something happens and something turns around. There are some exceptions though. He famously Gozo bowled out for 6 in the European Cricket Series. Isle of Man against Spain in T20 international cricket got bowled out for 10 a couple of years ago. And they were kind of 6 for 6, 7 for 7, 8 for 8. That was crazy. I wasn't there. Push out to deep point. Hogarth on a 2, but difference of opinion from Kumar, who sends him back. What a great city, though. I know we went into the centre last night and caught one of the longest days of the year, at least.
It certainly was still light when I went to bed. But I looked when the sunrise was, and it was 3:32 in the morning. So I don't know if anyone was still up and about at that time, or the very early bird.
The early risers were up at that stage. That's a brilliant day. Nice shot. This will test the fielder, and he won't get there. Pressure relieving boundary. To say they needed that boundary was an understatement. It's only the second boundary of the day. Nice shot, just slashed away. Purav, okay, it's been fine. I still think I would have been bowling Pereira out. 7 off the over, last ball to come. You just need a bit of a turning point. You need a bit of a partnership. There's plenty of cricket to play. Like I said, it's not impossible, but the issue is your ceiling is so much lower now as a batting side. So kind of at best, let's be super optimistic and say they go 10 and over from here. Then that's 160, which is defendable, but that's a kind of absolute best case scenario. Your worst case scenario is get rolled for 50 or 60.
Yeah. Jack's at least trying to be positive, trying to put out of his mind everything that's happening at the other end. Well, unsurprisingly, this is the biggest partnership of the game so far. We used to celebrate the 30 partnerships this week. This one's currently up at 11. It will be Tahir Tara to come on. So, yeah, despite our best efforts, we need to get it out there that Pereira and Ali need to carry on bowling. Of course, not that we did, but we were sending the vibes. Taka came on and it wasn't the worst over in any other circumstances. Going for 8 isn't the worst result, but doesn't pick up a wicket. And Hassan Ali is taken off at the other end as well. So Tahir Tarat will try to pick up that 7th wicket for Stockholm City. But again, you've got your 2 best bowlers. You've picked up 6 wickets between them with 1 over left to bowl. And what are you keeping that back for? At what point are you going to bring them back on?
Yeah.
Don't think they'll be tired. They've been refreshed after playing quite early yesterday. They'll have a break after this.
Got him. Well, changes as good as a holiday, and it's TT. That's going to bring up the magnificent 7th wicket. Phoenix are completely wiped off the park so far on finals day. That's their 7th wicket. Stumpy has a snooze. It's 30 for 7.
I need to get that gaffer tape back out there. Again, you got to say these are good deliveries. They're not absolute world's best deliveries, but again, how many times have Phoenix played down the wrong line entirely? That one, though, you got to say Tahir Tarat, he's got a beaming smile, and it's a good delivery first up. No need for warm-up for him.
Tahir Tarat, local player, it's really kind of taking the opportunity this week. I mentioned last time I was here, it was in June last year, 2025. Unfortunately, his side, Botshuka, didn't qualify for the European Cricket Series. It was a bit of a brutal qualification process. It was something like, I think, 15 or 25 clubs that played knockout T10s. Only the top 5 made it into the ECS. So he had to watch on that occasion, but this time he's very much a part of the action. Strikes with his very first ball. Again, to say that's a confidence booster is an understatement. 30 for 7. Bit surprised. I mean, Cameron Ahmadzai, my guess is they want him to bat in the second half. They just can't leave him any longer now. He's batting 9. Who knows? We might be in the second half already as he pushes and gets off the mark first up.
They do have talent throughout their batting lineup, do Phoenix. Jack Hogarth and Cameron Ahmadzai have more than the potential to get runs between them.
Funny thing with these two is they had a big rivalry playing for Forfarshire and Dreux, the Scottish and the French champions in the ECL. Cameron Ahmadzai's side, Dreux, knocked the Scots out, even though the Scots were big favourites back in 2023. And then we kind of thought, oh, okay, Dreux, they've made the championship week. They'll, you know, maybe they'll win a game or 2. They'll be happy to be there. They won the whole thing. So it was an amazing performance. Now their allies are bouncing a little bit more and cracking Hogarth in the gloves. Funny how when the wickets are being clattering, the pitch starts to... feels like the pitch is doing everything.
Well, the way that the Phoenix bowlers have looked down the pitch when they've been skittled, it makes it out like it's the Lord's pitch on day 3 of a test match. But it has been some good bowling, though, as well, from City side.
Tough situation. I mean, theoretically, I suppose you're just trying to get to anything defendable. I mean, even 100. I mean, if you can roll to the other side, get a few early wickets, and maybe can defend that. But it's really hard to know how to play this. Ahmadzai, I think, is a good guy. He's a game changer, isn't he? So I actually like him out there. He won't be fast. Right now, there's been all kinds of problems. This one goes past the outside edge. Big appeal. Several appeals coming around the ground, but the umpire's unmoved.
Yeah, that's the face of someone who heard nothing. Didn't hear anything through our microphones, but certainly a big appeal. You can see by the reaction of Tahir, he thinks there's something straight away, as does Bailey, the keeper. We've got points for appeals. Certainly be getting a few there, but it's the end of the over. They don't get their 8th wicket. Still 32 for 7. Great over there from Tahir. Looks like Beaker from the Muppet Show with that expression.
That's very good. Yeah, umpires have been great. We should actually mention them.
Yeah.
They've had a big workload this week. And they've performed very, very well.
Well, it speaks to the fact that we've had a review system in place and almost nothing has been turned over. It's just been a couple of run-outs where obviously we have the benefit of the slow-mo on the screen, but otherwise, given that the volume that they've had out there, 3 T20s every day, they've done excellently.
Purav continues. Just a single to get going. Now, Ahmedzai, I think, will play his natural game. I think that he's a hitter. He's not a slogger, though. He plays with a pretty good technique, simple technique. Likes to hit straight, likes to hit through the line. In particular, likes to drive. But even he, I think this situation is dialing it back a bit. Good to see a fifth bowler for Stockholm City. I'll be Swami, the left-arm spinner. Doesn't beat the cover, so despite putting a few back, they have gone for the kind of traditional 5 outfielders here. Short cover, Amatoz, the acting captain. I suppose he is the captain now. Patrolling that position, stopping the single again.
Amatoz might have a ball himself. Remember, he picked up a 3 for yesterday as well.
100%, yeah. But I think he quite likes bowling towards the end. But like I said, we don't even know when the end will be. Yeah, when is the end? He just seems to get the most out of this week at Amatoz. Short, and Ahmedzai mistimes the pull.
Good over from Purav. Slightly expensive, at least for the standards of this innings in the first, but 4 dot balls here and pressure building on Kamran. Feel like he's going to go for a big shot at some point. Not now, though. Sensibly plays it into the offside. Takes the single, takes the strike, 34 for 7 at the end of the 9th.
Yeah, it's good to see plenty of activity around the Botcherko Cricket Centre. It is Saturday, so yeah, got some league cricket going on as well. I suppose it's a fait accompli for a lot of players that playing cricket, traditional cricket playing countries to have club rooms. And we're pretty lucky here to be sitting on the balcony of the club rooms, which have only been here a couple of years, and have a perfect view of the facility, including the nets and, of course, 2 full-size cricket grounds.
You could commentate on both games at the same time.
Very good.
Unusual action of the bowler on the other pitch, by the way.
You know I love to multitask.
Yeah, watch him there. He almost stops entirely to here, though. He's going.
Yeah. So we have in the past, especially in certain places, has come back for 2 here. We're not able to gather it too quickly. In places like Prague, and occasionally we'll get the camera pan to the other game and we'll multitask. But yeah.
It's a run-up that...
Is it the road runner that used to have like a million little steps?
He has 5 steps and then he stops entirely just before. To here, though, much more conventional in his run-up. Going for the Hollywood ball that he got the wicket with on his very first delivery, but just slightly off his line.
No, probably not that fun for the viewers because they can't see what we're talking about, but I actually think one of the steps is backwards in his run-up over the second
It's
step.
almost like the modern-day penalty-taking style.
True.
Stutter pen.
Harry Kane style.
Try and watch both games at the same time to hear, trying to rediscover the line. Well, that one's punched away and it's going to land just short of the fielder out there in the deep. Well collected, though, by Shreya Swami. He'll just run through for a single.
There's many things are concerning for Phoenix, but you look at actual run rate, about 4 and over. Where's the halfway point?
One of the steps is backward. He's got a wicket though, not on Tahir on the other pitch. Sorry, we're getting distracted from the main event here. Tahir absolutely upends Jack. Oof, that one's a painful one. You might need some of that fabled magic spray.
Oh, he's gone. Look at him. Well, what does a Scotsman wear under his kilt?
Get those legs in the air. That's what...
Yeah, well, Jack crawls back, and then it's fetal position stuff from Hogarth. The thing here, there's nothing that will help him in this situation. Yeah.
I mean, I'll leave it to you to describe this one, Vinny.
Time is the only healer for this one. And, you know, it's often we'll see in Europe all kinds of exercises and stretches to try and... I think that's just a distraction tactic, though, because nothing will help this. Hogarth. Well, put it this way, he'll be singing a couple of octaves higher in the Stockholm Boys Choir tonight.
Way to kick a guy when he's down after Scotland lose. That was the proverbial one. This is the literal one. Needs to cover his mouth because we need a lip reader probably can work out what he's saying here.
Bullseye.
Oh, jeez.
Right on little Jack. And down he goes. Oh, well, if you thought 38 for 7 was bad, Jack Hogarth's found a way to make it worse. Bit of grandstanding now. He's had his 3 minutes. Get on with the game.
Rob Thompson saying you should have stayed in the chat. No one can hurt you in the chat.
All the people for that's happened to, it had to be Jack.
Oh dear.
And you know what? This is one time I would have loved to have the sub microphones, because even though Jack is Scottish, so most people can't understand anything he says, but I can imagine there would have been a few colourful descriptors after that ball hit him in the abdomen.
Universal language of pain.
Anyway, I bet he's looking for, he's flashed the thumbs up to the 3 or 4 physios that have assisted him. 2 balls to go. It makes sense to do a ball check after that ball. Oh, felt that one from up here. My eyes are watering. Cricketers are tough though, for the most part. Sarah. Set him up. Let's see if we can knock him down now. Jack bravely stands over his bat again and faces up.
His spirit has left his body at this point.
Hit and run this time. Good comeback from Hogarth, who gets to the safety of the non-striker's end with a single. Come on. It's been unusually circumspect so far. Normally is kind of unfazed by the situation. I suppose these are extraordinary circumstances. 7 down. Push and run this time, but only a single. Sometimes if you take a nasty blow like that, it can kind of stiffen your resolve. See if Jack can turn things around. Oof. And one gets upstairs on him. Hogarth's face tells 1,000 words. It's the end of the 10th over. And Phoenix, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 40 for 7.
Bit of extra spice on that one from Tahir. As we go back and can witness Jack's pain for a third time. I like
worst result possible.
I like the fact he has the wherewithal to at least crawl backwards into his crease. I mean, that one.
It's a minefield now, apparently. Impossible. Same pitch we've been playing all week, mind you.
I think it was slightly back of a leg. Tahir is a bit quicker than he looks.
Yeah.
As Swami, the spinner, is throwing the ball as the 5th bowler, so Thakur and Tara bowled 2 each. Haven't quite been as successful in the wicket-taking ranks as the 2 openers, but I've kept it tight.
Hello to Suman in the chat. It's a simple comment. Drama game. You are right. Swami, here he is, trying to create his own kind of drama with his left arm spin.
Jack still stretching it out with the non-striker's end, making sure everything is where it should be.
Hopefully not too much. Amidsai stands and delivers, but finds the sweeper, so just a single. Mundra, regular keeper, but with Bailey in the side, he's been used in the field instead. Just trying to keep scoring. Choose the call. They'll get it easily. I wonder, sometimes you want to see these players with very different backgrounds, what the kind of end of over conversations are like between Jack and Kamran Amidsai. Kamran, lovely guy. You know, he goes out with the guys. He's really enjoying his experience, but his English is somewhat limited, so he just does a lot of listening.
He's a gentle giant, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I'm a huge fan of him. Yeah, just away from the field, and this will run away for 4. Good shot by Hogarth. I mean, he's had to do the hard yards, hasn't he? He deserves that boundary. Fraction short and wide from Swami and put away.
Yeah, nicely played. There was a fielder there at point, maybe cover point region. That was straight through backward point. Nicely played, just wrong-footed the fielder. There's no one else out there, so it does race away for 4 runs. Just checking how many they've actually got deep. And again, what are these reflexes, I think, from a skipper to be like, okay, out of the power play, let's put 5 back. And they do have 5 on the boundary, and that's, what, maybe the 3rd or 4th boundary of the innings so far.
Quick hands from Bailey, but Jack's foot stayed at home. Come back from Swami.
Yeah, just 3 boundaries so far. Scott Steele with that uppercut. Pawan Kumar, and then the one from Jack. So it seems strange to be on such a defensive against a side that's struggling to find the rope.
Strike 2 for Jack as Swami goes for 7 in the over. The Phoenix 47 for 7 after 11.
Yeah, I really do think Stockholm City have missed a trick. Amato Singh remembers skipper now that Tasia is unavailable. I do think someone with the experience of Tasia would have maybe more quickly recognised this situation for what it is and played the game rather than playing the format. Amato's, I think, has just allowed Phoenix to not quite relax, but certainly these two have been able to take their time at the crease and not be too constrained by the field. They've faced 32 balls between them now. Speaking of the skipper, he will bring himself on here. And well, just look at that shot there on the screens now. There's no fielder really up in the batter's grill. They're 7 down. They haven't even scored 50.
Black socks, white shoes. Thoughts?
Incorrect. I mean, they're kind of blue and white shoes as well, isn't they? So if you went blue, you'd at least coordinate. But it's another strike in Amato Singh's
fashion crime from Amatos, but fair enough. He's going to come on now, and
you'd have at least one fielder in here just to,
especially because he's been playing really, really well. I suppose they feel that they protect the boundaries and they limit the upside. Amidsai chops this as an extraordinary shot, really, and it's going to go for 4. Just kind of snapped the bat down at the right moment there to Kamran Amidsai, and it got away from the fielder. Dhaka could do nothing about it.
Still played there by Kamran. He was pretty much on the stumps, but he made his own room by stepping away to the leg side.
Come back for Amatos, goes a fraction fuller. He seems to be the master of length, doesn't he, on this wicket, Amatos? subtle adjustment there. Good one-on-one contest. Ahmadzai's not your regular number 9, is he? And I honestly think they plan to bat him kind of at the 10 over mark or 12 over mark when they lose a wicket. And so, yeah, they kind of went other batter, other batter, other batter. But when they were 7 down, they were like, okay, well, I guess you're going to have to bat. In the air, just over the top. And Jack Hogarth, once again, cutting the ball away, cashes it with 4 runs. 50's come up as well now for the Phoenix, as the rearguard action comes with this partnership for the 8th wicket.
Nicely played by Jack. Again, maybe just slightly wrong length there by Amatos. We go back to live, and this one does flash through. A big appeal, and the finger goes up. Great work there by the wicketkeeper. It's Rohit Bailey with the gloves. I want to have a look at this just in case, and Jack certainly isn't moving anywhere quite yet, but the on-field decision was out, so we'll have to see if there's any evidence to overturn that.
Yeah, he was knocked down, now he's stumped out. Let's have a look on the replay. Just seemed to lose his balance there. And I think, for me, he never quite gets back. Jack looks over it, looks concerned. Geez, that's an excellent bit of work, though, from Bailey. Points down saying, look, you know, as a keeper, you've got an even better view than the umpire there.
Was that stumped, or was that... I couldn't really tell. The way that the wicketkeeper points at the stumps makes it suggest that...
Or you think it might have been bowled? No, it's stumps. Yeah. It's definitely gone over the top.
It's the way he's looking. Oh, he's pointing at the foot, isn't he? So
yeah, because what I was going to say is, as a keeper, if you can see white, then you know it's out.
Yeah.
You know, if you can see line, you know it's out, because the batter needs something grounded behind the line. It's a very sharp piece of work from Rohit Bailey. And Hogarth, after a fighting knock, he has to go. And the score 56 for 8. He's Baljit Singh batting 10.
Quick as a flash, wasn't it, from Bailey? And he almost knew he had him straight away. He was pleading his case by showing the evidence of Jack Hogarth not even ever getting back in the crease by the looks of it. Umpire with a good call there. So a decent rear guard, at least, from Hogarth, who finishes on 20 off 22. Baljit Singh is the new batter to join Cameron Ahmadzai. Interesting to see how Ahmadzai plays it now. Does he just go for it and hope that he can add 20-30 to the score, or does he try and build slowly another partnership? They've got the best part of 8 overs still to play. Cameron can be destructive in a short period of time. He doesn't have too much left to play with.
Yeah, really handy to have a keeper that's comfortable up to the stumps. Just kind of brings the stumping into play. Also kind of pins batters to their crease a little bit. Tend to get a few more LBWs. Baljit starts with a carve out to deep point for a single. He'll retain the strike. Amatos with a wicket in his first over after 12 now. Gothenburg Phoenix are 57 for 8.
6 bowlers then used so far. Amatos, well, in the scheme of the game so far, relatively expensive after being hit for that uppercut. Jack Hogarth looking to counter punch. And he ended up going for one big hit too many. It was brilliant glove work from Rohit Bailey, quick as a flash. Great scenes of celebration between him and the skipper. Tahir Tara, it looks like, will be bowling his 3rd over here. Been very economical so far, gone for just the 8 runs. Be interesting to see if they do then turn back to Pereira and Ali now that they're very much in the tail. They've both got an over left each.
I'd be tempted. Thing is, you could bowl them. If you don't get him out, you've still got good bowlers to back up. Amatos, I think, is a good selection, though. At that top end, he's been good. Tara switched around now to the clubhouse end. Goes for the Yorker first up. He is a Yorker merchant, isn't he, Tara? Also got a good slower ball, but he tends to keep it pretty simple. Ahmadzai have to turn the corner here. At the moment, he's reasonably sensibly. I've never quite seen him batting like this, but he's pretty conscious of the fact that still the better part of 8 overs left.
This is where batting him slightly lower down maybe doesn't suit him, just from the fact that he feels like he has to be the anchor with not too much to come after him. Doesn't quite have that freedom, but I suppose no wonders when they're 59 for 8.
Ball by Tara, and he won't be able to change course in time to save the single. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Great to have your company. Hello to Johnny Heesum. Hello to Paolo Cabini. Hello to Thomas. Buenos dias, watching from Madrid. Hello to Samarva asking, is this Cameron up? Well, no, it's Cameron Ahmadzai. Those of you that follow European cricket will know him as a hard-hitting all-rounder based in France and has been playing for the French national team over the last couple of years. Bouncer, and it's a little bit too short. It's going to be called wide for over the head. But yeah, jump in the chat. Nordic Smash T20 and let us know what you think. This is the last day of the tournament, finals day. This is the first semi-final. Stockholm City first, taking on Gothenburg Phoenix fourth. And later on in the day, next game in fact, we'll have Västerås United who finish second, taking on Stockholm United to finish third. Winners to the final later on. Beats Ahmadzai outside the off stump. Thomas saying, good share of sun over here. We absolutely do. I mean, I've been all around the world, fortunately. No, everyone's that lucky. Mr. Ra comes in. Bowls and beats Ahmadzai. Just played down the wrong line there slightly. Yeah, so there's something about Scandinavia and these northern countries in kind of June, July, which is kind of when I've been here. It's unreasonably bright.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it. It's glary is probably the other word I'd use.
It's like someone's just turned the brightness up on your TV.
That's a good way to describe it. The ball by Tara finishes his over. There were 4 off that one. Phoenix spluttering on. 61 for 8 after 13. That's a really good way to put it. It's like you turn the brightness up to max on your TV. And that's the thing, often in the morning, okay, if you've got curtains, which luckily we do, you need good curtains here. But then it'll be like, I've been getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and 6 o'clock in the morning is normally kind of around sunrise or even before sunrise, depending where we are during the year. But you open the curtains and it might as well be midday.
Yeah, it's quite jarring, isn't it? Because usually when you wake up in the morning, if you're a relatively early riser, you have a crescendo to the day, whereas here it's just bang day.
Yeah.
There's no warm-up act.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite surprising as well when you open the curtains and you almost like it's a jump scare.
Yeah, it
suddenly
is.
Have bright light. It's like working the night shift almost.
It is.
You just, like, what
honestly,
time is
it is. It's crazy. Anyway, Amataz continues. Goes after this one and hit very well by Baljit Singh. Maximo! We've had to wait a while. We've seen 8 wickets fall. But finally, we've got our first 6er of finals day. And it's Baljit Singh batting 10 that hits it very cleanly.
I think you would have got decent odds on Phoenix number 10 hitting the first 6 of the day, but it's worth waiting for. Clean as you like. Well, the umbrella's up from the glaring brightness for the boundary riders. Got a long way to go and find that one. You can see them deep in the hedges. Gets some steps in.
Big chase. He's gone through the wilderness. It's a monster hit, really, from Baljit. There we go. He's having to run it back halfway. And Mataz goes the journey. Trying to work out any scenario that Phoenix might be able to still win this game. I suppose scrape to 120. say 50 more runs and hope for a miracle defence. Let's take one instead from Bailey. It's off the ground. We'll say Stockholm City, they got themselves in a bit of a muddle yesterday before Bailey and Tucker batted them out of it. So they have some hope. Because beats Belgian outside the off stump, a couple of comeback balls. Love his quick hands.
He's so quick with the hands, it almost looks like it's bowled.
Well, there's two types of stumping attempt. The type where you rush and the type where you don't. This is a good example of one where you're basically taking it in one motion. So you're actually meeting the ball and taking the bails in one motion.
Yeah, he's almost going forward before he takes the ball.
Or you call it like a sweep.
Yeah.
You're kind of sweeping, taking the ball on the way to the stumps. But one problem there for Rohit was that he never left his crease. We often talk about this, and okay, there's many aspects to wicket-keeping. This is my position, and I've done a fair bit of wicket-keeping coaching as well. But yeah, often I say there's two types of stumping, the type you have to rush and the type you don't. So that's a good example of one where you do have to rush, because you're hoping that maybe the batter's gone out for a fraction of a second, or basically you don't know. What's different is when there's a definite charge and you sense that the batter's not going to be able to make it back, in which case you can take it, I suppose, a bit more traditionally, and you've got plenty of time to take the bail. I think recognising the difference between the two is very important. Anyway, Amataz, let's go the journey in the over, but still his team well on top. Phoenix now 69 for 8.
We've got to commend the Phoenix, I guess, for at least sticking around. It looked like this game would almost be over by now, especially when they were 15 for 5, 19 for 6. They've assembled a couple of mini partnerships. The most significant one between Hogarth and Ahmadzai, that was worth 26. This one now worth 13, which is not much in the grand scheme of things, but at least it's inching towards a projected score around 100. I think they'd still do very well to get there from here with just those 2 wickets remaining. But Baljit Singh, he's shown that he's more than capable of clearing the rope, and we know, of course, Kamran is capable of that, but having to play more than within himself here just to make sure the innings continues.
Right here, enough's enough. Ishara Pereira is going to come back on. He's got 4 wickets for 9 of 3 overs. He'll be hoping for the first 5 of the competition. And he got 1 over to do it, though. But yeah, I've been tempted to bowl him out straight away. We'll never know what would have happened. Yeah, the game's drifted a bit since we last saw him at the bowling crease.
Just a couple of instances. We had the same with potentially batting Zayn Ali from the start yesterday evening, just recognising the game situation for what it is and being not afraid to make adjustments as captain. It's a good call, though, to bring Pereira back now.
2 here as well, if they run quickly. You recognise that straight away. Nice bit of small ball there as Kamran comes back for 2. Creeping up here, but projected score 102. That's if they batted out. Really love the keeping of Bailey. A couple of good options there. You've got Mundra in the side as well. Thunderbolt from Pereira, but Ahmadzai leans on it, takes the 1. It's been a pretty intelligent innings from Ahmadzai. We're used to him then crash and bash, and part of me wishes he was playing a few more shots, but probably what the situation calls for. Get them deep, kind of over 16 or 17, and then maybe go for it. No point kind of taking a risky shot, getting out and watching your team get bowled out with overs left on the table. heat once again from Pereira. Well, Pereira's impressed a few people in the chat. Someone's saying, looks menacing. His pace must be 150 clicks. Well, I'm not quite sure about that. I've been known as a bit of a human speed gun. You know that? Because I've kept to kind of quite a lot of different speeds.
Do you find it easier to judge when you're keeping or when you're watching from the side?
Probably, or when I'm keeping, I'm concentrating more on catching the ball, which is a good strategy.
Yeah,
but I tend to see pace. Right now I'm seeing a ball hit up in the air and it should be taken. It will be taken. Simple catch for Hassan Ali, and Baljit tried to go back to the well once more, but it's straight up in the air. And with Miloff in the circle, it creates that opportunity. Hassan takes it easily and a nice little cuddle to go with it. 74 for 9.
That is the fifer as well for Ishara Pereira, the first one of this Nordic smash, and you've got to say he's deserved it. Blistering opening spell, brought back here to try and clean up the tail. He's got one ball left to finish the innings. 14 for 5 off his 3.5 overs so far. What a spell.
134 k's an hour.
That's, yeah, I'll go with that.
134. If you want miles, it's about 83, 84.
I think that the carry of an AstroTurf pitch possibly makes it look a bit quicker because the keepers are sometimes taking it at head height.
Out of the hand, he's a real hurler. So I think he's low 130s, in all seriousness. As far as number 11 goes, not a bad one. Patient Sharambira coming out, batting at the bottom of the order. With over 5 overs to go, Pereira with a 5 for the first ever in Nordic Smash T20 history. That's 1 ball to 6 for here, and the decision to bring him back pays dividends. And you might question why he wasn't brought back earlier or even bowled out in the first place.
I do think they missed a trick with not going completely all in. You've still got an over left for Hassan Ali. Be interesting to see if he comes back at the other end, if it makes it that far. Patient facing up the last ball of Pereira here.
Yeah, Patient's not really number 11. He's batting there today at the bottom of the order. And at the end of the 15th over, Gothenburg Phoenix 74 for 9.
Yeah, certainly be a great middle-order batter in most teams, even top order probably, but I suppose Phoenix have got batters who can play up and down the order. Patient is someone who will have a tough task on his hands in a few moments' time, you'd imagine, with the ball. He can do himself and his teammates a favour here if he can pick up a few runs, even if they get to 90 or towards 100. Just the psychological barrier of getting triple digits is something. But Tahir Tarat bowled well so far into his final over. So interesting that they don't turn back to Hassan Ali.
Yeah.
But Tahir would probably claim that he's been bowling well as well.
Amitaz also had an argument to keep going, I think, but don't mind Tarat. As the stumps go for a nap. Not particularly fun for the batter when they hear the stumps going over behind them. I do think the wind's just picked up a little bit over the last couple of minutes. But yeah, 74 for 9. I mean, what's your best case scenario now? Maybe scrape 100. So say go run a ball and you don't lose another wicket. It's probably your best case scenario. That's 104. You lose a wicket, you have time to change the teams. Here's TT. Got him, and it's all over. Ahmed Sai tries to take this one square of the wicket. Not the greatest shot from Kamran. Trying to hit across the line, and once again, Tarat tumbles the timber. And this innings started badly, got worse, and got really about as bad as it could get for the Phoenix, who were bowled out for 74, crashing back to earth here on finals 8 after their miracle qualification last night.
Stockholm City showing exactly why they came into today unbeaten. We feared that maybe a few changes would weaken them, but the bowlers in particular have stepped up here. Gothenburg Phoenix, well, they'll need to rise for the final time in some spectacular fashion if they are going to get back into this one, with just 74 on the board to defend. And if we look down the batting order, there's not much to speak of whatsoever, with the top 6 all getting out for single digits. Jack Hogarth and Cameron Ahmadzai were the only 2 really to put up some sort of resistance. Their partnership in the middle orders at least gave them something to bowl at, and then Aljit Singh, one big Maximo, in fact the only Maximo of the game, boosted his score to 10. If you look at that, there's only been 5 4s and 1 6, and that's really the sorry tale of the batting. But looking at the bowling, Ashara Pereira and Hassan Ali showing that they're a formidable bowling partnership, between them picking up 7 wickets for the loss of just 24 runs. Taka, he bowled well in his 2 overs, was unlucky to not pick up a wicket. Tarat, he picked up 2, including 1 on his very first ball, and then finishing up the tail as well. Amitaz Singh picks up 1 himself, the skipper. You could maybe question whether he just let Gothenburg off the hook just a touch. I think if he really went for it and kept those openers on, could have got them out for maybe something around 50. As it was, though, they can't have too many complaints. I'm sure they're more than happy with chasing just 75 runs to book their slot in the final. So it's an interesting one here. You'd imagine that Stockholm City are more than happy and already thinking and dreaming about lifting that trophy. But stranger things have happened. Phoenix, they'll have to gather themselves and throw everything into this run defence, which is coming your way in just a few moments' time. So join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu, as we bring you that one. Semi-final number 1 on finals day here in the T20 Nordic Smash.
Good effort, Gautam. वो टेक्निकली मारता है, बट ये हो गया कि वो शॉट आ गया तो फॉल इस साइड से पुराना है बहुत What's it? It is very bad. You had to go yesterday. When you tried it. Hey, I'll you bring it, hello? ले लो. Come on, Biljit, check the balls and where's the ball? Blue bag. This one, bag inside. ये ठीक है. Okay. Fine. Fine.
Fine.
Why?
Yeah. 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 Fine.
Huh? Oh, really? Yeah. Fine. Take. Fine.
Yeah. Ashwin, take someone to throw it to you and pull it.
Atharva's getting ready.
Boys. Fine. Yeah. Come on, boys.
चलो अब पुल कर दो अब पुल करो
Karthik. Good play. Fine. जान लगा संचित. Fine. Fine. Feeling. आ रहा है मेरे पास.
Oh, watch out!
Bring the ball, speak boys.
Archit! Went out!
पीछे से अर्जित एक बॉल निकाल लेना उसमें बाहर गया
Watch it! Watch it! Ashwin, you're allowed to hit it.
Viren! Can I go deep?
Ashwin, chance se chance. Call, boy. Nice!
Yeah. DJ back.
Oh, it's funny for every head.
Phil.
Not for you, for him, not for me.
Ashwin, drop one. Okay.
Get any better either.
One ball, let me go.
Okay? Let's make a circle, boys. Everyone. Chintan. Boys. Banga. Karthik, आजा. Keep them cool. Injan, आ जाओ. Karthik. Please.
The biggest my balls have ever been behind.
Make your dick look smaller now, though. Right. There you go. Go, sit up. Go, boys. Defend it.
Come on, boys.
Welcome back to the run chase here, where Stockholm City are well on top, needing 75 runs only to book their place in the final this afternoon. They rolled Gothenburg Phoenix all out for 74 within 16 overs, and actually that's probably about 25 runs more than it looked likely that they might have got, given that they lost a slew of early wickets. They were 6 for 2, 12 for 3, 12 for 4, 15 for 5 before there was a slight comeback led by Jack Hogarth as we go into the run chase, and it's the familiar form of Patient who will start off for the Phoenix. Hogarth then put on a slight partnership with Cameron Ahmadzai, who finished on 19, Baljit Singh on 10. They were the only three who got themselves out of double digits. There was just 5 fours and 1 6 scored in the whole innings. Phoenix, who got themselves through to finals day yesterday evening in spectacular fashion, have just been feeling the effects of that hangover. They've still got a chance here. Stranger things have happened, but that's carved away nicely by AJ Mundra, who's out there in the middle, along with Zayn Naqvi, both of whom more than dangerous with the bat, and they'll be looking, I'm sure, to make the most of this power play, almost put this game to bed before it's really started. Just a touch of width there on offer from Patient. AJ leans into it. You have to say, as much as the batting from Gothenburg Phoenix was poor, the bowling from Stockholm City was spectacular, none more so than Ashera Pereira, who finishes with tournament best figures of 5 for 14, the only fifer we've seen so far. He was ably assisted by Hassan Ali, the Italian international. He didn't even have to bowl his final over in the end. He finished 2 for 10 off his 3. Tahir Tara, happy for him that he picked up 2 as well. And the other wicket was scalped by Amitabh Singh, and that's nicely played away. Just uses the pace of the ball and the speed of this outfield, having had the sun baking down on it all morning, means that the ball finds its way to the rope with relative ease. Just nothing more than a nudge here from Mundra. Soft hands nicely played between point and the 45. Just nudges into the rope, and already 2 boundaries in this opening 3 deliveries, and Stockholm City well on their way here. Gothenburg Phoenix really need a miracle. Patient, probably been the pick of their bowlers so far this tournament. That one with a little extra spice, but I think AJ's even on that occasion frustrated that he didn't get a bit of bat on it. Interesting that Patient is pretty much bowling that 4th, 5th stump line. They do have a man out at deep point, but no one behind square on the boundary. So if AJ does get it out, as we say that, the man is sent out. Maybe they're listening to my commentary. I was going to say, they've got someone back at deep square, which feels like quite a negative setup for Patient, who's usually so unerring with his line. But now they do have someone back at 3rd and back at deep point. So maybe AJ will look to manipulate this to the leg side now with nobody out of the boundary on the leg side. Patient as ever. Hits his lines outside off stump. does feel like it was almost one game too many here for the Phoenix. I'm so delighted to even make it through to finals day, but it seems like they've just run out of steam and run out of luck against the Stockholm City side, who, let's not forget, have come into today unbeaten, 5 wins out of 5 during the league stages. And they have had to ring the changes a touch today, one more so than the skipper, Teja, no longer available. Availability issues, but Amitabh Singh has skippered ably in his stead. They're probably just a touch lighter in the batting ranks than they would have been at full strength, but Zain Naqvi and AJ Mundra more than capable opening batters as we get to the end of the first, and 9 on the board for Stockholm City. Those 2 boundaries already set them well on their way to the final, which is, of course, this afternoon, 4 p.m. local time. Before that, we will, of course, learn the fate of their opposition, assuming Stockholm City get there. Could all still change, but they will face either Stockholm United or Västerås United, who do battle in the second semi-final coming your way at 12:30 local time, which is in just under 2 hours' time. As Cameron Ahmadzai will bowl from the grassy knoll end, who was valiant in his batting effort, 19 off 24, second highest scorer, just shy of the shy by 1 of what Jack Hogarth scored in 20. The only 2 really that were able to make a dent in the score. And as Cameron Ahmadzai looks to limber up, he limbers back up in the commentary box, and well, it seems like a matter of time before Stockholm City get their noses over the line in this one.
Yeah, and look, I'm not expected to defend this, but they can give it a crack. Here's Ahmadzai. Told me to do that, actually. Extraordinary single. He didn't go too far from the pitch in the first place. A very famous game in, I think it was 19, or I'm not sure the exact year, but it was in the late 70s, kind of early days of one-day cricket. And it was a domestic game in Australia, and this is where they often get international players in. Viv Richards was playing for Queensland. It was WA versus Queensland. And in a 50-over game, WA were bowled out for 77. I'm not sure if you're aware of this game.
I think so.
And then, wow, it's a nice shot. She's got that better than I thought. Clip that away. Again, do see the best of these 2. Matt Mundra is a very classy operator. I first saw him playing for Sweden in Austria, actually, a couple of years ago, but he's very handy. Yeah, just a little clip, but raced away. Outfield didn't have too far to go. Patient Jerembira, but didn't have a play on that ball. Yeah, so anyway, Dennis Lilly, this is what everyone remembers. So Australia made 77. So Western Australia made 77. And I think this was the whacker. Viv Richards was opening the batting for Queensland. They also had Greg Chappell and a few others. But this is before the days of bounce restrictions. So if you actually watch the footage, these days it's laughable. Dennis Lilly started with 4 bounces. So and we're talking bounces that went like 3 or 4 meters over his head. And then after the 4th one, the umpire said, you know, come on, it's probably a bit too much.
That's enough.
All right, goes after this one, and this is falling into open space. Bit top edgy. They do keep it on the field, then we'll get 2. Yeah, so then the 5th ball, you know, it was kind of pitched up. This is the kind of ball that Viv probably would normally smash out of the ground, but he just blocked it. And then 6th ball, he gets bowled. And in the end, after making 77, Western Australia bowled Queensland for 62. And it's known as the miracle match. But they're going to want something similar here. Might be tough. This is in the air, and it's going to fly, almost making it to the boundary. Remember, the crowd catch is double today. It's €100 if we take a crowd catch. This one, though, lands on the field. Only 4 to the total. Because they haven't had it all their own way so far, Stockholm City, but they've already made significant inroads into this target.
Well, they've hit 4 fours in the opening 11 balls, and Phoenix only managed 5 in their whole innings. 1-6. Running well between the wickets as well. So 13 coming off the first Ahmedzai over, 22 for 2, Stockholm City. It's all going the way of Stockholm at the moment.
Without loss after 2 then. 53 required. The only way you can lose this is if you bowled out, basically. So Gothenburg will be chasing the 10 wickets. It's funny though, if you can get a few, you might get a bit of doubt in the Stockholm City mind, but the reinforcements, they've done well, haven't they? They came back from a tough start yesterday to win their game. That was against the Phoenix. Pardon me, that was against Uppsala Tigers in the middle game. Ended up scraping together 158 and holding the Tigers to 144. The Tigers, they were basically 15 runs away from qualifying. Maybe less, maybe a few runs away from qualifying, because if they'd had a few, even they lost by 14 runs. If they lost by 9 or less, you'd probably get in on that run rate. Yeah. Anyway, Pawan Kumar is going to grab the ball here in over number 3, an early change. I suppose when you're only defending 70-something, you probably do want to change the bowlers quickly and just hope that someone has a day out.
Well, it's like having a deck of cards and being like, how about this one? How about this one? At some point, you've got to get one that fits. And that one's not starting off particularly well for Pawan Kumar. It'll be wides. And they'll run through for an extra 2. Well run.
Yeah, it's a tough one for the keeper. Just taking off, really. There's a certain part of the pitch around where the bowler bowls, where his feet land at the other end, where the batter is now, where it can be pretty unpredictable. Nice shot. That's going to be 4. Nakvi yet to fire really in the series, but he's such a good player. I've seen him make big hundreds in the European Cricket Series, multiple hundreds. Just throws his hand through this one and flays it to the fence.
Stockholm City will have in their minds that the quicker they wrap this up, the longer their break. Remember, the final's not until 4 p.m. local time, so they're looking at the best part of a 4-hour, 5-hour break in between. Put their feet up, have a second breakfast, watch the other semi-final, maybe have a few looks at their potential opposition. Meanwhile, for Gothenburg Phoenix, probably back to bed and wake up and hope that they can do this day again.
Yeah, bit of a nightmare. Phoenix will be very proud of their tournament, regardless of what happens here. I mean, they created that moment of the series, I think, so far, and I'm sure we'll have some more moments today, but the raw emotion was something pretty special yesterday. Goes after this one and gets it over the infield. Maybe not quite out of the middle, but still runs away for 4. Nakvi muscles up 2 boundaries here in the 3rd.
30 partnership is up off just 15 deliveries, and there wasn't a 30 partnership at all in that batting innings for Gothenburg Phoenix, which pretty much tells you all you need to know about their performance. Say Nakvi, he'll be someone with a point to prove. Of course, he's a man with international experience for Italy as well. Just hasn't quite worked for him so far in this tournament. One decent score, but otherwise not up to his high standards, but he is a big game player. Maybe keeping his best for finals day. Well, there's one of the best. That's a flat 6. Going to go all the way, and it's going to go and roll onto the pitch on the other side. It probably would be a boundary on the other pitch as well, as Manoj is on an early ball hunt. Zayn Nakvi looking like he's in form here on finals day.
Yeah, it's a good sign, isn't it? With the reinforcements, needing a few more batters to fire. It's a good time for Nakvi to come to the table and deliver. Jumped all over that short ball from Kumar. And I think with this start, Tina, this game's on borrowed time. Comeback ball for Pawan. Oh, yeah. That's a really good shot. Gets down, collapses the back leg and escorts it over cover. Classy stuff. Maximo for Zayn Nakvi.
This is danger, not just for Phoenix, but I'd say for whoever Stockholm City face in the final, because Zayn Nakvi on form is irresistible. Goes one side to the leg, one time to the offside, and that was probably one of the best shots of the day. Not that there's been many good shots so far, but that was a touch of class there.
I mean, in the first innings, the pitch looked like it was doing everything. And again, probably a little bit of a mental barrier as well. I think when you lost a lot of wickets, the bowlers are on top, but Nakvi is so experienced on a variety of surfaces, particularly artificial surfaces. I mean, these guys travelled around. In Italy, there's many different grounds you have to play at, and the pitches do play differently there. We've also seen Zayn Nakvi playing in the European Cricket Series in Portugal. Also, we've seen him, for example, in the ECC, playing for Team Italy as well. But, well, the search is on for that ball. Could make an argument that's the shot of the day from Nakvi.
He's another one who's pure power, but he doesn't ever try to overhit it. He knows there's enough pace on the bowling here from Pawan Kumar, especially in the power play. He gets it over that ring. He's going to get value for shots. And I think maybe a new ball has been called for here. Might as well carry on the hunt while continuing the game. I don't think it matters what ball you bowl at Zayn Nakvi when he's in this kind of form.
Yeah, great situation for him as well, because he's basically batting with no pressure at all. He'll be hoping this is the little tune-up he needs to click into gear and hopefully deliver in the final as well. Just 30 runs to win now for Stockholm City. It's funny, I said during the week, normally there's some game when you have something about this length, 6 days, that you normally get one game where first team will get rolled. Just happened to be the Phoenix this morning. Getting done for double digits. That's the end of the over. And after 3, 46 without loss.
Worth taking a few more looks at these shots from Zayn Nakvi. There's that one over leg, and then that one even nicer up and over through the covers. Starshan Lakhani again continues to shuffle the pack, hoping to rediscover a bit of that last day magic yesterday, which ended up with him taking the final wicket, being mobbed by his teammates, ending up on his backside and everything in between.
Yeah.
Seems like a long way away now. It was, what, only about 15 hours ago.
I mean, Darshan has played a lot of cricket, but I don't think he would have had a better moment than rattling the stumps to send his team into the finals with only a handful of runs to spare. Certainly something he'll remember the rest of his life. Might not want to remember this game for the rest of his life, though. He has the chance to take a consolation wicket or two here. Comes on to bowl the 4th over. Already just 30 required. Oh, yeah. Really good shot. Stand and deliver. Watch out. Oh, too far from Nakvi. The Desibox.co €500 cash prize looked to be in danger there, but it's over the top. Just hit too well. The 50 partnership comes up now, and the 50 for Stockholm City. Maximo for Zayn Nakvi.
Nakvi could still be on for a 50 here. 23 runs needed. He's 14 shy. A couple more big hits. This game could be over still in this game.
You can see a bit of the sting out of this game as well. Good retrieval. But Zayn just having a few chats with the fielders and probably saying good shot. You know, it's not too much of a competitive vibe out there at the moment. You can understand given the scoreline. Comeback ball for Darshan. He launches into another one here in the air. Not quite hit as well. It'll plug. Another 2 will take Nakvi to 38. Good strike rate on Nakvi. He's going at 3 a ball before that hit.
It looks like he's in the mood on finals day. The point to prove. That one not quite out of the middle, otherwise I think would have been danger zone further. Plenty of people who are in the nets. Look great to see a lot of kids out there enjoying this Saturday morning cricket and enjoying their own cricket. maybe warming up for the Stride women's and girls
Yeah.
cricket session this afternoon.
That'll be good later on. Good weather for it. Happy to push this one out for a single. Mundra will get another opportunity. There's Hogarth, who was certainly a little bit tender when he cruised past us in the innings break. Oh, might be a veteran, but he can still bend the back. That was a pretty well-directed bumper.
Yeah, one for the over, signalled there. Well, the Phoenix were trying to say that the pitch was doing all sorts this morning, and not even 45 minutes later, Zayn Naqvi is making it look like a road.
Well, it's only Naqvi at the moment because Mundra has missed the last couple. But anyway, Phoenix seem to be very proud of their week when they did make the 4. They're in that 3-way battle with the Uppsala Tigers and the Malmö Mavericks going into the last match last night. Like I said, they kind of had their moment, didn't they? But haven't really turned up this morning. I don't think it's anything that they've done wrong or anything in their approach. I just think they ran into a couple of bowlers that were red hot early, and sometimes wickets can cause other wickets. An overthrow there causes the second, and that just kind of sums it up at the moment for the Phoenix, as Stockholm City finished the over 57 without loss, 4 overs down.
It's almost the stage where it's not worth taking the single from Mundra, because you want to have Zayn Naqvi on strike. And again, I suppose AJ will want to a few more hits before, of course, he'll be required in the final later today, see if he can bat himself into a bit of form.
Yeah, so positives. I mean, Bailey batted well yesterday. Dhaka batted well yesterday. You've got Zayn Naqvi coming into form. Mundra, yeah, I think he'd like a bit more time. They'd like to get a couple more out of the middle. But yeah, you've got kind of 4 threats. You've got Amatal Singh. I don't think we've seen the best of him so far, but he's obviously a very, very experienced player. You know, IPL squad experience. So Stockholm City, the reinforcements delivering so far. Now it's going to be Jack Hogarth to bowl in over number 5 earlier than he'd probably bowl normally. Having said that, I haven't seen him bowling the power play and bowling really well in T10 cricket. And I think they know there's, I suppose, a fistful of runs required. 18. And, might as well give Jack a chance to try and grab a couple of wickets. Yeah, it's been great to watch here in the Nordic Smash. Hope he gets another gig, because he's the kind of player that fans really like to watch. He's emotional. I did see tears from him when he was batting. Anyway, now he's bowling. Swept first ball, but no run. Pawan does the fielding. What's the worst external blow that you've taken, Tina, on a cricket field?
I haven't had too many, because I don't have quite the target to aim at as the boys do. So that one goes up and over, and, well, aiming for the boundary, getting all of it. Zayn Naqvi, pure class.
I haven't seen him play this shot very much, but he's looked pretty comfortable there, didn't he? Mate, it looks super easy as he switches around and pops it over the infield with the reverse. It's probably a leg stump line to a right-hander batter, but Naqvi's just got such a good eye, doesn't he? Moves to 43. Shapes again. He's daring Hogarth to go at the stumps. Gets a scratch on it, does Naqvi, and gets a single, moves to 44.
It's pretty much set up for that reverse while Hogarth was still at the top of his mark.
It's confidence, isn't it? Saying, just so you know,
this is what I'm going to do.
This is the shot I'm playing. Then what do you like to do? It's very hard to know what the right ball is to that. Probably outside the adjusted off stump. But outside the leg stump of the right-hander is probably the line you want to bowl, because you don't have to worry about a wide down leg side. So you've got basically both tram lines as your margin as the bowler. or attack the stumps and hope he misses it. Mundra gets wrapped on the pad. Big appeal, but turned down. Yeah, I mean, I can also understand bowlers saying, right, if you're going to play that shot, I'm going to fire it at the stumps.
Yeah.
By definition, it's a across the line shot. If you miss, I hit the stumps or hit the pad and get the LBW. Obviously, the batters that play that shot, they're pretty confident they can get that on ball.
Yeah, I think because I'm tall as well and I've played on a lot of green pitches, it doesn't really get up to me. So I've not really had kind of ribs as we get to the end of the fifth. 62 for no loss.
I guess
so I think probably
you're not a keeper. As a keeper, you wear a lot.
I think I've just had,
in the field,
legs.
Legs.
No, I mean I've had like massive bruises because of, but nothing. Touch wood, nothing really to properly rattle my cage. What's the worst you've had?
Where do you want to start? I mean, fingers, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't need to count those. In indoor cricket, taking the occasional one in the face off a top edge. Don't really wear a helmet in indoor cricket. Ball's a bit softer, but it's still pretty hard. So yeah, it wasn't too fun. But yeah, I kind of have this mentality. You've got to love it. I often say this with when I've been keeping, especially up to the stumps, to some fairly quick bowlers. I said, no, I've got the importance bits covered. I've got my legs covered. I've got my important bits covered. Got my head covered. And anywhere else, I'll just wear it. Right now, the Phoenix are wearing a loss. We're pretty sure, because that's another 4 runs to start the over. Nakvi to 48. Lakani comes on to bowl his second over. And Zayn tuning up nicely for the final, knocking on the door of a half-century.
One hit away now, Zayn, from getting there, and he's been served up a full toss and he's got all of it, so he's going to get there with the Maximo. It lands on the nets again, too far for the daisybox.co banner. Please, can we have our ball back, says Wafa to the kids in the nets. Zayn Nakvi gets to his half-century in just 19 deliveries. Single-handedly almost put his team into the finals here.
We will get the ball back eventually, but yeah, Nakvi, good innings from him. Probably underwhelmed during the week, but good players turn up when it counts. We're basically into knockout cricket this morning. A 19-ball half-century, the fastest of the Nordic smash so far. Now he's just going to slap this one away nonchalantly, and Stockholm City will collect the win, doing it with 14 and a half overs to spare. The biggest margin I think we've seen in this Nordic smash so far. For Gothenburg Phoenix, I suppose these games happen. It's just, I suppose, a shame for them it happened in the semi-final, but they can be very proud of their tournament, and we look forward to seeing them again in the second edition. But it's all right in the city. Stockholm City, the first team through to the final.
Excellent performance from City, showing exactly why they came into finals day without dropping a single game, and they go through to the final, where surely they'll be favourites against whoever comes their way. As for the Phoenix, well, they almost had their win last night, didn't they? The celebrations there were unrivaled, but they didn't have much to celebrate from the start today. Rolled over in the first innings for just, in the end, a handful of runs. It was 74 of them. Stockholm City, in response, just snatched the win within the power play as well. So it was a comprehensive performance. They could have been forgiven for just nurdling their way over the finish line and being safe, but Zayn Nakvi, he's batted himself into some blistering form, scoring 60 runs off just 20 deliveries. What a way to book your place in the final. So it doesn't take too long to run down the scorecard, because it was just the two batters. I suppose AJ Mundra, keep an eye on him, because he hasn't exactly blistered his way through this game, but he hasn't had to with Zayn Nakvi there, and he's shared an unbeaten partnership worth 76. So there you have it. Say goodbye to Gothenburg Phoenix, who have been real performers, haven't they? got to have a word for Patient Chirumbira, who's been excellent with the ball up top. Cameron Ahmedzai as well performed with bat and ball. Jack Hogarth has been good value for his bowling as well, always coming up with wickets at important times. But that'll be the end for the Phoenix. As for Stockholm City, they'll go through to finals this afternoon, and surely they'll be the favourites going into that one with whoever they face in that second semi-final.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're the only undefeated team in the competition. They're 6-0 now. And yeah, I do agree with you, Tina. Whoever they face, I think they will be the favourites. The reinforcements delivering for City, for the Phoenix. It's time to kind of slice and dice and analyse their week. But first, I hope they enjoy the day. It's a beautiful day here, midsummer this weekend in Sweden, and they can be very proud of what they've achieved. Of course, they had their moment last night, didn't they? The most exciting game of the Nordic Smash, which they were able to get the 10th wicket late in the day that saw them to finals day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo then. Tina Goff and I will be back, as it will be Västerås United taking on Stockholm United for the other spot in the final when we return. We do have a bit of a break, so it'll be about an hour and 20 minutes before we'll be back. But we will be back here in Sweden. A beautiful sunny Saturday, finals day here. We'll see you after the long break for more Nordic Smash T20 finals day.
वो बोलेगा इस रास्ते में 6 मारो, दूसरे रास्ते 12 जाएंगे।
ये वो क्या है जैसे स्पॉन्सर प्लेयर है जो फेमस प्लेयर है ये अपना काम निकाल रहा है जल्दी बनाओ मैं बाजी चलो टॉप करो कौन जीता अगर जीता कौन साला 10 किलो वजन कम हो गया अभी
Getting old?
Getting old. You reckon? It's actually getting like further away from me now.
ग्लासेस की जरूरत पड़ेगी अभी आई थिंक इसलिए और अमेरिका की सनग्लासेस देखो
यार टी शर्ट चेंज हो रही है, नंबर चेंज हो गया थोड़ा सा। पहन लाए हो? बिना पहने कैसे आ गए? ये 17 सही बात है।
Hello and a warm welcome back to sunny Stockholm, where we're into the second semi-final here between Västerås United and Stockholm United, with a place in the final on the line. Stockholm United have won the toss and decided to field. Well, what a game we had this morning. We were pretty happy because it allowed us to have a slightly longer lunch break. I'll tell you who else was happy. That was, of course, Stockholm City, who put Gothenburg Phoenix to the sword in quite sensational fashion. Gothenburg Phoenix never really got out of bed. They were skittled inside 16 overs for 74 runs, and that's actually probably a bit of a shine on what could have been a total under 50. It was thanks to a gritty innings from Jack Hogarth, who took one in the abdomen for his troubles as well. He top scored with 20 off 22. Cameron Ahmadzai hung around for a while, 19 off 24, and only other batter to get out of single digits was Baljit Singh. But let's talk about the bowlers for a second, because Ishara Pereira and Hassan Ali were in insatiable form. 7 wickets between them. Ishara Pereira picking up the first fifer of the tournament with his 5 for 14. Tahir Tarar chipped in with 2 wickets, as did the skipper Amitoz Singh, 1 for 18. That was a destruction this morning. Remains to be seen then who will join them in the final. Västerås United seems pretty much back to full strength. They rested a few of their key players yesterday and didn't really help them as they fell to defeat. But at that point, they already knew they were through to finals day. So maybe the likes of William Basisto, the skipper, and JP Mead, the wicketkeeper, who had a rest yesterday, are fresh and ready to go here. As for Stockholm United, the skipper, Shadab Jakarti, won the first battle of the toss. And first ball there, bowled by Anurit Singh, is middled straight to cover by William Basisto, the skipper, back into the side. Basisto, it was good to see his and hear his insights on the mic yesterday. Talking about the importance of running the quick singles. He is the absolute master of that, as he's joined out there in the middle. By Shaurav, who hits his first ball straight to the rope, and that's Västerås's innings up and running then with a boundary. You can see mid-on, mid-off, very wide inside the ring, so anything straight is going to run away. This outfield lightning quick, having had a few days to dry out. I think it needed a few days after the amount of rain we had on Monday and Tuesday. But since then, it's been smooth sailing. It's a very pleasant 27 degrees at the moment, and a nice gentle breeze, which actually, I think up here in the commentary box is perfect. Out there in the middle is a bit more of a gale, because we've had some trouble already with the stumps falling from the gust of the cricketing gods. Unfortunately for Gothenburg Phoenix, it was falling as well from the bowling of Stockholm City. Absolute destruction this morning. 7 clean bowled in that innings. And then interestingly, they made the pitch, Gothenburg Phoenix, look like it was doing all sorts. And then Zayn Naqvi and AJ Mundra came out for Stockholm City, said, "What are you complaining about?" Zayn Naqvi finishing on an unbeaten 58 off just 20 deliveries. And that's hooked away, and that's middled, nicely played. Maximo to end the first over. Anurit Singh, unusually expensive here, goes for 15 off the first. Västerås United will be happy with that start. Yeah, Zayn Naqvi seems to have hit form at just the right time. We've been bigging him up all week. One of the star players here at this tournament, of course, a national player for Italy. And it's just not quite clicked for him so far. Had fits and starts, but not pushed on to that big score. But he proves he's the man for the big occasion, smashing his side to a 10-wicket victory this morning, striking at 290. In fact, that batting innings from Stockholm City lasted just 26 minutes. I think it probably could have been accomplished quicker as well. The speed of the innings in this Stockholm heat has not exactly been what you'd call quick. You can forgive these players after a tough 6 days of competition. Yeah, there's some weary bodies out there. Speaking to patient Charabira after the game for Gothenburg Phoenix opening bowl, he said, yeah, there was a few weary limbs, and almost that big game that they won last night to take them through to the final was almost like the final itself for them. The emotion and the investment into that game just drained the life out of them, and you could tell this morning they were a weary side coming up against the Stockholm City team who's been able to make a few changes, also forced into a few changes because of availability issues. They just look the fresher side. And they, of course, will go into the final, which is at 4 p.m. local time, completely unbeaten, as Ankit Rajput, the usual figure here to take the new ball for Stockholm United alongside Anurit Singh. These two are a potent opening bowling partnership for Stockholm United, so Sharav and Basisto need to be watchful here. Games sometimes can be won in the power play, but more dangerously, they can also be lost in the power play. Just ask the Phoenix this morning. They'd already lost 6 wickets within 5 overs. And we know from Basisto and Sharav that they can both accelerate when needed, so almost worth being watchful to see off Ankit Rajput and Anurit Singh as much as possible and then attack the other bowlers. Ankit coming off just a couple of paces, but still able to zip it through to the wicketkeeper, Vainan Boshoff. Good to see him playing. He's appeared late in the tournament, but he's a force to be reckoned with both the gloves behind the stumps and with bat in hand. Interesting, the game we were talking about that's running in parallel to this one on the other pitch at this beautiful facility in Stockholm is a game in which Vainan's domestic side are playing in. So he's fully concentrated on the game he's playing here against Västerås, but I think maybe just one eye on the proceedings on the other pitch as well. Good from Ankit. His customary tight lines. He doesn't give the batters much length at all here. I think Sharav just indicating there to his skipper, Basisto, that there's a bit of extra bounce in this pitch. That one's flicked away nicely and is cut off on the 45. But an excellent over from Rajput, giving away just 4 singles. Going at 8s though, Västerås won't be too upset with that. Steady start, if not explosive, 19 off 2. Big warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat again. I see Thomas Martinez there, Paolo Campini, Johnny Heesum. Warm is the operative word as well. I'd say this is pretty much perfect here up in the commentary balcony. Players were saying when they came to join us here, it's nice here. That one's miss-hit over mid-wicket, but it will land safe and they'll jog through for 2. It's nice up here in the box. It's sweltering out there in the middle. There are a few thunderstorms forecast. Touch wood, it's looking clear for now, and well, looking at the forecast for next week, both in Europe and in the UK, it's looking positively sweltering. No, the UK doesn't do very well in heat. Everyone starts to go a little round the bend, but looking forward to that. I remember the days of Monday when I was shivering in 7 layers, so certainly won't hear me complaining about the sun, hopefully next week. Of course, it's a big day of cricket around the world, as this one is hit well, but it's straight to the fielder who takes the catch. So Shaurav has to depart. He almost just stroked that straight to the fielder. It's an odd shot given that there's only 2 out on the power play. One of them's here at third, and the other one was pretty much exactly where that one was hit by Shaurav. I think he knew he was in trouble straight away. Doesn't get a hold of it at all. You can see that the catch is taken some 5 meters inside the boundary. Curious one there from Sarkar, just not quite getting a hold of it. In some ways getting hold of it too much. Had he mishit it, he probably would have been safe. As it is though, safely making his way back to the gazebo, and Westeros do lose their first wicket in the power play. It's 21 for 1. Sisto still out there, hasn't had much of the strike so far, faced just 5 balls. Bay Tipness will be the new batter, left-handed, so they have this left-hand, right-hand combination, which has actually worked quite well for them throughout this tournament. Anuri, so dangerous in the power play. Probably one of the easier wickets he's picked up, to be honest. It's a length ball, not too much off the surface or in the air, but just builds pressure and forces Sarkar into a missed shot. Abai then with the rebuild on his hands and goes back, and that's the signature Westeros quick single. And well, I'd be a bit careful if I was Stockholm United firing into the stumps when the batters are safely home, because they'll find themselves on the wrong end of a few buzzers. Will Basisto is so alert to those singles. He won't be afraid to capitalise on any fielding mistake. They do just scamper through for a cheeky single. Going around the grounds all over the world at the Oval, day 4 of the England Test match, the lesser spotted day 4. New Zealand leading by 380 runs. They're 280 for 4 in their second innings, so already looking like England not going to get the win on that one. That's played nicely through the covers. I think the ball is just going to slow up there, despite the relatively quick outfield. And they do jump through for 2. That's the end of the over then. And score 24 for 1 off 3.
Come on, boys, come on, wake up, boys, come on! Come on, boys, get down, come on, boys! Come on, boys, let's take them down, come on!
While Vinny takes a well-earned rest, I've got a special guest in the commentary box with me who we saw this morning, albeit briefly, thanks to his side's performance. And this is Patient, the opening bowler for Gothenburg Phoenix. Welcome and commiserations as well on that game this morning. How are you feeling?
Oh, good afternoon, Tina. It's nice to be here with you this afternoon. And yeah, it was quite a emotional evening last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a remarkable finish to quite a close game as well. And but this morning not quite.
Well, it was still an interesting game for the wrong reasons maybe for you guys, as Ankit continues here. It's just nudged off the bat for a single. Yeah, I was saying before you came on air that yesterday almost felt like the final for you. Getting through to finals day was a big achievement, and there was so much on the line in that final game. It felt like you put all of your energy and emotions into that, and you had nothing left this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was day 5, so you can imagine. It's been 5 days of grueling cricket, and yeah, we left everything, and we probably used up all our luck, like I said earlier. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a final for us, really. And it meant a lot for the guys because we were in a really, a tricky situation. We dug ourselves in a hole throughout the tournament. As we see, that one a little bit too wide outside the line of off-stump from Mankit. Rajput, he's played in the IPO apparently.
Yeah, he has. He's got a wealth of experience over in the subcontinent. And started well here. I mean, he starts well every single game, to be honest. He's formed quite a formidable bowling partnership with Anarit Singh. Both of them don't give too much away despite that early wide. But I mean, you were bowling excellently for Phoenix, almost always opening the bowling. What was it like out there, especially with this pitch? I know some of your teammates struggled a bit this morning, but it looked like it was quite lively for a bowler.
I think I had a bit of an advantage because I came in a week earlier, and I was here involved with the Viking Cup. And that was the international T20 tournament with Austria, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So I had an opportunity to watch 3 days of cricket here on the same pitch, so I could see what the lengths were. And it was just that back of a length that just in between length where you get a lot of bounce and a lot of zip through the wicket. And I just realized that, yeah, that's the kind of length and that's kind of areas to hit on this surface. So I kind of had a bit of a sneak peek before, so maybe I had an advantage.
Well, you made every use of that advantage because you bowled excellently and really tied the bowlers up, or the batters up in the power play, which is what Rajput has done so well for his side as well. Just redirecting the troops, 2 out of the ring in the power play, 1's at 3rd, and the other one's now been sent back to long off.
He's a tall bowler, so he releases from quite high, and hence, as you can see on that occasion, gets quite an awkward bounce.
And he only goes off a couple of paces as well, so it's sometimes hard to judge when a fast bowler only comes off 2 or 3 paces, because your instinct is, it can't be coming that quick, because you always kind of think the longer the run up, the quicker it's going to come.
Absolutely.
But he just has a couple of steps, and it's all in the shoulder and the height, as you say.
Yeah, it comes quicker than you expect. He's got a really good wrist behind the ball. That's a big thing.
This time though, slightly short, and it's dispatched 2-3 bounces and rolls into the rope. So it's a much needed boundary there for Safe, who has joined Basisto out in the middle.
Yeah, there's no protection square off the wicket on the offside, so that's a little bit too short. That's not a sort of length to ball and line as well if you don't have protection. And so that's easy pickings, really.
Yeah, especially in the power play, where you just have those 2 outside the ring. Pretty much can't bowl anything short. I know he's now sent someone out, but I'd rather actually have it over pitched outside off stump and then send the covers out. You're kind of protecting yourself for a bad delivery here. This time it is nudged away, and again they run a single, and they could maybe think of a second here. And Basisto, quick as a flash, does go for the second. And well, you played against him in the group stages. Basisto is such a frustrating batter to face, isn't he, as we get to the end of the 4th, 36 for 1, because he's always looking for that single, and it puts so much pressure on the fielders to pick it up cleanly, which is what didn't happen on that occasion, and they managed to run through.
Yeah, he's a high-quality player, is Basisto. What I like about him is he's always busy and he's positive. He runs hard between the wickets, and he's always pushing the first one out, so that's what puts the pressure on the fielders. And he's always looking for 2 when he hits the sweepers in the deep. He's coming hard and he's coming for 2, and just that energy it puts a lot of pressure on the fielders. And sometimes you get those fumbles, and then he comes back for 2 and sometimes 3, and he's always pushing and motoring. He's a high quality player, this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Captained Australia under-19s at a World Cup, was player of the tournament in that same event as well. So he's got some pedigree, and he just seems like a great captain as well. He's super positive. He leads from the front with his hustle, and able to bowl a few good balls as well, good overs, but he hasn't bowled that much, probably because he'd rather have some of his front line bowlers instead. He's got a job on his hands here. He started off relatively cautiously, but as we've seen from a lot of the high-quality batters in this tournament so far, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and he's able to accelerate. It'll be interesting to see if he brings out those ramps and scoops, which has become a bit of a trademark of his as well. Sabi Zahid will bowl the 5th, so they've already seen off the opening bowler, Anarit Singh. He goes at 10s, which is unusually expensive for him. Comes charging down the pitch, Basisto, but just gets the sneaky one. But again, he's looking for the 2nd. It will be cut off well on the 45. So United here have to be really careful on those throws. Any mistake and Basisto will capitalise on it. And he almost drags the other batter, whoever he's playing with, he drags them along when they have to run whether they like it or not. Saif Al Hassan seems pretty keen to run as well. But Will Basisto just has this infectious energy about him, doesn't he?
And that's what he does. His mannerism, his professionalism, it rubs on to the rest of the group. And that's why he's here. That's the reason why players like this are brought into such tournaments to try and impart their knowledge and wisdom. And Basisto's doing just that, and it's sterling. And you can see how everyone's starting to sort of imitate and sort of follow his lead,
yeah,
as it were. I watched him in the warm-ups the other day. He was doing shuttles and sprinting, and you know, he's the professional, and he's the guy to look up to. So you need a guy like him in the dressing room, and especially for a tournament like this in Europe, it's a big plus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he could be almost forgiven for just turning up here, phoning it in and saying, well, you know, I'm almost on holiday here and I know I can play at this level, so, you know, I'll have a nice time. But he's really been the consummate professional. He's been helping his teammates, and what an experience it is for the likes of Saif Al Hassan batting at number 3 here to bat with him, to learn from him, and just to share the dressing room. So much to learn and so much to admire in the Västerås United skipper.
Absolutely priceless.
Good start though here from Sabi Zahid, and he misses out on that occasion. Basisto on the fuller delivery. In fact, no, he doesn't. I missed that one entirely. He goes for 4 runs. He almost strokes it away. I thought it went straight back to the bowler.
No, it was a full bunger, and he's absolutely drilled that downtown, straight down the ground past the bowler. It's a glorious straight drive, come to think of it. It's hit hard, no one moves. He doesn't even run for that. It's a really, really good strike there.
I think that's why I missed it, because the glare of that pitch and the fact that Basisto didn't move at all, I just assumed it didn't go anywhere, but it went to the boundary in a flash. Basisto not missing out on the full bunger.
Yeah, 42 for 1 after just 4.3, going at a fair clip really here for Västerås, and yeah, I'll say steady start.
Yeah, very steady if they can get to the end of the power play and not lose another wicket, especially if Basisto stays in there, and go at 10s, then they'll certainly be happy with that start. That's a classy shot as it's slapped away into the leg side, and again they'll comfortably run through for 2 on the throw. And there's a perfect example, Patient, that even if it comes in and it's actually a direct hit from the boundary, but it's such a comfortable run that if you set off with the intention of getting that 2, then you're almost always going to get it.
It's the intent, right? Look at that. He has no hesitation whatsoever. He wants to, and he's just going to come in 10, and he's coming back for 2. So you know that is the intention. That's what it is. The intent is so positive and so aggressive, and he's running between the wickets. That's
a lovely shot. That's cracked down the middle, and well, the first one was a full bugger. That one was pretty much just a slot delivery, and Basisto says thank you very much. Everyone again motionless, the fielders pretty much spectators along with the rest of us at the moment. Basisto, second boundary of the over.
Yeah, it's in the slot, and yeah, still got to be put away, but gee, he's a good nick, isn't he? That's a top shot. It's an absolute classy shot there.
He's so steady at the crease, isn't he? Not much movement. He just sits, waits like a predator waiting for its prey. It's a good over so far for Västerås, 12 coming off it. Yeah, it's certainly about that intent, isn't it? You see a lot around European cricket that the ball is hit into the outfield and the batters just assume there's not going to be more than 1, so they just jog it through. And then there's a misfield, and then they're behind it, and they're like, oh, God, could have got 2 there. If you run every single first run as if there's a 2 possible, the worst thing that happens is there isn't a 2, and then you're in a no worse position. Again, easy 2. Probably should have put it away there, Basisto, for his high standards, but runs through for a couple, and that'll be 14 off the over and the 50 up as well for Västerås United. 50 for 1 at the end of 5, and they're going nicely here.
Yeah, that's a great start. It's a fabulous start. 10 and over. That's what you would ask for in the beginning. We saw that Posisto, what he does is he starts off a little bit slowly, and he gets to have a look at how the ball's coming out the bowler's hand, have a look at how the surface reacting in the morning, and then suddenly takes him 2 or 3 balls, 5 balls maybe, and then he's on his bike.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying. The best players, it's not about getting off to a blistering start. It's about getting yourself in, and then once you're in, you know you have the skills to accelerate. He hasn't even had to bring out the sweeps and the ramps so far because straight down the ground has been working so well for him. It's important over here for both sides. It's the final one of the power play. The ball has been thrown to Danushka Gunatilaka, so another player with test match experience for Sri Lanka, with IPL experience. So it's an interesting move here from the skipper to slow things down, to see if a bit of spin can break this burgeoning partnership. It's worth 29 so far. Shahrov Sarkar, the only wicket to fall so far, halfway through the 3rd. Interesting matchup as well to the left-handed Safe, who's mostly been watching and admiring Basisto from the non-strikers end so far. Big appeal, steps well across, and it's given. Safe and Will both not too happy with that decision. Just maybe a question of height. Let's take another look at this one.
Interesting to see where that pitch is. Okay, he's going across the stump, so that's probably striking him outside the line of 4 stump, is it? That's pretty close, that, but looks a little bit outside the line. Yeah, the big shot to convince the umpire, and he's right in his face, and probably that's what's done the trick, isn't it?
Impact well outside the line there. I mean, that's a tough one. A tough one for Safe to swallow there. You've got to say, the umpiring's been pretty much exemplary throughout, but yeah, I think that one's a mistake. But we're all human. We've all made mistakes. And that one brings JP Mead to the crease. So it is a 2nd wicket to fall in the power play, and that's why they turned to the international superstar in the form of Danushka Gunatilaka. And, well, speaking of international superstars, there's many out there, and also Vinny has joined me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sometimes reputation can get you a few wickets. That one for me did hit outside the line, and I think I'd be pretty disappointed to go in that fashion, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Saif goes for 9 off 7, but does present an opportunity for JP Mead. An Italian keeper back, coming to the crease, facing up.
Excuse that one for a single. Big thanks to Patient, who joined in the commentary box.
How was Patient? I always love to have him on.
He's got a voice like smooth butter.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But he's actually going to help in the Stride Women and Girls Cricket Clinic, so he's got a higher calling than just being a mere commentator.
That's right.
I'm sure he's got a lot of wisdom to impart.
Always putting back, isn't he, Patient? I've had him on before when we've had European Cricket Series in the Netherlands. He does a good job. And so does Gunatilaka. Sisto wants to reverse, and he does, and that was sweet. Oh, what a hit from Will Basisto. Maximo Reversimo from the Västerås United skipper.
Well, we were wondering how long it would be until the sweep and the reverses come out, and, well, he's decided to still bring them out in the power play. And that one, 6 of the best.
Oh.
Stand and deliver.
Do you think reverse 6s should be worth 12? I feel like they're twice as hard as regular 6s.
I couldn't dream of playing a shot like that, so.
Goes again. Well, Basisto, he's the king of the reverse this week, isn't he? This one was quite tough, I think, because it bounced almost like a half volley. I think this is one of the harder ones to reverse because your hands are around the wrong way. It's fine if your name's Wafa, but it's a bit awkward. But again, Basisto putting on a clinic as he cracks that one to the boundary for 4 more.
This is when it becomes danger territory for Basisto. and for Stockholm United, because he's so speedy on this. And we've seen before, he doesn't just do it once, he doesn't do it twice. When he sees a bowler and lines him up, he's like, I'm doing it. All over long.
I suppose optimistically, as a fielding cap, you think all he has to do is miss hit one. We've got 2 fielders there waiting for it. Basically throws in a bouncer now. It's going to Tillicott. Says, right, sweep this. It's right off the cue end of the bat, though. Oh, Posisto, he gets through for a single. I think JP would be keen to make a few runs. Been there or thereabouts this week without kind of really ever turning it on. Back behind the stumps, of course. These two out there in the middle had a rest yesterday, but they are back in action for this semi-final.
And that one's going to go for, I assume, 5 wides.
Has to be.
Because that one went well over the head of JP Mead. He's not the tallest, but I think the 7-foot man would have been bounced by that one as well.
Well, poor Boshoff needed the pogo stick boots, didn't he, to get this one. It was pretty quick, to be fair. I'm going to Tillicott with a 1 for the over, and it might be the quickest 5 wides off a spinner I've ever seen, Tina.
I think his ego has just been dented a little here, despite the fact that Posisto is all smiles with him. Not sure he's the biggest fan of being reversed for a 6 and a 4.
No.
He's got a final ball. Is it going to be another medium bouncer, or is he going to rein it in?
Medium fast.
Oh, it's medium quick spin. And again, the throw comes darting in, but it's an easy trot through for Västerås United. So they do lose a wicket in that over, but they're going at quite some clip here. Over 10s, 68 for 2, and that is the end of the power play.
Yeah, and decent power play. Despite the 2 wickets, that was the second one. I guess the umpire gets one look at it. He thought it hit in line, and if it did, it was going on to hit the stumps. But then it was reverse the clock, wasn't it, with Posisto. 2 different kinds of reverse sweep, both hit pretty well. Then this one clocked in at about 90 miles an hour, but straight into the middle of the wicket, bouncing over Boschov and the batter for 5 extras. Field goes back now, so maybe some relief, but Västerås United off to a flyer. Jakarta to bowl. Again, he's had a mixed week with the ball. Let's see what he can do, the former IPL cricketer that is captaining Stockholm United, and he is back in the 11 today. This is like a battle of the resters, isn't it? With Jakarta taking yesterday off. These 2 batters likewise tucked away. It probably doesn't go all the way, or still running. Should get 3 here. Again, excellent running. You'd expect these 2 to be pretty quick between the sticks.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, Patient and I. It's about the intent to run that first one hard, and you can always turn back if a second isn't available, but I think on 2 or 3 occasions already in this early innings, they've been able to run either on the fumble or the fact that the ball hasn't quite reached the outer fielder yet. This time, though, on the money from Saurabh Kanwar.
They're a real danger team, though, Stockholm United, and I don't think there's a score that they don't think they'll potentially be able to chase. And even if you put 200 plus on the board, look at some of those dangerous hitters. Kanwar, this guy has had a good week, for example. Then Tillicott, of course. Well, that's absolutely smashed this time. And the mid-wicket, I didn't know too much about it, did he? And he took a little slide step out of the way, and that ball ends up by the fence, 4 runs.
Going along really nicely here. Posisto, 35 off 19. JP Mead is almost the perfect foil for him as well. More than capable of finding the boundary himself, but I suppose more significantly for Posisto, he's a very willing runner there. As he looks again for the single, but this time stopped. A backward point by Danushka Gunatulaka. It'll be interesting to see if he comes back on. Went for 18. Zabi Zahid went for 40, and he wasn't given the grace of another over. So Kanwar doing pretty well so far. That time he strays, and that's going to go away for a boundary. It's outside the power play, so they can do 5 outside the ring, but there's no one there in that backward of square region.
Bad ball. You wouldn't expect this from someone as experienced. You can see Kanwar, it is with the ball, in fact, That goes short down the leg side.
This time swatted away, and again they're going to look for two. If they go straight away, I think they probably could have got it, but in this occasion it was a clean pickup. That does mean that Basisto, though, will keep the strike. He moves to 40. The 30 partnership is up. 3 clap minimum there off just 11 deliveries. At the end of the 7th, 80 for 2.
3.5. So it's Stockholm United looking United today, all in their navy blue shirts. Some pretty smart uniforms in this series, aren't they?
I'm almost disappointed that they didn't have a third finals day strip.
Oh yeah,
You know, some
gold,
snazzy gold.
with the, you know, like football shirts that you wear once and then auction them off, or
a bit
swap
glitter.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do more shirt swapping in cricket.
It's not really a thing, is it?
No, too sweaty.
I've got quite an almighty collection of shirts. I've got a shirt wall at home.
Really?
All of
Shirts you've worn or been gifted, or
a bit of both.
I've got built quite a collection up as well. Come to think of it, caps as well. People like to give me caps. It's very nice of them.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to find a nice way to display them, because some of them have stuff on the front, some of them have stuff on the back. As we go into the 8th and we go reverse, and Will, and this time it's JP Mead, in fact. No, it is Will.
Yeah, that is Will.
My eyes do not deceive me, although the scoreboard is deceiving me.
All right, first ball the over, total switch around now, and Basisto goes to 44. I thought for a second the fine leg was going to be in place. Very fine for a kind of top edge off that reverse. But he's just so good.
Every part of me says that.
Goes again, and this time no one is in play apart from the boundary riders. And if that goes all the way, and it absolutely does, then Basisto brings up his half century in just 24 deliveries. He's making the most of his rest from yesterday, and he's looking in blistering form here. The switches are coming out, and that's when you know Will is seeing it like a beach ball.
Oh, like taking candy from a 45-year-old baby, really, at the moment, as Ducati drops short and he gets horned. Another reverse emote. Finally, they're going to make the field change, but this is the thing. Basisto's done that. Now he spots that there's another gap in the field, and so cover is open. And of course, he's always got that option just to work it away, so he's completely in control of the game at the moment. Dare I risk a commentary jinx? We've not had the triple figures.
It's an early jinx.
It's an early jinx, but I mean, we're only 7.5 overs in. He's already 50. JP Mead just getting started.
It's almost curious, these fielding changes happening so late, as it's not the first time Basisto has brought out this shot, pretty much his favourite shot in the book by all accounts, and yet Wayne making the point why the teams refuse to put a deep third in for his reverse sweep.
My honest answer is I think it's a risky shot and they're waiting for a mistake. Honestly, I think normally it's the kind of shot you'd want to encourage, because it's among the most difficult shots in cricket, if not the most difficult. In the air and taken just inches above the turf, so Ducati does break through. And would you believe it, Will Basisto made it to 50 effortlessly. This one bounced a little bit more than he bargained for, and it's one captain getting another. And it is that fielder that's brought into play, not on the reverse, but on the cut. And the jinx prophecy is complete at 92 for 3.
I mean, you called it early, and he fell tantalisingly short of that 100, just 49 runs shy. After you jinxed him, he didn't score another run. Luckily for Westeros, he did score 51 of them before he departed. Good rate as well, 26 balls, including some spectacular reverses, but it's that...
the irony of getting out right-handed. When he is right-handed and left-handed, he didn't look like edging a ball or mis-hitting a ball. But his big moment in the game, I mean, plenty of scoreboard damage already. 92 on the board. Here's Kean Gase, the vice captain, coming to the crease.
It's a shame for Will that he wasn't able to kick on to a mammoth score. But he's put his side in a decent position. I mean, that projected score is up at 235. I think that's probably a bit optimistic now that Will's back in the hut.
Batters fear me more than bowlers in Europe, because it seems like I have this awesome power that I can unleash any time I suggest maybe the 100's on. But Well done to Jakarti. Fights back, 12 off the over, and then comes up with the wicket. And
what a teamwork, yeah. Come on, helmet boy. Helmet boy.
Final ball then.
Helmet boy.
Well, just checking, because I think there was one to go, but Zabi is lining up now for the next over.
Guess it is over now. As
the ball that never was.
He's dropped like 5 catches.
Fortunately, Gase will wear a dot. And we'll get to face his kind at first ball now.
At least if he gets out, it won't be a golden duck.
Yeah, true.
Zahid coming in then to bowl the next over and for the 9th. So he went for 14 in the first, but he's been given a second bite of the cherry here. We've already used 6 bowlers. Have Stockholm United. Imagining Anurit Singh and Rajput will still be kept in the back pocket until the latter stages. Now that Will Basisto is out, I think Stockholm United will be feeling a bit more comfortable, try and get on top of these new batters. JP Mead, it hasn't really worked for him so far with the bat this week. Got a responsibility now to step up, slower ball, picked in the end, and it's a quick run where a direct hit would have been out. But again, it's so difficult to get that direct hit on this ground. Unless you hit the base of the stumps, it's pretty much always going to skip over.
Yeah, you got to try and york the stumps, don't you? And that one bounced over. Couldn't really see the line, but it didn't look too far away. Zabi Zahid bowls a very interesting slower ball. Basically like a leg cutter, kind of pulls the ball down to the left. It's a good change up. We saw him get Williams with that yesterday, followed by a bit of a, what do you call it? Like a imitation celebration.
He might not be. I don't think so.
Immigration?
Immigration sounds like something alcohol related.
Well, definitely no inebriation with Zabi Zahid.
Knocked into the gap, and they're going to look for 2 here, I reckon, and I think they'd get it if they set off, and it's exactly what they do. They get home comfortably in the end, and it's excellent running. And great awareness from these 2.
It's just low risk, high return batting, isn't it? By hitting it slowly. Okay, bowler wasn't able to prevent the 2, and fielder running, and you can normally tell if there's 2 there by kind of where you, if the fielder hasn't yet reached the ball.
Yeah.
When you've reached for your first run, it's normally a good sign. You will be able to get back for a second. But especially in this phase where they have lost their captain, they're trying to run between the wickets quickly and keep that score moving along. End of the over. 9 overs down, 97 for 3.
Yeah, so coming up to halfway, the run rate is still more than healthy for Västerås United. It's just a question of whether they can keep up that scoring rate, which was mostly off the bat of Will Basisto, the captain, who fell for 51. It looks like it will be the Jakarti to carry on here, just the numberless Jakarti guiding his troops.
Fresh shirt for finals day.
Yeah, it's the special edition finals shirt here from Stockholm United.
Good opportunity for Mead here to keep the innings rolling in the right direction. Mason Jakarti, left arm around the wicket.
I suppose Mead isn't the most powerful of batters, which means he does rely on quick running and guile rather than brute force. He is able to find the rope, no question about it. But he takes his time, tries to build the innings, I suppose takes a leaf out of Basisto's book. These 2 will certainly grind the fielders into the dirt with their running. I was speaking to Patient earlier and he was saying it's very hot out there. We have the nice gentle breeze up here in the commentary box, but out there in the middle, temperatures are rising, 26 degrees, getting to the hottest part of the day. Hopefully those forecast thunderstorms stay away. It feels okay for now.
Yeah.
Goes on the reverse, and there we go. JP Mead, or is it Will Basisto? Either way, it's all the way for a flat 6. I think Mead must have been insulted by the fact I said he didn't have the brute force, because that one was right off the middle of the bat.
Just can't believe how well the players hit this reverse to get it all the way. Again, makes up his mind just pre-delivery. He knew straight away that was going the distance. Maximal for Mead. Of course, was part of the Italian squad that went to the World Cup and did a good job behind the stumps for the Azzurri. We talked about the Italian national team yesterday a little bit. The fact that there's an interesting mix of cricketers.
One sits up. Will just be swatted again. They'll look for two. And JP scampers through. And again, not quite the cleanest of pickups. It's been actually relatively sloppy fielding performance so far from Stockholm United.
Yeah, you've got a mixture of kind of Italian-based players and then Italian citizens that are playing abroad, normally having been born abroad. And so, yeah, I think they learn a lot from each other, to be honest.
JP, I think, is Italian through his mum, as that one's paddled away nicely. This one's going to run away. JP getting his skates on now. Brought up the 100 in this over as well. Jakarta coming in for some punishment here. 14 runs coming off the over so far. 1 ball to play.
Yeah, I mean, even with the wickets falling, they seem to be able to keep that run rate up, don't they? Chalk and cheese, really, compared to the first innings of the first semi-final.
Final ball before halfway. Just plays it watchfully. And again, every time it hits the bat, pretty much, it's a single. So you have an over with not a single dot ball within it. 2 boundaries as well. So at the halfway mark, Westeros sitting pretty here, 112 for 3. JP Mead going well, 22 off 11, and that was the pick of the bunch in that over.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really well executed reverse. I suppose this is a good opportunity for the Westeros United middle order. I will say they haven't had to do very much because of the consistent form of Pesisto in the series. But still 10 overs and plenty of work to do. Like I said, Stockholm United are your ultimate bogey team. I think they're the most dangerous team in the competition, to be honest, because if it feels like their ceiling is so high, even something like 220 might not be enough here. Westeros United, though, they've kind of built their team around doing the little things well. Got a good vibe in the team, but Stockholm United, they've had their ups and their downs, but if they can have an up today, they could go all the way. Of course, they had to win yesterday to even be here on finals day. Ended up getting that win against Westeros United. These two played yesterday. And Stockholm United 201, beating Westeros 166. As we've got Pranav Yadav bowling from the grassy knoll end. Took a good catch to get rid of Pesisto moments ago. Now gets his chance with the ball.
Yeah, already the 7th bowler used by Stockholm United going into the 11th over, so they've got plenty of options for the remaining 8 after this one. Fancies down the pitch there, Mead. And, well, we haven't seen too many occasions where the galloping down the pitch has actually been that successful. It's been mostly a case of using the depth of the crease, as we've seen in this innings so far with the reverses and the scoops. This time it's more of a stand and deliver from Mead. Again, the push for a 2, in fact, in the end is easy. The fielder's out in the deep. That time Zabi Zahid not exactly racing to the ball. A bit caught on their heels here, Stockholm United. Almost already been ground into the dirt by this running between the wickets. Time is up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Who wants it? Jakarta's under it, and then he leaves it to the fielder next to him, and that's Danushka Gudatanaka who takes the catch. So it is one big hit too many there. JP Mead has to depart, and the 4th wicket falls for Westeros United, 115 for 4.
Not for the first time this week, just undone by a little bit of extra bounce there. Mead trying to get on the front foot, but couldn't stay on top of it. And really, they could raffle it, couldn't they? And bingo, number 70, Danushka Gunatilaka takes the catch. And Mead, I think he knew straight away that his number was up.
Good comeback from Pranav Yadav. Starts with a wide, gets hit for a couple, but has the last laugh. Suddenly, Västerås United have all 4 of their top batters out. Kian Gay's still there. The skipper from yesterday, who of course has given the armband back to Basisto, has work to do here with the new batter, Kesrick Williams, who has had a good look at this pitch, both with bat and ball, and with his nose as he was lying down on it the other day, trying to get up close and personal, so he should know what to expect. Sometimes with this pitch, you do have to expect the unexpected.
Become one with the pitch.
I do think sometimes...
Feel the energy of the pitch.
Sometimes the batters almost talk themselves out of it on this pitch. You can see the difference in the first innings this morning compared to the second. In the first, all the batters were looking like it was a cobra hissing up at them, and then Zayn Nakvi went out and made it look like a strip of concrete.
Exactly. It's Pranav. Of course, last time we saw Kesrick with the bat, he was castled by Zabi Zahid, and the notebook celebration came out. Wonder if Zahid's itching to get the ball back here. And I wonder if Kesrick's itching to have another crack at the right armour. Never had the chance to ask Kesrick what he thought of that. Wonder if he saw it, actually. But Zahid certainly put on a bit of a scene. Good entertainment, I suppose. Most cricketers know you dish it out. You've got to be able to take it as well. You'll get your moment.
Yeah, you'd hope Kesrick would take that in good humour as this one's up in the air. And it will be safe. Fielder's running around to cut it off. And they managed to run through for 2.
Oh, maybe another one here.
Yeah, it will be overthrows.
Skipped away from Boshov. And again, it's just a little 1%er there to have the backup fielder coming in and not staying on the boundary. Even though, probably 99 times out of 100, the keeper stops that. But the one time that he doesn't, no reason that the backup fielder shouldn't have been in the infield. That will take us to the end of the over. It's 119 for 4.
Something that's been an absolute hallmark of Västerås throughout this tournament so far. You can probably count into the 20s how many overthrows they've taken just because they've been alert. Watch the ball all the way until it's called dead. On that occasion, it was a comfortable 2. And they managed to burgle another one on the overthrows. Something they've just got to be careful of here, Stockholm United.
Speaking of Boshov, his club has been playing on the other field. It's actually the Djurgården 2s, and Boshov typically plays in the 1s. But I'm sure they might come over and watch. Of course, you've got Boshov from Djurgården playing for Stockholm United, and you've got Pierre Duplessis, another Djurgården player playing for Västerås United. So I suppose the club may be split down the middle. Mr. Karti coming back.
Interesting to see how he uses his different bowling options here. Jakarti. Usually he turns to Danushka quite often, and he did pick up a wicket, but he also went for 18. Danushka, of course, would argue, well, Sisto's out now, he's the one that caused me as much trouble. Farrell Khanwa has also only bowled the 1 over, went for 12. Pranav Yadav next over just then, going for just 7 3-dot balls as well, and picking up a wicket. So plenty of options to choose from, and that's kind of been why Stockholm United have been contenders in the tournament. They've got nicely balanced bowling attack. Of course, explosive power with the bat as well. Danushka, Reinand as well. Good first half of the over here from the skipper of United. Just tying down Kian Gase and Kesrick Williams. Gase again has had his struggles with the bat so far this week. Be a good time to put in a strong innings. As for Kesrick Williams, well, he had that one cameo where he scored into the 30s. But most he's been employed in the back half of the innings where he's not had to do much but attack. He does go on the attack, but again, it's well bowled. Just run for a single. The one thing you say for Kesrick is that he doesn't strike me as the most eager of runners. So when you had Kayan and JP out there, and when you had Will out there as well, they were scampering through for every single run, whereas Kesrick, kind of in the classic West Indian laid-back style, is more of a jogger. This time they don't have to run at all, as that one's carved away nicely by Kayan Gase to end the 12th over, 127 for 4. They're set up quite nicely here, are Västerås United, to go for a big finish. Run rate still over 10. But you'd hope and you'd imagine they'd want 200 plus at least here to keep Stockholm United at bay.
Yeah, no doubt. Important phase of the game here. They have lost 4 wickets, but still 6 in hand. I think these two want to stay together for a little while yet. Good opportunity for Gase. Like I said, middle order hasn't had too much to do. Zisto has consistently banged runs at the top of the order. Given that it's a reasonably warm day, 27 degrees currently, I'm taking the opportunity to have a drink. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly with the remaining innings. 12 overs down at Västerås United, 127 for 4. And welcome back as we're 12 overs into the 20. And predetermined hydration break just taking place. 27 in Stockholm feels like about 47 in some other places. It's midsummer this weekend, so players having a well-deserved drink. It's going to be Pranav Yadav to continue the grassy knoll end. You can tell it's the grassy knoll end because you can see the player dugout just top left of your screen, which is down towards the clubhouse. And Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. And good launching pad, 127 for 4. Västerås United, maybe wanting kind of minimum 10 and over from here. 207 and probably more than that. Kesrick nicely clipped away off his toes, and a good restart for Västerås United, 4 runs. To try to overhit this. And he's quite clever here, Kesrick. He kind of rolls his wrist slightly to get it a bit more sideways and away from the fielder, who was out at mid-wicket. Excellent placement from the big man. At this level, you can definitely put him in the all-rounder category. Even have seen him bowling off spin at times, and of course his regular fast mediums. Very handy cricketer. It's been awesome having him here at the first ever Nordic Smash. Good comeback from the young man. Gets that one to rise, and over the flashing blade of the West Indian. Keswick, brought up in St Vincent and the Grenadines in the Caribbean, and obviously worked his way through domestic cricket to the highest level. Right now, this shot is of the highest level, but it's going to come down in the hands of the fielder. Keswick, well, he puts his hand to his hip. He can't believe it, but he comes up just short. Let's check it out. Let's have a look at it here. And I think, yeah, it comes down just inside, and yeah, fielder confirming. And he hasn't touched the rope. Don't see any rope movement there. And yeah, I think he put the 2 fingers up to say that's out, double out, but then he realized, hold on, I only want 1 finger there. So Keswick, oh, feel a little aggrieved that that didn't go all the way. We'll say the wind today is kind of blowing a bit more in that direction down the ground towards the grassy knoll, but Keswick, despite clipping a nice 4 in that over, doesn't last too much longer. And he's the 5th wicket to fall, 131 for 5. So, new batter coming out there is Viral Patel. He took a brilliant boundary catch the other day, also been pretty handy with the ball, but now he's going to have to do something with the bat. Pretty good numbers for Viral Patel, including a high score of 157 in the format. He's beaten first up. Boshoff likes it. Doesn't get a lot of support from anybody, including Pranav. And certainly not from the umpire. Well bowled though from Yadav. He still looks perplexed. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. Hello, Johnny Heason. Nice to see you today. Viral drops and runs and gets off the mark. Sport for choice, really, with bowling options. Stockholm United have used 7 bowlers in the innings so far. Rajput, maybe the paciest of their bowlers. Carved out a pretty handy IPL career across 4 different franchises. Oh, lovely shot. Jump cut from Ken Gase. That might just get him going. 2 feet off the ground when he makes contact here, but in a weird way, he stayed still at the same time, but watched it all the way onto the bat. Beautiful shot to finish the over. And at the end of 13, it's 136 for 5. And he's down here, Mr. Maximo. Welcome him back. Tina Goff after her own personal hydration break.
They did twice the amount of hydration, so took an extra over. And now I'm thoroughly hydrated and ready for the final 7 overs. And Leicester asked United, well, if they had 2 fewer wickets down, they'd be in the perfect position. But Ken Gase at the end there, showing some signs that he's going to go big. This was a nice catch. The fake 6 signal there. He was just saying it was out, very out. In the end, realised it probably should signal a bit less ambiguously. Okay, and then carving that one away. So we've got 7 overs left here. Plenty of bowling options. You'd imagine 4 of those last 7 will be bowled by Anurit Singh and Ankit Rajput. And Danushka is going to come back on here I think he's more than happy to have seen the back of Will Basisto, who hit him for 2 fours and a big flat reverse 6 in the only over he's played so far. 18 runs coming off. It did pick up the wicket though. He got Saif Ul Hassan LBW in probably unfortunate circumstances. That one's carved away. Chase is on here for 3 fielders, and it's just going to slow up in the outfield. The fielding done out there by Pranav Yadav.
Yeah, nice placement there to get it away from the infielder. Let it travel a little bit further towards him before chopping down on it. Good chase though. That is the part of the outfield that you tend to think is a little bit slower. They're able to manage to.
Yeah, it's just kind of lusher grass down there in the corner. This time knocked away for a single. Where do you reckon Westeros want to get from here?
Well,
probably eyeing up 180, 190, but they're 5 down.
No, look, 10 and over. I think that's what you got to work off. 10 and over minimum. So let's say 135 at the start of the over, more or less, plus 10 and over is going to be 205. I think that's the minimum they want. I think they know how dangerous Stockholm United are. Guys like Sarul Kanwar, Tilaka obviously at the top of the order. And let's not forget that Stockholm United hit 201 off them yesterday, and although they had rested a couple of their players, it's pretty much the same bowling attack. Okay, no Basisto in his off spin, but apart from that, pretty much the same attack. And I think at one point it might have been even more than that they were looking at.
I suppose they've still got some batting to come. These two obviously out there in the middle. Abe Tipnis, we haven't seen him yet. Ali Galani can swing the bat as well. So we've seen that throughout in all 6 of these sides. It's not like they have bunnies at the bottom of the order. It's usually batters that actually bat high up for their respective domestic teams. So there still runs out there to be had. I suppose the one thing Stockholm United are happy with is that the boundaries aren't flowing quite as much and quite as freely as they were a few overs ago. Danushka bowling well in his first 4 deliveries here. Again, just knocked away for a single. Viral Patel just going at a runner ball here. Final ball then of the 14th. It's been a good comeback over from Danushka. Shadab Jakarta will be happy that his star player has tied up the batters here. And well, that's a big edge. It will land safely. It'll only be a 1 then. It's an excellent over for the bowling side. Just the 6 runs coming off it. End of the 14th, 142 for 5, and they need a big finish here. Westeros United, knowing the firepower that United have in their batting ranks, of course. Danushka, also Waynad in my head now. Waynad with the bat, as well as Sarul Kanwar, who was explosive. Probably the first big score we saw way back on Monday in the torrential rain. Feels like a lifetime ago now.
And Reitz will come back. Again, got so many guys with IPL experience, don't they? Stockholm United. I don't think. Yeah, probably a few at the start of the week. Probably would have said, look at their squad. Given the experience, they're probably favourites.
Yeah.
But like I said, they have been up and down during the week. Maybe haven't done the basics as well as some of the other teams.
To the 15th then, and Kian Gase will just be a 1 as Anarit Singh comes back in. So they're going slightly early then with their frontline bowlers. I suppose they've also got Zabi Zahid and Danushka with 2 overs each left to bowl, and Pranav Yadav. I've got to say they've got a wealth of bowling options. It's not too many sides who can go down to their 7th bowler and not actually really lose much quality. It's not including Jakarta as well, the captain, who's been a bit too expensive for his own liking, I'm sure. 1 for 35 off his 3, but he might bowl himself out as well. just been a bit of a boundary drought here for Västerås United. They need that pressure relieving 4 or 6, but it's been tight bowling from Stockholm United. Haven't really given them any width to work with.
Henrik, right arm over. Flipped away. Sets a bit of a task for the deep square leg. Come back for an easy 2. Henrik's played a bit of IPL cricket, 23 matches across 3 franchises. Started out with the Rajasthan Royals before heading to the Punjab Kings. And, pardon me, the Kolkata Knight Riders before going to Punjab Kings, then finishing his career in 2018 edition for the Rajasthan Royals.
It's bowled well here. Giving too much away. They've got 5 overs left, so they've got a platform to push, but that projected score is actually only going in one direction.
Boundaries are dried up. They'll get a solid 7 or 8 without hitting a boundary, but that boundary pushes them up towards that kind of double figure over they want.
Well, have a second over in a row then without a boundaries. They look to push 2, but even that is a touch too far. In fact, there is still the 1 ball left.
Yeah, I feel like the time might have come to take a few more risks. I suppose I could understand also you're worried about, you throw a wicket away here and then another falls, and 200 looks a long way away. But they still have those 5 wickets in hand. So I think they can push on a little bit. We get to the final 5 overs now. As after 15, it's 148 for 5.
First time then that the projected score is dipped below that 200 mark. Stockholm United would be more than happy with that. With 5 overs to play.
Wicket of Basisto was a huge moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just feel ever since then I've been kind of treading in muddy waters. But still, Gase, 23 off 19, has given himself a good platform. Ral Patel will be the one facing up though. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease. Chakati to bowl out here in the 16th over.
Skipper does back himself, even though he has been a touch expensive. I imagine then he'd ask possibly Pranav Yadav or Danushka to bowl 1 extra over before leaving the rest to his 2 opening attackers in Anurag Singh, who's got 1 left, and Ankit Rajput, who's got 2. Quick single again, and well, we've been praising that for Västerås the whole tournament so far, but this would be the time for a bit of fireworks. They can't leave Stockholm United with a modest total to chase, because then you think there would only be 1 winner. Yeah, so as I was saying, there's plenty of cricket around the world today, not just here in Sweden, where it looks like the second game on the second pitch is in a break. Also the test match at the Oval.
Doing it around the grounds now.
Around the grounds.
Right, around the grounds. Go on.
New Zealand leading by 429 against England, 6 down.
That more runs than the whole first test combined.
Oh, pretty much, yeah.
More or less.
So it's looking like an unlikely win, most likely loss for England, but more excitingly, it's going to go to day 5, which is unheard of.
Really taking an age to get through their overs here as well. I think they might be in trouble as far as, running over time, and then they only get 4 outfielders from the 80-minute mark.
That one's hit nicely, and it will go all the way. So a Maximo and a first shot in anger in a while. Viral Patel finds the rope for the first time in his innings. Much needed one for Västerås. They have gone past the 150 mark.
Yeah, first boundary in 16 balls. Admittedly, it's only 3 dot balls in that little period. They've been ticking. They need more docking, don't they, and more clocking. That was a really nice pickup slog sweep from Patel. We'll be hoping that he can reel off a string of similar shots.
And over in the Women's World Cup in Southampton, Australia posted 219 for 6. It's probably what Vesteros want to be posting here against the Netherlands. Netherlands 21 for 2 in response. It's actually triple header in the Women's World Cup today. Bangladesh take on Pakistan in Southampton at 3:30 local, and then a big one tonight in Leeds, England, Scotland. It's nice of them to put it up north as well, so some of the Scottish fans can come south of the border. Yeah. I think in cricket it's a bit more of a friendly rivalry, isn't it, than in football, which is more violent.
Very kind of big sibling, little sibling, isn't it? You know what they call Scotland when you get to the airport? The biggest little country in the world. Or the littlest big country in the world, I can't remember.
Probably the biggest little country. They can't claim to be a...
Yeah. The biggest little country in the world.
What do they mean by that?
Shikati just, you know, having a chin wag out there. We'll eventually get on with the over.
I mean, I do feel like, for my own sanity, the umpires have to do something at this point, because it's very slow.
Give them 5 for the hydration break, but got 80 minutes to bowl your 20. And after the 80-minute mark, you should not be allowed to have your 5 outfielders anymore. And I suppose that's something we've done pretty well in the European Cricket Series and ECN cricket, is kind of keeping players' time. If it was a one-off game, one game a day, it doesn't really matter. If it runs over 10, 20 minutes, so be it. But when you have 3 games back to back to back, okay, admittedly, we had a short game in the first game.
Well, we didn't start any earlier.
But it makes it less likely that we're going to be able to start this game at 4 o'clock.
Vinny, I've got a flight to catch.
That's true.
It isn't until 20 past 11 at night, but I'm still worried.
Still
the rate we're going.
It'll still be light.
Hey, Hanurit Singh coming in to bowl his final one.
Let's be generous and say get 5 minutes for the drinks break and, you know, a couple of ball searches. But it means we're 71 minutes in. So probably round about 10 minutes behind. I suppose when you account for that, we did have that drinks break.
But even so,
we're already 77 minutes into this innings.
And this one goes up in the air, and it hasn't quite got the legs on it, does it? Yes, it does. There's 2 fielders out there, and it will go beyond both of them. Pranav Yadav signals that it has gone all the way. The 30 partnership comes up with that Maximo 34 off 23. Not quite the rate they want to go at, but at least it's building blocks here for Vesteros United.
Well, Viral's taking the ball by the horns, and he goes over what is probably one of the longer boundaries off the stick. Just clears it. It's well placed as well. Probably the kind of hit that if there was a fielder on that line, it would have been catchable, because the fielders had to come around. They couldn't quite track it in time. And he collects 6 runs. Speaking of Scotland, do you know what the national animal of Scotland is?
I might have known this, but I've forgotten.
It is pretty unique in that it's an animal that isn't real. Wow, front foot pull. That's a shot and a half from Gase. Beautiful strike. And it has got all the way Maximo. There's a bit of Viv Richards about this. He used to like to pull off the front foot. Not an easy shot at all. That was right out of the screw. 6 runs.
Every now and then there's just a flurry which gives signs of life for Vesteros United. 2 6s in the over. And suddenly 200 certainly seems possible again. Gase going along nicely now. Can he double down?
Oh, it's going to be 4 more. Really good batting from Gase. And he goes up and over the top. So, yeah, a bit of a double click situation. Both these batters seem to be finding the boundary after a bit of a dry spell.
Is it the Loch Ness Monster?
No, but good guess. I think.
Unicorn.
Yeah. Yeah. Unicorn.
Because obviously Loch Ness Monster is real.
And there's a bit of history behind it.
Low full toss, and that's pummeled down the ground, and it will be the 4th boundary of the over. An expensive one for Annery. Unlikely villain in the piece because he's usually so tight on his lines. He finishes up then. Economy of 11.75, 47 runs he concedes. Does pick up a wicket, but at the end of the 17th, 180 for 5.
Yeah, so the unicorn actually, the reason it's the national animal goes back a little bit, because in medieval times, the Scottish kings wanted Scotland to project an image of ferociousness, purity, nobility, power, and the fact that they were impossible to tame. So, yeah, in medieval European symbolism, the unicorn wasn't a cute, glittery horse. It was seen as a wild, dangerous, proud creature associated with purity, strength, and power.
When did it become the glittery horse then?
20th century. Oh, fumble.
Yes, no, maybe, and they do scamper through for a single.
And apparently, traditionally, it was seen as the natural enemy of the lion. And so made it rather pointed Scottish symbol compared to the, of course, next to the English lion. 50 partnership up between these two. Have bounced back, haven't they? Yeah, kind of 10s from here to 10. Yeah, something like that. They'll be happy with it.
Rajput bowling his 3rd. I'd imagine he'd bowl the 18th and the 20th here.
Do you feel that they would have found the Loch Ness Monster by now if it was real? Surely somebody's done a deep dive.
Well, I guess with modern technology, you can probably just, censor the whole...
It's a bit different to the Bigfoot, where like, nobody knows where the Bigfoot is or whatever. It could be...
Yeah, the Loch Ness Monster is a finite...
Yeah.
The Loch Ness is a finite pool of water. Again, nice quick single. Keep the score ticking over, but Rajput has been so hard to get away, not only today, but the whole tournament so far.
I don't know how we got into Scotland chat, but yeah, I do have Scottish heritage, and I would love to try haggis one day, but I'm waiting till I'm in Scotland. I've been there for actually quite a while. I'd love to do a series. In fact, we just did a series in Scotland. Unfortunately, I was unable to get on it. I feel like if you're going to have haggis, needs to be in Scotland for the first time at least, and maybe the last time.
It's like if you're going to try the herring, you've got to try it in Sweden.
Yeah, exactly.
If you didn't manage this time round, maybe tonight.
Maybe tonight. It's considered quite traditional.
I wonder if they don't sell it at the airport for fear of people opening it on a plane and causing some kind of
do you mean the Surströmmen?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Even herring, I think.
No. It's not the time of the year for it, though.
Right.
It's more of a kind of...
warming winter dish.
Yeah, it's fall going into winter.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a heat wave around Europe as well, and it was in... it was 34 at my place in Prague a couple of days ago.
Does Prague do well in the heat, or is it kind of England vibes where everyone just melts?
I think well, first, let's watch this ball because it's disappearing out of the ground. Maximo! Viral has come good at the right time. He picks that up off the length and he bones it out of here. They've breached the 190 now, 192 for 5, 2 overs to come.
It's a big hit and the final flourish to finish the 18th over. It's just been case of waiting for the ball, knocking it around, and it was on that final ball that it was launch time for Kayan. Rajput still got an over left. You imagine he'd bowl the last going into the 19th now.
I think they like the heat in Prague. It probably has similar weather to London, maybe a bit less drizzly, but there's quite a few places. One of the big differences is that there's a lot more places to swim in Prague. It is landlocked, but you can swim in the river. There are some places along the river that are kind of set up for swimming and stand-up paddleboarding and these kind of things. There's kind of pedalos, you call them, or pedal boats, which we just did with the ECN crew when we were there a couple of weeks ago for a series. And also, there's quite a few kind of public swimming complexes that are fairly affordable. So, yeah, I think Prague gets the tick. I suppose just having the big river running down. I know London, you could say the same, but you don't see people jumping in the Thames too often, do you?
Not so much.
Yeah, the water has a bit of a cooling effect. Anyway, over number 19, it's going to start with a bomb. Maximo! Oh, it's a thunderous double click at the moment between these two, who have set the score skyrocketing. Gase with a large one to move to 48.
Just too shy of that 200 mark for Västerås, which you imagine they set themselves as the bare minimum going into this game. They're clicking nicely now. This partnership now worth 67. And Yadav bowling the 19th, just been given a few words of wisdom here.
Wasn't the right length, was it? I mean, it's a challenge kind of length because that could easily just not be hit so well and be caught. A bit like we saw Keswick Williams go. But if it does get hit in the middle of the bats, flying, and I actually think the wind is pretty much blowing out too long off today. Or definitely down the ground from this end. So Yadav, it was like, it wasn't a Yorker, nor was it a kind of a length ball that might have risen and asked Gase for a horizontal bat shot. Gase has been really good here. He's in reach of a half century.
Come good at the right time, the stand-in skipper from yesterday. He's always shown glimpses of what he can do with the bat, but again, good time to put in a good performance on finals day and go back to back. Oh, he slaps it along the ground this time, probably just the one. That gets him one away from his first half century in the Nordic smash.
It's funny, I don't know whether it's by plan or kind of just a coincidence that they seem to have both both clicked into gear at the same time. I don't know if it was a conscious effort to, I suppose, rebuild or set the platform. Just were happy to tick, 7, 8 and over. There were 16 balls without a boundary at one point, but Viral kind of broke the drought with a big 6 on the slog sweep, and they haven't looked back since. Here's Pranav around the wicket. Oh no.
It's fumbled and it's going to race away. And these are all bonus runs for Västerås. They do breach that 200 barrier, 203, assuming is that runs, that buys?
No, it's 4 buys. And have a look at it on the replay. It's the second bounce. You can see just left the trap door open, did Boshoff. Wasn't able to adjust. That second bounce took a little bit of a left turn at Albuquerque. Crashes into the Cricket Sweden hoarding. So 4 unhit runs, and the 200s come up now for Västerås United, and still 9 balls to play.
Better delivery from Yadav, gets one to zip through to the keeper, just as I was questioning whether it was the right call to throw the ball to the youngster. Danushka, he's still got 2 overs left. Zabi Zahid as well had only bowled the 2. Sarol Kanwar just the 1. So they had plenty of options, but they threw it to Yadav. He has picked up 2 wickets in the first part of his spell. This time it's clubbed again down the ground and should be cut off, but they should probably run back for 2 here, and they do. Easy one on the arm there.
Yeah, good running. A scramble for everything at this stage. Yeah, I didn't mind Pranav coming back. I think he'd be the first to say he hasn't quite got it right this over. Slot ball disappeared for 6 to start it, and then I just don't think he hasn't quite nailed a Yorker, which is something you need to at least, I think, be attempting, I'd say 2 or 3 Yorkers at this point, and hitting his spots.
Final ball of the 19th, and that one probably slightly slower, and I think they could have run on that one. Boshoff fumbles it back onto the pitch, but it was for a while 10 meters from anyone, but they take the dot. So it's the end of the 19th. 1 over left here of Västerås United, 205 for 5.
Well, do not count out Stockholm United. It's going to be a big chase. I mean, now we are looking at the highest score that we have had in the series. Stockholm City 204 in match number 10. Stockholm United 201 in match number 13. The only other 200 scores before this. And it was a strange one. Actually hit Boshov's foot. and went back towards the stumps. I think that's what scared them off running. So, fair enough. Gase will get the strike then on 49. Deserves a 50. I suppose he is probably going to be pretty unselfish and go for it anyway.
Interesting then.
20th over.
It will be Rajput, unsurprisingly, to bowl the final over. He's been relatively expensive for his high standards, going at 9s before this over. He's deceptively quick off just 3 or 4 paces. And there's the Yorker that should have been nailed in the previous over, sliding down leg though, I imagine, so they scamper through for a leg bite.
It won't be a 50 just yet. I suppose time will tell if Gase gets the strike back.
Yeah, I think Gase has deserved his half century. I'm hoping he gets another chance to get down at the other end. Then again, if Viral Patel clicks in the last couple of deliveries, he might not get a chance, but he does. So that will be minimum 1, but maybe they'll come back for 2 here. Gase is keen to. He's sent back by Viral Patel, who was slightly slower off the mark, having hit that off the back foot.
It's a good Yorker though. You can see the experience of Rajput bowling at the death. Again, not off the full run, but he's so streamlined in his action. Gase gets another crack at the 50.
And he goes over covers, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. So Gase gets to the half century in style. It's a thoroughly deserved counter-punching half century here from the skipper from yesterday, Kieran Gase. His first one in the Nordic smash. It comes off 31 deliveries. Well played, and he's still got 2 balls here to try and do some more damage.
Yeah, well batted. 5 4s, 2 6s, striking at 171. Time to play.
Gets a bit of bat on that one, and surely they'll go for 2 here.
Gotta go.
They'll end up getting in comfortably. It's a long old throw from that boundary. Fielder had to run around to his right-hand side. 213. 1 ball left. Gase to face. Viral Patel has played his role in this partnership as well. 35 off 23. One ball to go then. Just double checking that the score is just right, because you don't want to be making any mistakes in this all-important semi-final, and every run could be important here. Will be the final ball coming up. Gase on strike.
That's camera action. Oh, bit of action too, as this is launched away over cover. Might just want to check if this is 4 or 6. No, I think it has gone all the way. There we go. Maximal to finish, and Gase a sparkling 61 of 33 rocks. And that partnership was key, wasn't it? Ends up worth 88. Viral Patel doing his bit as well. And it's going to be a 220 target for Stockholm United. Tell you what, if there's one team that I feel could pull this off, probably is Stockholm United. You know, they've got quite a few weapons. You've got Tilika, mentioned him. You've got Kanwar. You've got other powerful players in there like Chowdhury. Boshoff's probably due some runs. He's looked good despite not making a big score so far in the series. But going through that scorecard, Basisto, let's not forget his contribution, really got them off to a fast start. 51 of 26 balls. Saka opening the batting scored 18. Saiful Hassan was tried at number 3 but didn't really work out. He was out for 9. JP Mead with 24 of 14 balls kept things moving. Kesrick came and went for 7, did hit a boundary in there. Gase and Patel really doing a good job. 61 for Gase, 35 for Viral Patel. They finish 2-1-9 for 5. 2 wickets to Pranav Yadav, and the youngster continues to impress with the ball. Singles for Gunnar Tilika, Jakarti and Anarit Singh. Although I will say, that. They had 3 bowlers in the naughty 40s, with Rajput going for 40, Chakati for 46, and Arit Singh for 47. So the wheels did fall off a little bit towards the end for Stockholm United. But they've got the bat now, and they know what the job is at hand. 220 will be the target for a date in the final against Stockholm City. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the exciting second half of the second semi-final here live from Sweden. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20.
Because I have looked it up and I have seen it. And just I've done this a lot. Relax. Come on, man. GP. GP. Keeping drills. Yeah, I want I'm not calling you, I'm calling them.
शाबाश सईदा शाबाश रखे जाके खेले शाबाश शाबाश सही शाबाश अरे सुनो ये बात है कल यार सुनो पहले ले आओ बिना उन्हें के अंदर जाना पड़ेगा अरे यार
Done taking strike. That's quick, boys. Out every point and both happy. Simon. Which end you guys are starting? Oh my God. बुरा ना मानना हमारे लिए वो एकदम ठीक है शंकर भाई इसके लिए वो ठीक है थोड़ा तो जो मैं भेजता हूँ ना
अरे मैं तो बोल रहा था बिरयानी तकड़ा खेलना तकड़ा तो क्या हुआ जगह चाहे इस पार या उस पार मान लो ना भी बना तो जीत तो जावे जब भयंकर ना खेल ले तो कहीं के नंबर का कुछ भी नहीं हम तो भयंकर ऐसी किस्मत लेकर पैदा हुए 10 ओवर देखते क्या चलता है 10 ओवर के पावर प्ले
Hello, welcome back to the Nordic Smash T20 as we get ready for the second innings of the second semi-final. Just recapping the first innings, Westeros United, the highest score of the Smash so far, 219 for 5 off their allotted 20 overs. So Stockholm United chasing 220 for victory. Almost ready to get going. Good Tilika facing up. That's camera action. And it's going to start with a crack. And, well, that's a bit of a signal of intent if ever I saw one. That has gone many a mile. Maximo to start, and I am Mr. Maximo, but he's Tina stepped out for a second. And once again, we welcome back the Phoenix superstar opening bowler It's Patient Chirimbera. Welcome back, Patience. And yeah, what did you make of the first innings? Pretty good score, 219.
A pretty decent start that from the Valve United. Well, they're both United, aren't they?
They're both United, yep. You've got Västerås United in the field now after batting first, and you've got Stockholm United who are chasing, and you couldn't get a better start than that. Bowler is Saeed Ali Gilani here. And another one. He launches into this one. Gunatilaka goes bang, bang to start. 2 massive hits out of the ground.
Absolutely. That was a little bit full, but look at how he just waits on that and just smokes that over the long off boundary. Gee, that's a top shot. And he's showing signs of intent already from the start, from the onset. He had 2 sixes and 2 deliveries. Could we see 6 in a row here?
Wow, he caught it early. But has been done before, obviously a few times. But Gunatilaka took him a while to adjust to this pitch, I think, the other morning. Seemed a bit all at sea. Also, funny conditions for him, I think, with the cold and the wet. He feels right at home, I think, now on a Super Saturday of action. Gilani gets pulled away this time, and it beats the fine leg. That'll be 4 more.
I tell you what, Ali Gilani's under the pump here, Vinny. That's 6-6-4. A little bit too straight on that occasion, and on the shortish side as well. And yeah, Dasson is he's an experienced campaigner, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And these guys played Test cricket, played ODI cricket, a lot of T20 around the world. And yeah, I think I know what Saeed Ali Gilani was going for. They're trying to cramp him up for room a little bit. He's been taken down on the drive, but so far, Danushka's had all the answers. Goes again. That'll be 4 more. Geez, this is some sort of onslaught. 20 off the first 4 balls of this match. Or the first 4 balls of the innings, I should say.
Yeah, positive starts here. He's got off to a flyer, really. 6-6-4-4. This time it's going downtown, straight off the bowler's head. And a little bit too full on that occasion. And gee, that's a glorious straight drive, lofted off the front foot there. And he's looking in good nick here. He's looking like he wants to get a piece of it.
I wonder if they're ready, I suppose, thinking about going away from pace at the other end. Maybe Persisto back in the side with his off-spin might be a different look, a different kind of match-up for Gunatilaka. I suppose could all be over in 1 ball. Keep that in mind. But he kind of looks like he's clicked into gear now that we've hit the knockout stages, Gunatilaka.
It's a good comeback that from Gilani. And after the onslaught in the first 4 deliveries, he's just pulled that one back slightly there, and yeah, just cramping him up a little bit and checking him.
Yeah. First top ball. Oh, and this one does everyone. Was there a little scratch? No, there wasn't. It pretty much rolled on Mead. Hit around that area where the bowlers land at the other end, and it's highly unpredictable. So 4 byes. Oh, even the unhit balls are going to the boundary as 20, is that 24? Come off that over, 24 for 1.
Yeah, signs of intent from the onset. Gunatilaka is an international cricketer, so he knows chasing 200, they need to get off to a fly in the power play. Only 2 guys outside the 30-yard circle, Vinny, so it's time to capitalise, isn't it? Chasing a big score like this, you want to get off to a fly, and it's done just start there.
You're a really good example of a European cricketer, Patient, obviously in the Dutch system where you've been for quite a while. For some of the viewers that maybe aren't so familiar with European cricket, obviously we've talked a lot about Sweden this week, but tell everyone a little about your role in the Netherlands and what you get up to during the summer.
I'm pretty much involved in the coaching side of things, really heavily involved with the junior coaching structure. So I'm the Dutch Lions, they call them. The boys with the Lionesses and then with the Lions. Yeah. So these are the cups, sort of. So
I like it.
Lions,
I like it.
The under-12s and the under-14 national teams. So I'm pretty much given the responsibility to look after those youngsters as a coach. So it's quite a privilege and an honor, and I'm really keen to see how the development of the game in that regard, especially with the youngsters. So I'm very much heavily involved with that as well. And of course at my club, Voorburg Cricket Club. Where I'm,
likes it. Well, Mead likes this, and they did go to Persisto in the second over, as I thought they might. Let's have a look. Does that foot come up mid-weight?
That's tight, Vinny. That's really tight. I don't know.
Well, I think it's more of a slide than a
it does
lift.
come off slightly, but that's before the bells get taken off just there, and then it comes down, so you can't really give that, really. That's
yeah, it's very hard to see if it's actually in the air or if it's dragged, so I don't think you can really give that out. I mean,
good old benefit of the doubt goes better there.
That's what they say, even though it's not written in the rules anyway. I'll say that, patient. You won't find that anywhere in the laws of cricket. Just something people say.
Yeah.
As a bowler, you've got to be challenging that one.
Absolutely.
Especially these days. And anyway, Mead will not get the stumping in the end. I quite like this, just to change the pace of the bowling. And Basisto has had his moments with the ball.
You called it, Vinny. You called it. And Basisto's in there. Have you got a mic up there? Someone mic'd up in there listening to you up here?
It probably was always...
Or is it just experience from being in the game for a long, long time? Thousands of games you've done already.
Yeah, maybe it was always the plan. Probably was. As Basisto comes in, once again, bails are whipped off, and once again it won't be out. Having said that, if you did have a plan to open with 2 pace bowlers, if you were the second pace bowler, you'd be pretty annoyed if you got taken off before you had a chance to kind of prove yourself. You know, you're not quite the same as the other bowler. It's a different end. And I just think that start, though, from Gunatillika was noisy. Basisto looked like he might have got that one to turn a little bit off to straight, and he got it to bounce too. Nice take by Mead.
He's put it back nicely. Yeah, that side Ahmed seems to be a little bit on stock here with the slow off spinners from Basisto. And he's hitting a very horrible length in between length. That you don't quite know whether to come forward or go back. So he's
he's got to be really careful with the length. It's a good observation you had there. He's going to get driven if he gets too full, or get hoiked away if he's too short.
It looks like he's got him. Has he? Has that taken the top of off stump? And it looks like Basisto gets the block through here.
Yeah, I think it's bowled. I think you called it as bowled. They were certainly going up like it's definitely out. Let's have a look at it.
I think it's knocked him over. I think it's knocked him over here, Vinny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hit the stumps. So watch this one. Mead will probably block this angle, I'm guessing. But you can see it just hits the off bail. So, yeah, Mead, he's happy with it. Why wouldn't he be? Yeah, you can see there. Mead actually never touches the stumps. So he's been bowled and it's confirmed. So big moment early, isn't it? As Basisto gets the first wicket. It's 24 for 1. Here comes Farhan Chaudhry.
No, he's got the Midas touch, hasn't he, Basisto? Anything he touches turns into gold in this tournament. He's been imperious with the bat, and now he comes in with the ball and just pulls it back, and now 4 deliveries, and he's picked up a wicket.
And I didn't even have time to call it, but Saeed Ahmed has come into the side for Stockholm United for his first hit of the week, but it just looked a bit out of sorts there, didn't he? Missed the first 3. It was a close thumping appeal, and that one just kisses the bail. It's one of those ones that if you didn't have the bail on the stumps, it probably wouldn't have hit the stump. I think it honestly just hits the top of the bail. And so have a look at Farhan Chaudhry, who plays his cricket here domestically for Jinnah CC Stockholm. Yes, going back to your role with youngsters in the Netherlands, I suppose what makes the Netherlands different to really any other continental European country that I can think of is the amount of kind of native Dutch talent that's in the junior squads. I know it's still not necessarily a hugely established sport, but yeah, you just tend to have more Dutch kids playing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a link to football and the cricket, because most of the cricket clubs, as we see, that this is just going up in the air for in no man's land.
This is a big difference between the teams. That'd no doubt be 2 if Westeros United were batting, but both of these guys just pretty happy to trot through for 1 and let the boundaries do the talking. Yes, it's
a lot of the
multi-sport clubs as well, right?
There's a combination of cricket and football at the club, so you get to have 2 cricket fields and 2 football fields and a cricket pitch in the middle.
Yeah.
And so in the winter it's the football season, and then it turns to the summer, 4.5 months to 5 of the year it's the cricket. So a lot of the kids come for the cricket clinics, and it's a fun environment, and that's where you get to a lot of the Dutch native kids catch up to cricket, and they like to hit the ball and catch a ball and throw it, hit the stumps here and there, and they get hooked up to the game, and that's pretty much how you
get into it. And of course, the Dutch are known for being pretty athletic. You know, I think they're among the tallest in the world. They're very good hockey players. You know, hockey's got a big following there. Grass hockey, I should say, here, or field hockey.
No, I'm involved in field hockey as well during the winter. I coach at a very prestigious club in the Netherlands, one of the best in Europe apparently, Bloemendaal Hockey Club. So I'm involved with the youth as well.
Hockey's a fast game these days. Talk about, you know, cricket's changed a lot over the last 50 years, but field hockey is unrecognisable compared to you know, the equipment and the surfaces they play on, and the pace of play is just crazy. And also it's a sport that has adapted a lot. They're not afraid to tinker with the rules in
absolutely,
hockey.
Absolutely.
To try and make a lot. Try and make it more attractive. But I mean, outside countries, probably like Netherlands, Belgium, it's not. I mean, India, Pakistan, big on their hockey as well.
Big on the hockey. One of the best Indian players came to play for Bloemendaal a couple of seasons ago.
But it never seems to have that. It never seems to get that global appeal the way that football has. Even though they keep trying to make it more attractive, but it's certainly a very, very skillful sport. And actually, you know, obviously with the cricket bat, you've got a bit more surface area to work with. But what some of these guys can do with the hockey stick is absolutely amazing.
And then when you get a hockey player into the cricket, then it becomes sort of a natural transition, really.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, here we go with Kesrick getting a ball. Hits him in front. Umpire has a good look and says not out.
No, height could have been the factor there. But,
it didn't really get up though. I suppose it is short, which kind of makes it slightly less likely you're going to get all the red lights on the LBW. Let's have a look at it. Pitches outside leg stump, I think.
Must be
probably high as well. Didn't have a lot going for it, that one.
The umpire was having none of it, that's for sure.
Way too high.
Yeah.
Back to live action. Turned away. Not really timed by Gunatilica. We'll get a single. Back to Chowdhury. Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease now for Stockholm United. Well, it's fantastic that you're able to come here. When did you first hear about the Nordic Smash and basically make yourself available?
No, that was just something that came up through a friend, and I was pretty curious because it was all over social media, and coming up on my handles, popping up. So I got in touch with my current captain now, Darshan, and he explained to me what was going on, what they were trying to build, and actually I was meant to come and do a lot of coaching clinics prior, and because of the school holidays and the exams, it didn't quite work out with the numbers. But I was here for the Viking Cup anyway.
Of course, yeah.
So
you were on last week as well. So sometimes,
So that just I just got attracted by the Swedish way of doing things.
Right place, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this now; it's beautiful. And
Kesrick, by the way, has definitely started bending the back a little bit. I've noticed that one flew past the outside edge. And Chowdhury is a little bit through this shot. It's going to be 4, but it shows you the pace of Kesrick. That one was almost a back of the bat job, leading edge, ballooned over the fielder in the circle and away to the boundary.
Yeah, thickish outside edge but effective nonetheless. They'll take those runs. They're chasing 200, way over 200 here, so they'll take them anywhere they come, really.
Kesrick, I think he has bowled within himself this week. You know, he's up just a couple of steps. He kind of flirted with a bit of off spin, and of course sometimes it hasn't been particularly good underfoot. But I think he has fired up here.
And that's what it is when you bowl on the carpet, on the Austral.
Yeah.
When I first arrived in the Netherlands, I also kind of struggled, having grown up in Zimbabwe and also played 8 years of my life in Cape Town. It was always on a grass pitch.
Yeah, tell us about your background, because we haven't really gone into that yet, about growing up in Africa and your experiences there, your early cricket experiences. But first, let's watch this, which is holding up in the air. Fielder almost gets there. Gets a left hand to it in the end. And
I'm pretty surprised it's gone for the 1 meter there.
Yeah,
it
was almost like he couldn't organise a dive, so he just kind of put out the hand of hope. But it really might have been taken. Farhan has a life. Yeah, tell us about kind of getting into cricket in the first place. What got you into the game and what it was like growing up?
Well, basically, Zimbabwe was a British colony, so you can imagine that the schools, old cricket fields and everything was all set up. So I grew up in a cricketing environment. I started playing cricket at about 6, 7. yeah, we're just with friends and stuff. And then we started playing in school sides, you know, under 14, under 15, played all the age groups to under 19 Zimbabwe. And went on to play for Zimbabwe A as well. Made my first class debut for Zimbabwe A back in 2005 against Bangladesh A. Shakib Al-Hassan was playing.
Is that right?
Yeah, so
it's over 20 years ago.
Mushfiq Karayim was playing.
Make you feel old? That was over 20 years ago.
I'm 38, so yeah.
Flies past.
Flies past. And then, of course, left for Cape Town, went to play for University of Cape Town, stayed there 4.5 years. And then moved to Durban 2 years before coming over to the Netherlands. And I've been around the Netherlands a few clubs, played for Red and White in Haarlem.
Durban, the home of Bunny Chow.
Bunny Chow?
Right.
Oh.
Look up Bunny Chow.
Take me back, Vinny.
I didn't know what it was, then I was told about it, and I thought, why isn't this everywhere?
I moved from the Gatsby of Cape Town to the Bunny Chow of Durban. That's how it is.
Yum, yum.
Yeah.
Bit of food chat there.
Yeah, beautiful.
Anyway.
And here we are in Sweden, and it's inaugural Nordic Smash, and it's been a success, should we say it, really. It's been exhilarating cricket.
Really fun week, and the finals day weather's lived up to the billing. As Basisto comes on again, gets pushed away. This is a big matchup, isn't it, with Gunatilaka against Basisto. We're still in the power play. They've got the deep mid wicket. Looks like deep long on as well. And yeah, just still trying to sort out their field here. They've got. They want to put long off back as well, but can't do that. So mid-off stays in the circle. Two outfielders long on and deep mid-wicket. Probably hoping Gunatilaka tries a big kind of slog sweep and doesn't quite make the contact.
Yeah, as long as Gunatilaka is still out there, it spells trouble. Yeah, they know that, and I think it's a good option that Basisto continues here, because he seems to be one that was taking them back a little bit after that onslaught in that first over.
Yeah, still over half the runs in the first 4 balls. Forces away off the back foot, finds the fielder. Yeah, so you've got quite a unique cricket journey. I suppose everyone has a unique cricket journey. I certainly never thought I would be commentating cricket at all, never mind in all of these different countries. But it's great to meet so many interesting people, including yourself. And I suppose I always say, cricket's a great game, the greatest game, but it's about the people you meet along the way, and I'm sure you've made a few lifelong friendships this week.
That's what it is. I just came here knowing pretty much the captain, Darshan, and who kind of invited me to come over. And now at the end of the day, I've met so many, not just from my own squad or the Gothenburg Phoenix, but also from the other side as well. We stay in the same hotel, so we've been together just chatting, and I've met so many good people here and met some good friends, and hopefully these are lifelong friendships that can form on to become something big in the future.
I've got to ask you about your rooming situation. You've got the triple trouble room. You're rooming with Jack Hogarth and Scott Steele. Is that as bad as it sounds?
It's been a life lesson, really. It's got to be said. Yeah, it's two wonderful human beings.
Yeah, well, what are they messy? What's going on? What was the state of the room? So, tell us about. Are they messy? What's it like with Jack and Scotty?
No, but they're fun. They're fun to be around. They're very adventurous. So we went over to the city. It's my first time ever in Sweden. Ever see that one go
over the top? Won't quite go though. Yeah, it does in fact end up rolling over the line. So it wasn't certainly out of the middle of the bat of Chowdhury. Just crept over the mid-off fielder because he's up in the power play, and that will take us to the end of the over. So it's 41 for 1 after 4.
My first time in Sweden, we went over to Stockholm, had a nice time, saw the city.
Yeah.
And that's.
What about the sun all night? It's weird, isn't it? Like, or the kind of.
No, I tell you what, at 11 in the evening, that's unusual. The sun's still, the sun is already gone, but it's still light.
Still hangs in the air.
And then at 2:30 in the morning, it's light again. So it's a bit of a weird experience for me. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So, that's a first for me. Yeah, I wonder how people handle it over here in this wonderful place in Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, they really celebrate midsummer because the winters are bitterly cold. So basically at the moment we got about 19 hours a day of sunlight here, but that translates to 5 hours in 6 months' time. You know,
so it goes the other way around.
Of course, yeah. It's always,
Gee,
it always
that must
flips.
be quite an experience.
Anywhere you go in the world, like whatever your longest day is, you take 24, or take it away from 24, and that's your shortest day. So, yeah, it's tough, I think, in winter. To be fair, I've never been here in winter because I've only ever come from cricket, and typically cricket is played kind of May to August. Speaking of the cricket season, though, I know you'll go back to the Netherlands after this tournament. Keswick gets another over, and battle of two internationals, kind of true internationals here, Keswick versus Anushka Gunatilaka. So what are your plans set for the rest of the season?
So I'm still playing with my club in Voorburg in the Dutch top class, and also
well, I've visited many times actually with European cricket.
You've been there a few times.
Yeah, I've been. I've called the Dutch national team against Ireland, Scotland, and then again against USA and Canada, and then also been around. Sparta hosted a European series 2 or 3 times.
I remember that time as well. Yeah, I played that tournament with Vivi. He has a chance, and has it been second by the Jerry, and it's taken him. Beautiful grab that at short fine leg from the young man.
Yeah, what a good catch. It was a huge moment in the game, and Avish Singh Mian, that short fine leg, has reeled it in. I tell you what, it wasn't in the middle of the hands, but he was the man for the job, wasn't he? He's got the height, and he reels it in. Patient, I want to say super big thanks for joining me in the commentary box. I know you've got to get back, and congratulations once again for your work this week. We'll speak to you soon.
Thanks a lot, Vinny.
Patient Charambira is the man who was with me in the commentary box. But yeah, flashpoint in the game as Keswick just mentioned that he's bent the back a little bit in this game in a way that I don't think we've quite seen this week. Gunatilaka started on fire, but in the end he burns up. 4.5 overs into this innings. Out for 23 or 14, don't forget. And he scored 20 off the first 4 balls he faced. That means he ends his innings 3 off 14. Really hitting the skids a little bit. Good catch by Mian. Had the gloves. Yesterday was filling in for JP Mead. But he didn't need the gloves that time. He was able to pull it in. I thought for a second it was going to pop out. Maybe when he landed. He's a really good example of a young player. West Australia United really made conscious effort, I think, to expose as many young players to action this week while maintaining their performance. They kind of had the luxury of knowing they were already qualified. So they benched Pesisto and Mead yesterday, gave Mead a run behind the stumps, gave Ken Gase the chance to captain the side. You could see everyone getting around Avish Seni. He's about 6.5 feet tall. He probably feels about 10 feet tall at the moment. Keswick has the bumper, but it's going to fly. Wow, that's a shot from Chowdhury. He takes it on upstairs, and it looks like there's a bit of byplay here. Yeah, a little bit of spice in this contest. It was nose high, pretty well directed bouncer. Maybe not as high as I thought originally when I saw him play the shot, but then Varun Chowdhury obviously responded to maybe something Keswick said, or maybe Varun closed with a few words of his own. Anyway, this will be an interesting comeback. Push and run. And wow, I think if that hits, it's out. And he had one stump to aim at. Probably could have gone either end there. Chowdhury, not known for his running speed. End of the 5th over, 49 for 2. But quite a remarkable start to this innings. 6-6-4-4 off the first 4 balls. Gunatilaka. So he was 20 off 4, ended up getting up for 23 off 14, completely hitting the skids. That was the catch from Mian. That had everyone from VU around him. Then Chowdhury Yeah, I said it was bouncing. Never really got up, did it? That one from Kesrick. And words were had. It's Weinand Boschov who has come out to bat at number 4. He's played some really nice shots in the series, but hasn't really scored a big score. When he came in on Thursday, Swedish national keeper. Now we're going to get some left arm spin with Abbe Tipness. So Tipness will get a feel for proceedings, sticking with spin at the clubhouse end. Chaudhry likes to be aggressive. It's his natural game. 20 off 11. You're kind of at the point where you need your set batters going around about that 200 strike rate. Turns around the corners, nobody at fine leg, so bit of a chase. A good chase, actually. Still get back for 2. Yeah, I suppose 220 translates to a strike rate of 183. So it's kind of the strike rate you want to be going. I suppose you get a bit of help from a handful of extras, but also, you know, if you do lose wickets, don't typically see the lower order going that fast. Just cruising at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on that. Run rate required started exactly at 11. 50's come up during the over as well. You see it's 11.45. With wickets in hand, they'll feel that's manageable. But if you have a boundaryless over, it's pretty tough to get that 11. Hits straight to backward point, takes off, but Chaudhry says no, I don't think so. Boschov, he's quite a classical bat, drives well down the ground, he's got an excellent technique. Cracking shot, really good shot from Weinand Boschov. Just a fraction short of a length, but a majestic swing of the bat. And Boschov brings a boundary.
Come on, make some runs, come on.
So 7 off this over. Remember, the asking rate's 11. 11 plus, actually. Good comeback from Tipness and a wiry left armour. Quick to jump to his left and stop any chance of a single. Good comeback. I haven't seen that many Yorkers this week. As many as you might expect. I think a lot of bowlers trying that kind of good length that might throw up a few surprises on this wicket. Another quicker one, Mead. Quick hands from him. And that will finish the over. 7 off it in the end. And that required run rate creeps higher. It's 56 for 2 after 6, and that brings us to the end of the power play. Big thank you to Desibox.co, by the way, for their support of this first ever Nordic smash. Of course, the signs are still there. Worth €500 if a batter can hit it on the full. Also, they're offering money for any catches taken in the crowd. I'd also say thanks to Brand Mavericks as well as Stumpeye, bringing stump camera technology to cricket at all levels for the first time. Also to Stride and 19 yards, helping spread the game. And the Stride Women and Girls Coaching Clinic was a big success, I heard. Good numbers over there. Working hard in the nets. Nets are a really great addition to this cricket facility. There's a shortage of good nets in Europe. You know, outside of the Netherlands and obviously Ireland, Scotland, you kind of associate that with infrastructure, but so some countries don't even have any nets. Still. Change of bowling then. As this is Aditya Suryavanshi. Bowled pretty well. They give Williams a rest after 2 overs. Shocking woof from Farhan. And that's the kind of length that bowlers have tried to hit consistently, because this pitch has got a little bit of something in it. It's a difficult one to play off the front foot, like Chowdhury attempted. Got up about chest high in the end. Fuller this time. Solid drive down the ground, but it'll only bring a single, and that rate's creeping. Keep an eye on it. There we go. It's up to 12 and over required. And this is a knockout game, so margin doesn't really matter. You can't really let it creep too much further away. I think you can sense the urgency. Boshov's in a tough spot here because he's only recently arrived. 5 off 5. Down the leg side. This will be an interesting one. Wait for the signal. There's no signal, so it must have been a catching chance. Yeah, Suryavanshi. So yeah, was a missed opportunity. And right now, Chowdhury is going to hit one to the skies, and it's time for him to fly. Suryavanshi had one put down behind the wicket, but you could argue that the wicket of Chowdhury is more significant because he has compiled 24, but he'll be no more. Zisto does the job down the ground, and it's 58 for 3. I had Chowdhury hit it. He immediately kind of had this body language that said that he knew that he was in some big trouble. And again, that's just the build-up of pressure, isn't it? That rate required going up over to a ball. And well taken out there by Will Bazisto. Took a wicket earlier. Now he has a catch, and Vanchi breaks through. Tell you what's interesting here, I would have thought Kanwar would be brought in a little bit earlier. They've gone for Boshoff at 4, but yeah, he hasn't had too much cricket this week. Tournament plays funny. Kind of, you want people kind of getting in the groove. And so the fact they've given him this role, Boshoff, not that he's not capable of it, obviously, but just would have thought, and Kanwar's proven himself time and time again. Having said that, we see him now at number 5. Oh, what an audacious shot first ball. Gets down and dirty and helps this one on its way. Outrageous, contagious. The deflections have been sublime this week at the Nordic Smash, and that'll be 4. What a way to start your innings. Be the end of the over as well. 6 come off it, 4 of them off that last ball. 62 for 3. As long as Cumwa's there, not counting out Stockholm United. Let's have a look. That was the one, must have been off the face of the bat. Mead wasn't able to hold on. Bazisto was. That was the end of Chowdhury. And then, how about this for a shot, first ball? Naughty but nice. And this pays off for Gunway. It's got an incredible eye. Now, somebody with 2 incredible eyes on the cricket field and off is coming back to join me. Thanks once again to Patient Chirimbira, but the regular Josephine is back in the chair. Tina Goff.
Thank you very much. What a build-up. Stockholm United kind of on the precipice here. 158 needed in 78 is the equation. Required rate up above 12.
I was talking about the order and the fact that they went Chowdhury at 3, Boshoff at 4, Kanwar at 5. I just felt, and yes, he's a middle order bat, but given the rate required to start at 11, maybe could have batted a slot or 2 higher, but he's there now and he started well. As we've got Viral Patel, small left arm spin. We've got 2 pretty similar bowlers in Tipnis and Patel, and forced away off the back foot. And Kanwar was just kind of setting himself for the single there, but there was an easy two. Eventually he responded to the call of Boshoff. It's one thing, probably, just calling it as I see it. You've got the best running team against the worst running team in the competition. It's just not really high on their priorities list for Stockholm United. And I can see it getting him into trouble. And this is another one that if they're looking for, it's probably there.
It's there every day.
But I think they're saving their energy for a Maximo assault rather than a small ball that you might see from some of the other teams.
But it's one of them where you can't be too proud to go for the singles. Just ask Will Basisto. He prides himself on not only getting the big boundaries, but also the singles as well. And that's how he can still get himself to 51 off 26. Still hits the fours, hits the sixes. But when it's not there to be hit, he gets through. And if you lose a game by 20 or 30 runs, I think the perspectives will be different. Stockholm United would think, well, if only we hit 5 more sixes, whereas Västerås United probably think, well, had we run a bit harder, we might have had an opportunity. So it's certainly a clash of styles here, isn't it?
Yeah, I just don't think there's too much reason not to run hard. But hey, that's the traditionalist in me again. Like you see, Boshoff looking for 2. Kanwa gives him radio silence and settles for 1. They're thinking 1 or 4 or 6 basically. Pretty handy to have 2 quality left arm spinners. Statistically, left armers do better than right armers in pretty much every category. Obviously, the ability to turn the ball away from the right hander. Modern spin's funny because it's more about angles. You find a lot of left arm spinners beat the inside edge of the bat. Batters play for a bit of spin that isn't there, and will try and slide the ball onto the pads or onto the stumps. A bit like this. Just a push this time. But yeah, I know it's early days, we're in the 8th over, but you can already feel that rate continues to climb. It's about 12.5 and over required now. Boshoff over the bat. Deflects. Kanwa stays put at the non-strikers end. End of the over. Good one from Viral Patel. We're 8 overs in, 68 for 3.
And that's the kind of over where, yes, there's no boundary in it, but 2 or 3 of those singles could have been converted, and that would have added another 3-4 runs.
They all add up, don't they?
Yeah.
Not talking about kind of suicidal runs, we're just talking about the fundamentals. Maybe it's a lost art running between the wickets. I don't think so.
Well, Will Basisto, he would be the main artist of that painting, and he's not that old. I think it's just maybe a mentality thing. It's also, you were saying, like in Australia, it's pushed very hard from an early age.
I still remember a session that was only running between the wickets. An hour and a half of running between the wickets.
Brutal. Of
the coach throwing the ball to the field, and you just had to call yes, no, or wait. Worked though.
Yeah.
Still get annoyed if anyone turns blind. That's good. Be coming off the thick outside edge and running away for 4. It's a moral victory for the bowler. But it's Kanwa that will get the boundary. Started with an amazing little ramp off Srivanshi. That one wasn't quite as elegant, but he gets the same result.
Boundary then to start the second over from Aditya. Comeback ball required from the right armour. That's a better length, but well, for once they do manage to sneak the single. Yeah, but I suppose Västerås aren't overly concerned with that at the moment.
I think you can handle 1 boundary in the over if you, at the fielding side here, It's that second boundary that gets them at the rate. So let's see if they can find it here. Vestros United, very hard to get that 11 and over with just the one boundary. Of course, that requires a bit of running between the wickets as well.
And again, that's probably one where they, if they were backing up better, look at you, Saul, then Wynand would have gone if he got the call, because the chance of them doing a direct hit from the 45 on the long throw is highly unlikely.
Had to get there first as well.
You've got to take those risks.
Yeah. Got to bring the energy, don't you, when you're chasing this many for survival in the tournament. I think the pressure's starting to tell on Boshov. He's been able to work the ball okay. I mean, he's more of a traditional type player. He's 10 off 12 with one boundary, and he's acutely aware that there's over 2 a ball required now. It's almost like time to go or get out of the way and maybe give someone else a chance.
2 balls left and not much to speak of after that boundary on the first ball.
Well, I hope he's all right here. I reckon that's deflected up into his grill. Yeah, let's have a look at this on the replay. I think this one deflects up into the grill. Let's have a look. Oof. Yeah, ouch. Straight off the bat. So it didn't take any pace off the ball. Thank goodness for helmets. That almost knocked the helmet off.
He apologises. I mean, there's not too much he could have done about it.
It was off the bat, so yeah, it wasn't a bounce or anything like that.
Final ball then. Yeah, unsurprisingly, having been rattled by that one.
Yeah.
Next one goes through.
A nasty injury. If he wasn't wearing the helmet, luckily he was, and it takes us to the end of the 9th over. 74 for 3.
Yeah, that required rate now over 13. Real dangerous territory for Stockholm United. I suppose they do have some batting left to come. Pranav Yadav, Jakarti, Rajput. Of course, players with experience on the biggest of stages. Aziz Sarul there. Lucky to keep his helmet and keep all his teeth.
Well, he would have had a new face if he wasn't wearing the grill. Thank goodness that he was wearing the protection, as we'll get Viral Patel again. Bowling his left arm is 13.3 and over required from here on in. It's a lot of games. He's on 299 wickets in the format.
Exciting stuff. He could be...
Build him a statue.
Could be on for his 300th here.
I feel like Warney's 700th at the MCG.
Some might say more significant.
Doing a big lap.
He gets through his action relatively quickly. Run there, good fielding by Sisto, who's regularly seen prowling in the covers. Yeah, decided to get his face out the way.
Not on the whacker now.
Again, just getting bogged down here, Boshov. Something has to give for Stockholm United, because otherwise they're just going to be meandering to the edge of that cliff face.
He's going to go for it here. He knows it's not really happening. Tries. Again, doesn't really connect. Bangs his pad in frustration, Boshov. Like I said, they sent him in above Kanwar. Which I just wonder, given the fact he was late to the tournament. It looked fine, actually, when he's batted, but it doesn't really have a lot of runs under his belt.
One replacement.
I wonder if that was a bit of a tactical misstep. See what Sarul thinks about it. He thinks it's pretty good as he lifts this one up out of the ground. Maximal, no doubter from Kanwar.
There's the boundary they dearly need in every single over at the moment. 2 dot balls and a 1.
It's effortless, isn't it?
This time.
Just effortless.
Lifts it.
I mean, that 89 he hit on opening day was an outrageous knock. So good that he decided not to bat the next day. Or maybe had an injury concern, to be fair, but every time he's come to the crease, he's looked to cut above. Just wonder if they're thinking maybe Kesrick might be the man to bowl the next one and have a crack at Kanwar. He was able to get good at Tilaka. So, yeah, Kanwar, by the way, he's got a really good career behind him as well. Played in the Mumbai Indians organisation. I think that kind of class shows.
Does, but he needs to show it on a more regular basis, and very much needs to show it in the next 10 overs.
Pushes off the back foot, finds the gap. This will test the outfield. Doesn't quite go all the way. And coming back for 2. Yeah, his numbers this week started with that 89. Didn't bat in their second game. And 54, 22, and 74 not out. And he's raced to 19 not out today. One of the batters of the tournament.
Final ball then before halfway.
9 off the over. Again, hit a boundary here to jump over that. Jump to that 13 and over required. It's that second boundary that they're not getting at the moment.
Dug in short, and this might be the second boundary that they need. It does have not quite the whole distance on it, so it's going to bounce away for a 1 bounce 4. And well, the attempted bumper didn't really work there from Patel. I'm not sure it was the right ball to go to. His length ball was doing the business, but it does go for the second boundary. Halfway though, Stockholm United still in it, but slightly behind the rate here, 87 for 3.
Yeah, I actually just wonder, is there a point that you give Boshoff the hook if he can't get going? He's 11 off 15 with 1 boundary. Have a look at the batting to come. Got a bit there. I mean, you got a lot of potential in that batting lineup, but maybe not a lot of runs this week. You've got guys like Zabi Zahid, Khalid Zahid available as well. Jakarti, the captain. They wouldn't want to put the hook on Boshoff. They want him to come good.
I suppose it's a big risk. We've seen it once so far. I think just the once in this tournament,
yeah.
the retirement, and it didn't quite work on that occasion.
I think in that game was the Phoenix. Cameron Ahmedzai did come out and bat pretty well. Got him. Well, it's going to be all over Red Rover. Boshoff gets hurried up by that Yorker. And Savanchi once again, slippery customer, comes back and rips out the pegs. That'll be a fantastic souvenir video on Stumpy as well, as Boshov's ordeal comes to an end. It's 87 for 4.
Probably not the worst result for either side. Westeros wanted to get the breakthrough just to continue that wicket run. As for Stockholm United, they needed something to happen. If he wasn't going to hit the rope, then going back to the dugout is probably the next best thing, as Anurit Singh does come in.
You can sense the frustration, though. I mean, anyone that's played cricket for any length of time will know that feeling of when it's not quite happening. It's the harder you try, the harder it seems to get. I mentioned earlier, I haven't really seen a large proportion of Yorker or Yorker attempts in this series, and that's probably to do with the fact that this deck does a little bit off the length. I think typically you'd be wanting to bowl, yeah, especially towards the end of the innings, at least half the balls up in the block or maybe more. Now, that was a really good Yorker from Savanchi. Let's see if Anurit can get going again. Another player with IPL experience. Doesn't have too much time to get set either. He still has the ability to kind of try and work the one here and get Kamwar on strike. Kamwar's the only hope they've got, I think, of Chase Miss down. He has to make a big score, but he will need some support as well.
He comes in and tries to work it away for a single. Ends up hitting it straight at that well-positioned short mid-wicket. Very short mid-on. He's been very good with the field placements, has Basisto as well, obviously using all of his experience, trying to strangle the batter, keep the new batter on strike. That's nicely played, and again, should be a single there, really.
Kesrick's at backward point, pretty close to the DJ, and getting some of the moves out. Even I might have seen the Sheldon Cottrell salute in there. He's having a good time, isn't he?
He is. He was taking some photos with some fans earlier. He loves it. Loves being around the cricket. Well, not going to love that one is Anarit, because that one's hit him flush. The teacher says sorry. Does he mean it? Probably not. It's a good ball. The bowler. The apology on a bouncer is always a bit half-hearted.
I got to say, I'm really impressed with some of these Swedish and European-based players and how they've troubled players that have played a lot of professional cricket. And Anarit's come out, worn that one from Aditya. It's been a real highlight of the week.
Seems to be okay to carry on. And again, I'm not overly convinced by that decision, because he again gives Sarel just the one ball to do some damage with. It's kind of similar to what we saw with Ali yesterday when he was the main man. The team were desperate to get him back on strike and kind of ended up doing the opposite. It's been a brilliant over so far from Aditya. Into the attack once more, picks up a wicket. It's only gone for one run. This could be disastrous for Stockholm United, and it is the end of the over. And what an over it is. 88 for 4 at the end of 11, and that run rate that's required keeps on climbing for Stockholm.
What does the supercomputer say? 5-6%? Do you think there's a chance? I think you can score at 15 in an over, but you have to string a few together. And that wicket just creating a bit of a dot ball bonanza. As my captain used to say, they're scoring with a fork. I did request some ABBA. Looks like it's coming on.
Well, we're in the home of ABBA.
I feel like you could play the lead singer of ABBA in a movie, Tina. Get one pretty often?
No, I think just, I suppose, generic Swede. Which was the blonde one? What was her name?
Was it
Agneta?
Agneta?
Agneta or Anna Fried?
I think Frieda's the other one.
Isn't it Anna Fried?
To the archives.
Otherwise it would be Fab rather than ABBA.
No, it's Anna Fried, but she was called Frida.
Oh, okay.
Here's Tipness coming back, replacing his lookalike.
Yeah, Agneta was the blonde one.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to be a younger Agneta.
Can you act?
Got him.
Well, no acting here. Stumps have a concerning lean as Anarit. He was shaken up, then he was knocked out. Tipness with the wicket. And another dagger in Stockholm United. Kamwa playing a lone hand, 88 for 5. It was a random question, but do you act? Have you done any acting?
I did in school, so I can recite the whole...
Would they give you lines and stuff?
All of it. I was one of the witches in Macbeth.
Oh, yeah.
So I can recite the opening...
Typecast, but fair
Thank you. I can recite the opening witches monologue from Macbeth.
Here's the thing.
If that's a flex at all.
Yes, it's all right. I'm not very good at acting because when I kind of lock eyes with a scene part or whatever, I sense how silly it is and it's not real. And one of the things in acting is you're meant to believe it or be believable. Because I can't not be myself.
That's why we can never make eye contact when we're commentating, because we just...
It'd be weird.
Yeah, we sit back to back.
Yeah, and modelling, you know that? I don't want to... Just another flex. Did a couple of shoots when I was younger.
As a baby?
Not very good at standing still.
This
when they're like, move... You know when they say, like, move a little bit this way? And like, no, it's too much. I'm like, do you know, it's not for me. Leave it to the experts, I say.
How old were you when you did this modelling? Were you a child model?
21, 22.
Oh, okay. What was it for?
It was...
I feel like this is the kicker.
It was actually...
The hesitation
I don't know if I can say this.
Okay, well...
No, it's fine.
Pranav is next to bat, so you can deliberate this as Abe goes around the wicket to the right-hander.
it was a glamour shoot in a casino, and we were doing things like throwing chips up in the air, and they were falling, and you know, like we'd won a bunch of money.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Were you kind of fully suited and booted?
I was standing on a poker table.
Is that protocol?
It's not usual, but apparently when you're a model, they let you do it.
Brilliant over here from Abe. Single, which does at least get Sarrel back on strike, but again, he's lost another wicket at the other end, seen a teammate come and go.
I think he's going to try and launch this.
He has to.
It's now or never, really, isn't it?
Required rate up above 15. He does try and launch it, and I think he's got a hold of that one. There's two fielders converging underneath it. Kesrick Williams almost sends Du Plessis to Stockholm General. And I think in the end, bobbles over the rope. I'm not sure it goes all the way. It's been signalled as 4. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, tell you what, Kesrick, this might be a straight red for a two-footer challenge. Look at this, comes in, bang. Well, maybe not two-footed in the end, but Du Plessis went for an adventurous straddle of the boundary rope. Yeah, he's had enough, Kanwar. He said, right, well, I'm trying to win this off my own bat. Let's see how that goes. It's gotten a bit darker at the ground as well over the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's certainly stormy vibes on the horizon, and well, that one's going to be more edge vibes as it goes away, and it won't be stopped. So 2 boundaries in the over, neither of them particularly convincing, but Sarrel still there and fighting for his side. He's pretty much the only one that's put up any kind of resistance so far for Stockholm United.
And now the rate at 15 and over, now you're kind of talking, you need kind of 3 boundaries. Okay, 2 6s or 3 4s in the over. They got 2 4s so far.
Long way to go.
Tipnester, but unlucky that edge wasn't thicker. Would have gone to the field at 45. They've got 2 kind of waiting for the catch off the outside edge in the circle.
Final ball of the 12th. Tipness unlucky to go for 2 boundaries. They will remain at 2 boundaries. So 9 coming off the over, which is going to only send the rate in one direction, which is now above 15. 97 for 5. 12 overs left. It's almost do or die time for Stockholm United, whether they get skittled in a blaze of glory within 3 overs or go to the edge and go to 20 overs. Doesn't really make much of a difference. Of course, net run rate doesn't matter anymore. It's just a straight shootout. That was almost a straight collision. Kesrick Williams veers off left at the right time.
On the list of players I'd least likely, or international players I'd least like to be in a collision with, Kesrick's right up near the top.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There's a couple of candidates here that you wouldn't want to run at full pelt, as Adichie comes back into bowl his final over. 2 for 12 off his 3 so far, including 12 dot balls out of the 18 he's bowled.
I suppose it could have been Rakeem Cornwall.
Oof. There might be a bit more bounceability off Rakeem Cornwall, though.
Maybe.
I feel like Kesrick is just...
like running into a mascot. Anyway, hello Rakeem, if you're watching. Big fan. Here we go with Surivanshi getting worked away. Now over to the Kanwar show.
Pranav's done his part. Just knocked the first ball for a single, so Pranav at least has given Sarrel 5 balls to try and produce a bit of magic here. I mean, just one magical over could at least give Stockholm United the impetus, the belief that they might be able to get this one over the line, but still.
I just like watching him bat. Yeah, I think he's so exciting.
That one sneaks through. It's going to go for 4 runs. Delicately played. He shows he's not all about brute force. Just waits for that one. Rolls his wrists on it. It gets Stockholm United up to 100 as well. 102 on the board now, and that was delicately played there from Sarrel.
Yeah, just laid the bat down at the right moment. Bit of luck, I suppose, went into a gap. And plenty of work still to do, but plenty of time to do it in. Almost 8 overs to play in this one. Surivanshi with the comeback ball.
Went full pelt for that one. Frustrated with himself as he skips a single down to the other end. It's a bit of a question what Pranav does here. Does he just continue to be the single merchant, or try and provide some kind of support for Sarrel at the other end, who cannot do it all by himself? Still over 110 runs needed.
Paolo Campini with this play on words in the chat. Saying about my photo shoot. I'm surprised they will let you do that, Vinny. Very good.
Yeah, that's good. We like casino-based puns.
Yeah.
Chip in with some more.
Exactly, you know. Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Trying to get blackjack into this game. Stockholm United. That's all right. I mean, look. Well, I've worked in Vegas a little bit. Did you know that? It's an unknown fact. I worked in Vegas a couple of times. And my Elvis show didn't really... No, not with that. I was going to say didn't really fill the theatres. But, no, yeah, big companies, MGM.
Yeah.
See them behind the Nordic Smash next year.
Absolutely.
Throw a bit of coin our way.
Final ball of the 13th. And that's a lovely shot. That's gone a long, long way off the bat of Sarul. That's why he's one of the best players to watch at this Nordic Smash. Just effortless there, lifting it over 6 runs to add a final flourish to the end of the 13th, 110 on the board.
Well, you might say you wouldn't want to poke at the bear, as Kanwa is such a threat, isn't he? Just such an easy swing of the bat, but the ball flies off it. Such good technique. That is pretty as a picture. Maximal out of the ground.
Kind of run out of casino games, to be honest. I'm not really a casino merchant.
But you know, I'm just saying, got to spend money to make money.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a few more partners jumping behind the Nordic Smash. I think everyone can see the potentials there. Everyone has said that this week, and it can only grow from here. Of course, you need to get that backing. You need to get behind the tournament. If you are enjoying what you're watching, get in touch and check them out. Send them a message on social media, perhaps. Nordic Smash, T20. Okay. Tipness coming back with his left arm spin. Yadav needs to get off strike, can't get off strike first ball.
As long as you're going to run a ball, you can say you're justifying your position there, getting Sarul on strike, but he does do it on the first occasion and manages it on the second. Sarul gets back on strike, he's 42 off 17.
Clever field placement from Will Basisto as well. Okay, he does get a single that ball, but he brought mid-wicket in tight, he brought cover in tight, and he's basically saying to Yadav, I'm not going to give you that easy single, I'm going to actually make you hit it a bit harder to get a run. All right. Penny for your thoughts. Kanwa. Now or never, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he's already done more than enough to try and get his side into it. Been a one-arm show, one-arm bandit so far, and it's taken. And that will be the end of the watch of Sarul Kanwa. And the one person he did want to pick out on the field, on the boundary, is Will Basisto. Safe pair of hands. I think with Sarul go the chances here of Stockholm United as they lose their set back to lose their 5th on Nelson, 111.
Yeah, it's a good catch. I mean, he actually hit it too well here. Kanwa knew he was in trouble. And it's just the difference between someone like Basisto, who is technically a very, very good fielder, compared to some of the other fielders we see around Europe that may kind of be lurching forward there, staying quite upright, but he gets down towards the ground. But he, gets his whole body down, gets his head down, and takes it comfortably off the turf. So, nice roll the dice maybe. Sami Zahid, again, hasn't really contributed with the bat the way he would have liked. He's bowled pretty well this week. He's going to come out to bat in the 14th over. And I just got a funny feeling Keswick Williams might be warming up because they've got some unfinished business.
I mean, they're almost like pen pals at this point, the amount they're
that's right.
signing off to each other.
You know, obviously, it's a bit of a signature celebration for Keswick. He hasn't really brought it out this week, but if he had to bring it out once, it might be in the direction of Zabi.
Tipness then. Might get 2 in 2 here. It's going to land safe. Fielder out there in the deep was a long way out. Lucky escape for Zabi Zahid, and it gives Pranav the strike back. 2 balls left.
It's the difference of European Cricket Series with 50-metre boundaries versus 60, 65-metre boundaries. Is to hit these stringer boundaries is so much more difficult. And we'd be saying then, you are able to probably string some of these magical overs together. 17's the rate at the moment, still on, but it's hard to think it's going to happen here. The other thing is when the boundaries are back, you're also more likely to get a 1 after a boundary, so you don't get these kind of heaters as much. Of course, his innings started with a heater with Gunatilaka going 6-6-4-4. He was only able to score 3 more in his innings. Here's Titmus.
Final ball of the 14th. Go on the reverse, and it just about goes over the head of the outstretched fielder. In fact, it goes all the way, despite the tumble there on the boundary. Not quite middled, but a 4's a 4. That's the end of the 14th. 116 for 6. Yeah, I suppose the boundary length being longer means it's more difficult to miss hit a boundary as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's sometimes what you see on the 50-metre boundaries, that you swing hard enough and you just assume it's going to go, even if you're not really doing it with an awful amount of judgment. Let's take a look at this piece of fielding. It was going back to the over. Maybe we'll see it at the end. That was the start of the over.
Big moment.
Significant catch. Will Basisto. Kanwar frustrated with himself, but Titmus picks up his second. He's 22 for 2 off his 3.
The Mian dive that we'll see in a second, it's almost like he knew that he wasn't going to catch it, but he wasn't catch up with it. But he's like, I might as well just dive anyway and see what happens, because he's miles away from the ball.
Maybe he was tripped up by an imaginary
tripped on a worm.
trip wire. Yeah.
14 overs down, 116 for 6. We don't get Kesrick yet. We do get Saeed Ali Gilani to bowl the 15th. Wide called for height first up.
Kesrick has been warming up on the boundary with a few of his dance moves, so maybe he's just signalling to his skipper that he's ready and limber, ready to maybe break out dance move celebration if he gets a wicket. Nigolani then too short on the first occasion. That's a better length, but it's an even better shot as that's lifted over. Does it have the length on it? No, it does not. Will Basisto, who seems to be putting himself in the hot spots here, finds another one. And it's the 7th wicket to fall. Stockholm United, well, falling away here entirely, 117 for 7.
Petering out, isn't it, this game now? Basisto, he might be in Stockholm General for leather poisoning the way things are going. He's had a lot of the ball. Of course, he started things off with the wicket of Saeed Ahmed. Was into the side, wasn't able to score. And that's his 3rd catch now to go with that wicket. And I think we can ride him in, Tina. We're going to have the top 2 teams from the group stage in the final. And it's probably a reward for a team that, there's a lot of talent, probably player for player. You'd actually say Stockholm United might be marginally better, but I just think Västerås United have kind of had better plans, have managed the game better, they've done the little things better. Which I think is a fair observation.
I think that's fair, and I think you can't underestimate the value of a good skipper. And Will Basisto has been excellent throughout, both on personal performance, but also rallying his side, field placements, bowling the right bowlers at the right time. Just his infectious energy as well, the hustle that he brings, the professionalism, I think that does seep through a side, can be both negative and positive for a skipper. But he's been such a great addition, a great leader for Västerås United. Gilani then. Well, that one hits JB Mead in the kneecap and then almost hits him in the head on the way back.
I often think this when I watch European cricket and some of the European cricket grounds. It's harder than playing at a World Cup, conditions-wise.
Yeah.
I'm not saying standard-wise, but as a keeper, it's kind of like level 14 difficulty, keeping low, bouncing in the dirt in front of you.
Goes for the scoop, misses it entirely. Yeah, especially as the the footing where the keepers are standing has deteriorated through the week.
I've said this before as well. You know, take golf. Where the professionals in golf, when you get to the Masters and the British Open, they're playing on the hardest courses in the world. Then cricket goes the other way. The better you get, the easier it gets. You get to field on a billiard table.
It's very true.
I'd like to see, you know, these top fielders in the world kind of taking on some trampoline Tortugas and left turns at Albuquerque around some of these European cricket. I honestly would just love to see how they'd approach it. So almost, okay, this is quite a nice ground, so it's probably not in the category of some. In the outfield, at least.
Well, there's an example of the Tortuga as the fielder at point goes sprawling into a dive and sees it fly over his head. Nice shot, bit of width on offer there. It's creamed away for 4 runs, but Pranav here not really jumps away to the boundary. Yeah, I think an uneven field is kind of the great humbler in cricket.
Yeah.
Especially if you've come from an outfield where you can pretty much go and approach it one-handed and know that it's going to hit your hand, whereas here you can go with it two-handed and two-legged and still go through you.
I've kind of learned there's almost a little different technique you need in the field.
Well, they always say, of course, in cricket, in the developed
dark ages,
in the developed cricketing world, they say stay low. Almost in Europe or on pitches that are a bit more wobbly, you don't want to go so low because the bounce could be into your teeth, or if you go too low, it'll bounce over your hands. You almost want to be ready to go low, but also stay high.
I'll tell you what I've learned anyway. It'll be the end of the 15th over and 122 for 7. So it's all about, so this again, this probably doesn't apply to this field as much because it's pretty good and there's grass on it, unlike some others we've had around Europe where we've covered cricket. But it's almost like you have to read the last bounce. So there's, you have, if that last bounce is say 2 meters or more, then you should be able to react to it. But I would stay almost in a slips catching position. I'd be flat-footed and I'd be almost like the slips cradle. That last bounce, I want to be able to go in any direction, left, right, up, down. Conversely, if it's going to bounce, say, closer than 1.5 meters or 2 meters, you've almost got to try and get big and smother it because you won't have enough reaction time to react to the bounce. So then it's kind of more guesswork. It's Tipness. And big appeal. Wow. Grappling with the decision was the umpire. He said, no, I think that one's just missing. Leg by given. Check it out. It's got pretty wide of the crease here. Good decision.
Yeah, I think Tipner's trying to argue it's going to straighten up. Don't think it will straighten up enough for that decision to go in his favour. That one is the classic undercut and should be cut off there by Ali Galani, the lumbering figure who reaches it back in. This is pretty much a formality at this point, with still the best part of 100 runs required in this semi-final. Both batters out there not really setting the world on fire. I suppose it does set up a mouth-watering clash in the final. And of course, we won't have the return of the Stockholm skirmish.
Yeah, we won't. It's one potential matchup.
Instead, will be Vesteros, barring some kind of minor miracle. That's nicely hit down the ground. And I think it's dropped by Sammy there. Just went beyond my field of vision.
It's good effort, though. I mean, that was a bit of a laser line drive. Never got that high. He had to launch himself.
Oof. Unlucky.
Very unlucky. They're almost stuck.
Great camera work there as well to pick that one up, because I lost it in the flight as that one's clubbed away. Up and over the covers, nobody there. So at least a real sign of intent here from Khalid. Almost got caught on the previous ball, could have almost also been a boundary. He gets one on this occasion. Tipness looking for that third wicket in his spell. He's got one ball left here. Vesteros still very much on top. Final ball of the 16th. This time they suddenly do find a bit of hustle around them. This is the kind of running that we really wanted to see from Stockholm United from the off. They get to the end of the 16th, 133 for 7. Tipnis finishes with 2 for 31 of his 4. Be good if we could maybe see Keswick again, just for a bit of flair, a bit of fire against Khalid. He's still got 2 overs left. Ali Galani, well, he was expensive in his 2. Might not see him return. Basisto, he also has 2 in his back pocket, but the skipper has been pretty judicious with bowling himself. I think he's probably more likely to give the ball to someone else. Will be Ali Galani then to bowl the 17th. The other alternative would then be to turn to Viral Patel, who's also bowled 2. Ali Galani then picked up a wicket earlier in the piece, looking for his second.
Just looking back at when Vesteros United and Stockholm City met in the round robin stage. It was Tuesday afternoon, last game of the day.
This one's up in the air. I think it's going to land safely. Be fielded out in the deep. They do run through for 2. It's good running.
Yeah.
Stockholm United found their running shoes late in the piece.
Yeah, it was a long throw. But yeah, the hustle. The elbow grease hasn't been there through the whole innings. Yeah, so 170 was what Vesteros United scored batting first, and a bit of a thrilling finish. This is pretty thrilling from Khalid Zahid as he drop kicks this one all the way over the fence. Maximo 6 carreras. Well, Stockholm United, they'll be heading for the exit, but looking for a couple of potential personal highlights. Clears the front leg and just goes with it. Nice shot.
Just over pitch there from Ali Galani. He's duly punished.
So, yeah, Vesteros United scored 170, and if you remember this one, went right down to the last over, and it was Tahir Tarar that hit Keswick Williams for 4 off the 3rd last ball.
Yeah.
And so they won with 2 balls to spare.
Comeback ball then required here from Galani. Better delivery. Yes, it's interesting always when you get teams that get to the final and have played each other before, that kind of psychological advantage plays in. But it was quite early in the tournament, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tuesday, second day, there was still a bit of weather around. I think by now both sides will have very much found their groove. Slower ball. Picked though, and nicely played by Pranav, who adjusts to the speed. There's Keswick. I'm sure he'll be eager to get the ball in hand. He's a real competitor, even though this game pretty much over. He'd want to pick up a few more wickets and get himself into the groove for the final, which is scheduled to start in just under half an hour's time.
Not too much of a turnaround, is it?
Assuming we'll wait till the end of the game to do the toss, so it might be that we have a slight delay on the proceedings.
Maybe.
143 for 7, end of the 17th. 3 overs left then.
If I had to guess, I think it will be a 4:15 start.
Yeah, you're rarely ever wrong, really. So watch this space for that, but...
Ironically, you've just said something that isn't wrong either.
Oof, it's like one of those riddles.
True.
You can go out if you want, but just stay on for one more over.
Anyway, here's an excitement machine, Pierre Duplessis.
It looks like some kind of 18th century revolutionary from France in his photo.
Pierre kind of basically giving him a consolation over here, but didn't he have an amazing entry into the tournament? 4 wickets, 2 catches on debut. And had a bit of a Barry Crocker second game. Right now, he hasn't started well. That was too short in towards the hands of the batter. And Yadav helps it away to the boundary, 30 partnership up.
He just misses his line and length there, Pierre. Left arm over to the right-hander. There's always an unforgiving angle because anything pretty much straight is just going to tail away down the leg side. And that one goes again. Fielder out there in the deep with some work to do, and he doesn't do it. That one goes straight through the legs, and another 4 runs.
Yeah, just never really got set for this one. Sammy. Some running to his right and just didn't get down in time. Could have covered it laterally. Couldn't get down to terra firma.
I do think they can shift this field around a bit. Everyone move a bit squarer on the leg side. And there we go, Pierre gets his revenge. 4-4 wicket. You can see what it means to du Plessis. Probably a bit frustrated with himself in those first 2 deliveries, but third one bang on, and the next wicket falls. He gets one on the board. Smiles all around for Stockholm United, 151 for 8.
Yeah, well, that's rolling out here. 2.5 overs to go. It's on the walk that time. Yadav, see what he's trying to do. Probably thought after Pierre dropped short a couple of times it was full, so he was trying to get on the drive, but it was more or less a good length ball. Crashes into the stumps and makes it 151 for 8.
Yeah, just a question of whether United can get over the line here with 2.5 overs left. Happy for Pierre as he gets another one to his name. He's a big character, and good to see him in the wickets.
Love the old headband.
It's very 80s tennis style, isn't it?
Nathan Brackett, the modern player I can think that wore kind of... It was more of a... like an Alice, they're called Alice bands.
Alice bands are the thinner ones, so I don't know why I'm suddenly the arbiter of fashion.
When it comes to hair.
Yeah, probably winning out between the two of us.
I think so.
I think Ben Stokes has worn ones on occasion. That's a good ball, slightly short, but Soiful Alom not able to get to the pitch of it.
339 fours, 186 sixes in this tournament.
So if we're lucky, we can get to 350 fours in the tournament. Well, hopefully, unless we have a low-scoring thriller in the final. 2 balls left of the 18th, and after those 2 looseners, Pierre has found his lines here. Wicket ... 1 ball left. Again, good captaincy from Basisto, isn't it? Giving one of the other bowlers a chance in a game that's more or less drifted, and he's more than stood up to the task here, Pierre. 3 dot balls to finish after that wicket at the end of the 18th. 151 for 8, so there's 2 overs left. Plenty of options to choose from for Basisto.
Yeah, true. It'd be a nice time to give someone a bowl you might want to use in the final, but might not be in the kind of plan A plans. You know, Galani equally used the bowl. But yeah, cloudy now. We had plenty of blue sky earlier. There was a chance of a thunderstorm this afternoon. Hopefully it stays away. I think in the chat, Johnny was looking at the radar, said it should miss us south, but well, let's see. It's kind of got its own weather system here. It's kind of a murky finish to this game.
Galani will finish out his overs, and this could be another wicket. It's straight down the throat of Abe Tipnis, who takes it on the long off boundary. That's 9 down for Stockholm United. Ali Galani picks up his second.
Yeah, Tippy's got buckets out there. Barely had to move. Guarding the €500 cash prize as well. Long off. You can see the desibox.co sign in the background. Well, to be honest, if I'm Stockholm United right now, I'm just trying to collect the cash.
Yeah.
What else you got to play for? Anyway. Well, the other thing is, we still haven't had a crowd catch. I don't think we counted the one that hit the roof. We decided it couldn't hit an inanimate structure, but it could hit another person. You could collect the cash for that.
And use it for their hospital bill. Final wicket then. It's nicely played by Ankit Rajput, who is, again, a handy number 11, just as we saw Patient this morning. Rajput, of course, more of a bowler, but someone with a wealth of experience. Knocks that one down the ground for 2. Slower ball from Gilani, and Ankit has thrown his hands at it. Will just be a single. He wants the 2 and almost a run out there, which would have signalled the end of the game.
Yeah.
Soiful Alam sends Ankit back.
Better throw. I think he was a cooked goose.
That's going to be the widest of wides. Ali Gilani. Well, I think Basisto here is hoping that Gilani gets a bit of his mojo back. He's been a bit too expensive for his liking, going at almost 12s. He's the only one that's actually had a bit of tap so far. Yeah, just not quite hitting his straps. Something Basisto will be hoping will change for the final.
Gilani disappointed with that. Never a better time to bowl than when a team is 9 down, especially as you're getting toward last over, second last over. Everyone loves a cheapie. Clean up the tail. And Gilani be the janitor.
Better line of length. He appeals for something more in hope than expectation. It's an appeal of 1 as well. 1 ball left of the 19th.
Right, in the air, this could be it. As Gilani can finish it right here, and he won't. Well, kind of looked like the last one to leave the bar at 3 in the morning there. He was staggering all over the place. He zigged, he zagged, and the ball ends up hitting the turf. It's the end of the 19th over. 160 for 9, and we will go to the last. It's funny, it probably will finish round about a par score. You know what? 165 is the average score.
There you go.
Which Wise Man gave that exact figure on the opening morning. I can't remember who he was.
There's no Wise Men up here.
But I mean, I was going to say they can probably finish about with an average score, but the Vestros United first innings was more than average. In fact, it was the best total of the Nordic smash so far. Speaking of smashes, Gilani smashes into the turf. There's Stockholm City getting ready for their big clash. Now they know their opponent. This is hit, and only a single. I don't think they bother to run there.
No, they don't. Soiful Alam clearly doesn't trust his own number 11. Pierre Duplessis has the honours.
Now, cracked away. And it'll be a single.
Fantastic, yeah, brilliant bowling, boy.
Pierre, maybe he can clean things up here. Oh, no, Ankit. Ooh, slow ball from Pierre. Looks like an overroller out of the hand.
It's been a nice little cameo from Pierre. Those first 2 balls just got slightly wrong looseners. But since then, he's been on target, picked up a wicket, and looking now with 3 balls left to get the final scalp. Can he do it? No, he can't. That one hit away into the leg side. 2 fielders out there. And this time they do meander through for the single.
Stockholm United, well, it's been great to have them as part of the first ever Nordic smash. Again, probably a model of inconsistency, really, when they look back at their tournament. End up just winning 2 games out of the 6, which when you look at the squad list and you look at the amount of experience, first-class experience, IPL experience, I know these players kind of on the back end of their careers. I wonder where it went wrong, really. Like I said, maybe just not doing some of the basics right on occasion. I suppose some of the Swedish players haven't really performed to the best of their ability as well. That's not a bad shot. It's cracked away over cover, and it will run away for 4. That will do it. I'll finish with 168 for 9. Nice shot by Alom to finish things off. We'll have to wrap this up pretty quickly. The final margin of victory was 41 runs. Kanwar top scores with 42. It felt like he was playing a one-man band in the middle of that innings, trying to keep them up at the rate. Goodentilaka started with a smash with 6-6-4-4 off the first 4 balls, but ended up scoring only 3 off his next 14, out for 23. A duck for Saeed Ahmed, who is included in the lineup for the first time. Chaudhry with 24. Boshoff with 11, but found it hard going. Yadav with 19. Khalid Daheed with a nice little cameo of 21 towards the end. And Swartflom with a couple of boundaries in his 11. Bowling-wise, well, their wickets were pretty evenly split. 2 for Saeed Ali Gilani, Tipnis and Suryavanshi with 2 each as well. And singles to Basisto, Williams and Pierre du Plessis. We'll take a break. We now know the matchup. It's going to be Stockholm City take on Västerås United. Coming up in around about 15 to 25 minutes. We'll let you know pretty shortly on screen when that one will get underway. Toss news coming as well. Vinny Standing, Mr. Maximo will team it off. We'll see you shortly for the decider of the first ever Nordic Smash T20.
Who is this? These guys are party here. Boys, quick. Come in front. Let's go quick. Bye. And I will take a video. What was that? All right, while we're all talking,
Ready? Put you load from in on the land. We the grabbers think like alligator man. The scheme, today we are the weatherman. A boy should have dropped, but the beretta jam. Long time we no kill a man. So it's hurt to the men that the letter man. Set a bomb, make a damn black rain fall. So who must catch a man? That's the echo when the grabber. Scheme out like Shabba motherfucker. Shot fire, everyone a drop flat. Everybody's check, every banana. Still like the rims and the Cadillac. When we banana. Shot fire, everyone a drop flat. We want you see everybody back. We bother down, everything we're bad. Mother down, everything we're bad. Black rain fall when you see me now. Steel pan a beat like Trinidad. When we step in the street like criminal. Speed up your weekly the minimal. Funeral, in a yam. Nobody have you, don't give a damn. When they grab a Shabba Madapa. Shot fire, every man a drop flat. Everybody's trapped, every banana. Feel like the rims and the Cadillac. When the M1 and up. Straightness. When we are party, and I know good. The party no turn up, it turn over. Tell a fool from the mic and the Land Rover. My party from 40 to and over. I'm a drink till I get hangover. The party I go champagne just a bubble low. Me and the girl them a pull low. Me phone jack me no pick it up.
Ready?
Now me no give up. The party I go
Ready?
champagne just a bubble low. Me and the girl them a pull low. Baby, bend over for your drink and pick it up. Lick it up. Right now the raving star. The girl them be chant from the raving bars. We beat them like a slaving shaft. And wake them up like a tidal pass. I done that. Not a tool that you for your private car. Me go tell the near we can walk. Cause me don't get a bike. Me be a star. Eyes look dreaming. She say you got make she a see dreaming. People say me crazy. True me not try easy. Me live my life my make you win.
They're taking the bed first.
अच्छा लगा तुम्हारे साथ खेल कर मेहनत करो आगे बढ़ो फिर मिलेंगे आजा यार इधर 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 आजा बैठ जा कौन है ये हरा
Let me tell you about streets anywhere. Dog them serious. Dog them no nervous. Let me tell you about man we go like a Eskimo. No more can go wrong me. I know some big things hit me G. One phone call it take to make some boy wipe up hurt and drop down clot. From you not stop my food dog. Me no matter about you and me no care about that. Can't talk in my face. Say them run place, I run them run round that. Man a action back, some boy all look like a chat. Enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up. Talk them a talk, no action to back. Enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up. Chat them a chat, me no pay that, no mind hear that. Empty barrel and make blind dog, them a no nobody, them a no nobody. Can't step to the president, all of me dogs, them a be a mad smaddy. Have a one piece of metal and a post dog, you no mad man from nowhere. You must see the whole of your life, cause it can't work if you step to me. Enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up, enough of them stairs up. Talk them a talk, no action if you back, enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so chat them a chat, me no pay that, no mind hear that. One phone call it take to make some boy wipe off her hurt and drop down flat. Come here now, stop my food, dog, me no matter about you and me no care about. Can't talk in my face, say them one place, I run them run round that. Man a action pack, some boy only full of tough chat. Enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so talk them a talk, no action fi back. Enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so chat them a chat, me no pay that, no mind hear that. Boy, no fear the boy, jungle no fear them, so I fear them. What more no fear them, more no view no fear them. We don't play them, boy. Enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so enough of them stairs, so yeah. You don't listen when you say enough of them stairs, so full of chat. Enough of them stairs, so long time them stairs, so long time enough of them stairs, enough of them stairs, so
Whiskey, whiskey, yes, your body whiskey.
whiskey. Oh yeah.
Roach Beach.
Big way, 5 days, 10 days. I don't dare wait for you, my charge. For you, my charge. You want the phone, no cake, I no go talk. Cafe for you, my charge. For you, my charge. Take me everywhere you go. Oh, tell me everything I want to know. No lies, no lies. Yeah, run am anyhow you want to run. Second, baby girl you fire fast, no doubt. But you say, kill a can, I'm getting mine, biggie mine. So what's fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but that is my risky. Kill a can, I'm getting mine, biggie mine. So what's fun? Who be risky? Body whiskey, get tipsy, but that is my risky.
Yes, yeah. Whiskey, yes, your body.
Your body risky,
Yes, your body.
Start. Ah, start, yeah. That's coming in.
been a very long time, yeah. Still a wait for your wine. Body girl, but you're clean and cute, so your nipple them blow my mind. We will give you money any day or any time. Jiggle up your body, let me see your waistline. Yeah, I know you need me and your body risky. I take that whiskey, yeah,
Tough luck, boys.
Yeah, it's also aeroplane. Asking for back from everyone.
पीछे कैसे पंकज भाई इतना तो है पहले बोला है हो जाएगा ना
What else do you have, bro?
1983 मोमेंट हाँ पूछ तो रहा है पूछ ऐसा रहा है जैसे कि तुम खुद खेलेगा नहीं बैटिंग में बॉलिंग हाँ बैटिंग में बॉलिंग पूछ रहा था बॉलिंग टॉस के बाद और मैनेजमेंट बात मजा कर रहा आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम है आपको आपको since when did he start respecting me ये मुझे कब से रिस्पेक्ट कर रहा था चलो आप अब से मैं गलती हो गया आपसे कभी हाँ अब से हाँ So I picked the perfect category. Then I would know. So I was bringing the box. एक मिनट उससे पहले बोल टॉस जीता कि नहीं बॉलिंग क्या है बॉलिंग हाँ अरे यार मैंने बोला इसको थकाना हमारा प्लान क्या था नहीं वो नहीं प्लान हमारा तो सुन वही हमारा बेटा हमारा तो विटामिन वेल हाइट करना है हाइट करना है बाद में मिलते हैं फिर हां बाहर जब से नहीं फिर आप वो हो रहे हैं ऐसे माइक क्या है कल खाना लाया थे ना वेदांत ना ऊपर भाई कर लेना भाई भाई good luck bro
अच्छा भाई खाओ
ये क्या डेढ़ सामान होता है डेढ़ सामान होता है मैं तो खरीद ग्लव जरा गाली में नहीं 100% second then 70 30 0 4 is minus 1 is minus no that's how it's been for my stress level as well that's the 100% stress Thursday in Folsom Saturday we drove cars here we did Saturday guys otherwise that different other there was actually
Aryan, you tell him the story.
पर हाइट पक्का ना साले आराम और जैसे कोई बताऊंगा मैं भाई क्या ही करो जरूर नहीं होगा ना फोकस रखिए अरे वो बॉक्स लेके जा रहा था 5 डेज वाले वो लेके जा रहा था तो कहते हैं पूछा वो हमारे दुश्मन 5 डेज का तो बोला गिव मी सम वन तो आदमी बोला ओनली फॉर द टेबल टॉपर तो भाई टेबल इतना इंसल्ट दे गया तो वो चिढ़ गया तो आई सी यू मां सब पूछ के निकल गया कुछ लड़ाई वगैरह ऐसे नहीं होगा कैसा कुछ बोल रहा है बोल रहा था कुछ बोल रहा था भाई मेरे को तो खा रहे होता मुंह तो होना चाहिए बार करना पड़ता है 8 9 10 भाई देखिए पीछे किसे मुझे से अभी काम नहीं मिला क्योंकि उससे तो 40,000 भाई स्टार्टिंग में 40 नाम तो भाई
कैसे बताओ अरे यार ये मतलब होते हैं अमिताभ बच्चन जो बहुत ही अंदाज आ जा रहा है अमिताभ बच्चन इस पर अमिताभ बच्चन बड़े क्रॉसिंग रोड से तो कैसी अंदाज है यार अब तो बड़ी अमिताभ सलमान खान वकील रेडियो from मरा तो बताओ
और कोई सोलना कम्यून से कितने लोग हैं? और कुछ भी होता है ना टोटल 20,000 सोलना कम्यून से कितने लोग हैं? आ जाओ
मेरी दर्द चीर के निकल चुका मौका मिले तो ये दोबारा जुनू के आग में उबलती मेरी कोशिशों को चाहिए ना कोई और सहारा फॉरवर्ड कमाया इन लोगों ने मेरी दर्द चीर के निकल चुका मौका मिले तो ये दोबारा जुनू के आग में उबलती मेरी कोशिशों को चाहिए ना कोई और सहारा चक्का जुत्ते हत्ते मिलन बधाइयां चक्का जुत्ते हत्ते मिलन बधाइयां जुत्ते हत्ते मिलन बधाइयां क्या है बदे करके सुरमा कमाने हैं क्या बता वो मार दिया
Ali, एक हेल्प चाहिए, वो जो अपना नीचे खुला है ना, वहाँ पे वाटर वाली है, हाँ वो लगेगी जल्दी जल्दी। उधर भी है, हाँ उधर रखा है 2 मिनट।
वो सही रहेगा दोनों के लिए मांग ले मेरे बात अमित
अभी तो
अमित
ये डीएलएफ का सिचुएशन आएगा, बारिश होने वाला है, तो ये 15 ओवर का पहले से करें या क्या सोच रहे हैं भाई?
यार बात तो सुनो ना, मैच नहीं होगा, एक मेल भी आई हमारे को अलग से आईसीसी की।
Let's do what do you guys want to do? Happy to if you want to. You want to get back?
Yeah.
Okay. How many overs?
We take the mutual decision with manager, captain.
How many overs?
He offered also. If he started 15 overs now, that is the best for both. Yeah.
15 overs, 5 over power play? Yeah. 3 overs per bowler? 30%, right? So
5 overs is equal. Yeah.
as long as it's the same for both.
Yeah.
Happy?
Let's go with it.
Okay.
Take the hands so down.
Cheers. Okay, so 15 overs. Yeah. Play well. Enjoy. Cheers. Okay. Boys, starting this end.
Inform. 15 over.
15 over the match है. Right-handed. 5. एक बॉलर 3 ओवर डाल सकते हैं. 15 over.
5 over. पहले डिसाइड है नहीं है.
एक बॉलर.
You decided 5.
Besitos.
Hello and welcome back to the Nordic Smash. Well, lights, camera, action, hopefully not lightning, because we're getting ready for the final. And so we've got the top 2 teams from the group stage who are going to be doing battle in the final. West United winning the toss and bowling in this one. And yeah, didn't have too much of a turnaround. You might have noticed there's a slight delay just because that last game ran over time and obviously had to get the toss done and a few other logistics. But yeah, with the cloud cover pretty heavy for this one. Certainly it's crazy how bright it's been here sometimes, and other times it's been pretty gloomy. And interesting as well, bit of a change with Abe Tipness to bowl the first over. First ever Nordic Smash. That means this is the first ever Nordic Smash final. I know the mayors here, the dignitaries were there, welcoming the player onto the field. I do have some news that the final will be a 15 over match. And that's because everything needs to run to time. So yeah, 3 overs per bowler, 5 over power play. So yeah, that's a bit of a bombshell. I suppose it makes it even more fast and furious. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again is Tina Goff.
We love to be on our toes, don't we, Vinny? And this one is looking to be a thriller here in the stormy Stockholm. It's very much dry at the moment, but maybe just with an eye on the weather and, of course, the delay as well. 15 over bash.
Yeah, F15, Formula 15. So, yeah, just repeating that. 5 over power play, 3 overs per bowler. Here we go with the final. Nakvi cuts down on this one, and he should get 2 to get us going. And look, this will suit, I think, someone like Zayn Nakvi, who's played hundreds, literally hundreds of T10 matches. Obviously slightly different, still with the fairly big boundaries compared to ECN T10 cricket. But I think that he won't have any problem playing his shots a little bit earlier. Also, did sparkling touch earlier on in that demolition job of the Phoenix. Urgency between the wickets is something we've talked about quite a lot today. And that was nicely done by Mundra from the non-strikers end to come through for the single. Just speaking to Ajay Mundra a little bit today. He's a very good keeper, but he says, with the workload, still available to keep, but if there's a better option, often You know, he'd prefer to just field and concentrate on his batting. Guided away this time. Nakvi not confident of getting through for the single. So yeah, 15 over match. You see that on the screen. So what's a good score? I don't think it changes that much. Probably say it's round about 120s. Maybe 130s. Nicely swept away. It won't get out of the infield. So, I mean, the obvious way that this changes the game is they need to be, not just want to be, they need to be more aggressive earlier. And these kind of innings that start slowly do cost you even more in a 15 over game compared to a 20 over game.
Yeah, it's probably not a change of complete game plan, but certainly maybe a shift of mindset here. I think Nakvi usually has one thing in his mind in any case, and that's hitting the boundaries. But he's going to not hit one today in the final. Nabe Tipnis gets one to slip through. Nakvi, the absolute architect of his team's victory in the semi-final, goes early here. Stockholm City 4 for 1.
Yeah, it's a tip slip, and it's Nakvi that just couldn't deal with the angle here. Shot on with the arm, and Tipnis is pretty excited with that. So showing no signs of fatigue here. They've come out firing Västerås United, and the dangerous Nakvi is going to have to go. The first wicket falls 4 for 1.
Dream start here for Västerås United, who pretty much riding the wave of the previous game. It's always one of those, do you want the break? And it was a long old break for Stockholm City, or do you want to just keep that momentum going? Västerås currently got the early lead, 4 for 1 in the first. Haven't found the rope yet. As Samarth Shetty, the vice-captain, comes out number 3 for Stockholm City. The good news for SC is, of course, they've got batting up and down the order. I don't think they'll be overly concerned with losing wickets, but of course they want that rate to be up towards 10 if possible. 1 ball left of the first.
Shetty had a pretty good week, but he won't be able to score off this one. End of the first over, and it's 4 for 1. Let's not forget, Stockholm City still undefeated in the tournament. They've got a 6-0 record, 5-0 through the group stages, and that win earlier in the day where they basically wiped the Phoenix off the park. Looking at his first over from Tipnis. Again, it's good control, doesn't he? There's lots to like about him. It's the kind of tournament that he can press his case for more representation and more opportunities. There's never been more opportunities as a cricketer these days. More than there are these days, I should say. Yeah, so Västerås United, they have taken a couple of losses along the way. They did lose to Stockholm City in match number 6 when these two teams met. The only other occasion, of course. Gilani traps him on the crease. But umpire not too interested in the appeal. In that game, match 6, Västerås United batted first, scored 170 off their 20 overs. Stockholm City were able to chase it down, but took the game all the way to the last over, ended up chasing it 172 in 19.4. Now up in the air, hanging, but I think just out of the grasp of the infielders who were racing back. Punchy does the fielding. Yeah, so Västerås United also lost a game yesterday to Stockholm United, but to be fair, they rested Will Basisto, they rested Mead, gave some other players opportunities. They were already assured of a spot in the semi-final. Acrobatic stuff from JP, this time down the leg side, but a little deflection gets away for 4.
That's a much needed boundary here for AJ Mundra. First one of this second over. Ali Galani just struggling again with, I suppose, the length there more than anything. The line was all right. You could argue, fourth stump line, not much you can do about that, but he didn't have his best game with the ball in the semi-finals. Quite expensive of his very high standards. Looking for a comeback here.
Oh, thick edge. This is flying away as well. More runs. And I was just thinking, you know, with the 15 over game, there's a couple of things. Obviously, we did run a bit late in the semi-final, and both captains were happy to agree to this. I also think it might be to do with the fact that the thunderstorm is listed to come in about an hour and a half, so it probably gives you more chance of getting through the final. I don't think anyone wants to see a rain out in the final or a rain-affected result.
Yeah, it's certainly deteriorated the weather as the day has gone on, hasn't it? It was beautiful this morning. That one is beautifully put away. Not so great for Ali Galani, whose woes continue from the semi-final. That's 3 boundaries in a row. This time just guilty of trying to overcorrect. Hits the wrong length on the full toss. AJ Mundra leans into that one, 4 runs.
But I think maybe the back-to-back games isn't as much of a factor with Vestos United, given that it's only 15 overs. Still, I mean, it's quick turnaround, but you know, everyone was like, wow, that's a bit much, isn't it? But when you think about it, think about cricket, you know, where you make have 2-hour sessions with a 20-minute break in between. So it's not really that different to that. But I suppose these players these days are not really used to it anymore, unless you're playing red ball stuff. That's the end of the second over. Much better one for Stockholm City, 18 for 1.
Yeah, Ali Galani just not quite his glittering best so far in this finals day. Remember then, every bowler can have 3 overs rather than the customary 4. That was just a front foot jab from AJ Mundra. He's not going to miss out on that occasion. Looks like Tipness will continue, just remarking his run-up. Unsurprising that he gets the nod for his second over. He started brilliantly. Just the 4 runs, and most significantly the big wicket of Zain Naqvi for 3. Projected score 135, but remember we have to recalibrate down from 20 overs to 15. Good pick up there, would have been transfer run out, but I have to say good running from Stockholm City, and an apology there from Kayan Gase. He just took his eye off the ball and allowed Mundra and Samath to get through for 1.
Yeah, bit of a surprise move, isn't it? Bowling Abe in this spot. 5 over power play. I think, you know, does bowl this over. Be pretty tempted just to bowl him out. Why not? You haven't run out of left arm spin either. You've still got Viral Patel to play that role.
Yeah, he bowled very well in the semi-final, so maybe hoping he just continues where he left off.
In the air and over the top of the fielder at cover. So Shetty relieves the pressure momentarily. A nice back foot punch through over the offside. Yeah, the other thing is Basisto, very smart cricketer, very experienced cricketer, and he captained well. Mentioned that earlier in the day. But yeah, he bowled off spin because they had a left-handed opener. Gunatilaka was a danger man. They also had Saeed, who was into the lineup. So 2 left-handers opened, and he bowled his off spin, turning away from the bat. Now 2 right-handed openers, and he does go with left arm spinner. Now this is going, could be a crowd catch, and instead it's going to be 6 runs. Yeah, well, I mean, is that a crowd catch? I mean, he was in the crowd when he caught it, but it is 6 runs. Yeah, just I think we was hoping that he was going to land in the field of play. I think he jumps pretty early here, so he doesn't really have time to throw it away. The foot came down, and you could argue Pierre's cost that young spectator some money. Right now, it's going to be Shetty who's going to be cost his wicket as Abe comes in again. It's another tip slip. This time, it's the sequel. Both dismissals very, very similar. And Stockholm City lose their second. It's 30 for 2.
He was unlucky on the previous delivery. This was all skill from Abe. It's pretty much the identical delivery, just gets one to go straight through. It's the ball that you rely on as a left arm spinner, especially going around the wicket. It's not about the spin. Sometimes it's about the lack of spin. He gets one to go through. Stockholm City 30 for 2, still in the power play here.
And he uses the crease well. I mean, he's not afraid to go wide of the crease, and I think his release might even be outside that return crease sometimes. But yeah, just challenging that inside edge. And tough start for Stockholm City. There's a bit of a trend as well of of teams in tournaments that I've done over the years, of teams winning every game and then losing the final. It's always frustrating, but this is short form cricket, anything can happen, and this is even shorter than normal. Tara gets the pinch hitting roll, and he's gone. First ball. Oh, well, Titmus again going wide of the crease. And the gamble to send to centre here, Tara up, doesn't pay off. I suppose he only uses one ball, so it doesn't cost him too much, but it does cost a wicket. Let's have a look. Got a long way across, didn't he? And he was kind of pinned on the crease. I think in the old days they never would have given that out. It's not going over. Don't think it's missing leg stump. I think it's a pretty good call.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Always have to keep your eyes on the prize, especially when the batter's trying to hit it down leg side. But he was right across, back in front of middle stump, probably going on to hit leg, I reckon. Titmus gets his third. End of the over as well. Surely you keep him on for the last one, Persisto.
Got it.
He's a smart captain. I'm sure he has that in the back of his mind, and he throws the ball here to Keswick.
He's just got so many options, doesn't he, with the ball, Will Persisto. Amatos comes out. So they try, literally, it's a pinch hitter situation. Let's not forget to here had success against City last time out. Was able to hook away Keswick Williams, the West Indian international, to win that game.
Yeah, Gilani gets given the hook then after one over, goes for 14, and yeah, just struggled to find his best form on finals day.
It's so dark right now, and the wind's changed. The wind's basically now going towards the grassy knoll, and so behind, like the bat is hitting with the wind straight at this end now. It's kind of going to long on. Keswick gets another wicket, and Mundra, the next to go, a little further through to Mead. And Vestros United, they are so hot right now. They're picking up where they left off in the semi-final. Mundra nicks off, and it's 30 for 4.
Keswick into the attack, straight in the wickets. Mead knew straight away he'd got it, and Mundra, well, to be fair to him, he knew as well, and pretty much just turned and walked as soon as he saw it was safely grabbed. Stockholm City in big trouble here. Remember, they're the team that came in unbeaten, but they're 30 for 4. Looking now to the left-handed Kartik Tamalapalli to get some runs on the board. Youngster as well, who featured in that semi-final and now has potentially a big role to play in the final. Yeah, the storm is kind of swirling, isn't it? There's menacing looking clouds in the background. It's certainly dry for now. We haven't felt a single spot of rain. Currently the sun is shining down on Västerås United. Keswick, first ball, first wicket, now has Kartik in his sights. Keswick just going off a couple paces run up, and this one's hooked into the leg side, but the fact he mishit it is really what saved Kartik there, because it's two fielders patrolling the boundary. Neither of them could get anywhere near it though.
Couldn't hope for a better start, could they? Win the toss, bowl. It's getting very dark. You just wouldn't believe this is the same ground as yesterday, or even earlier today when it got up to 27 degrees. I've been here for some epic storms as well. They sweep across the ground.
Well, we had our fair share of storms here on Monday and Tuesday, didn't we? I thought that was the end of it. Fingers crossed it does sweep by. I know Johnny in the chat's been on the radar.
Yeah, that's his job. Let us know what's happening. We're at the Wachirka Cricket Centre. Run rate's okay, around about the 9. Still got batting to come. Let's not forget Bailey, Thacker, really dug Stockholm City out of a tight spot. Reinforcements, we were calling them, because they did lose the whole middle order. Nice bouncer there from Williams. Kartik just sways out the way. And that'll take us to the end of the 4th over, 32 for 4. Unless this has been called wide. It has, okay. guess it won't be the end of the over just yet. I think Keswick's too impressed with the call. Got to say the umpire's done a great job though. They've had done 3 umpires basically doing every day, which means you're out there for probably 7 hours a day on your feet. And sometimes you have to sit through the middle game as well. So got to say well done to them. It's the end of the 4th over. 33 for 4. That was that wicket, which brought Karthik to the crease. And yeah, so far, it's the 4 wickets that have been the talking points.
I suppose Stockholm City have been slightly the victims of their own success here. They haven't really had their middle to lower order tested with the bat because Zayn Naqvi, of course, pretty much a one-man show in the semi-final and earlier on in the tournament. Also, they weren't often needed to get big scores because their bowling attack is so fearsome. So they're certainly not out of it when you've got an attack that's led by the likes of Hassan Ali. And of course, Amato's Singh, the skipper, who will be, I'm sure, turning his arm over. Parav Thakur. They've got so many bowling options, but they desperately need something to bowl at first. As Will Persisto brings himself on. He only bowled the 2 overs in the semi-final, went for 8 runs, picked up a wicket and thought that was enough for that. Gave other bowlers a chance in a game that was pretty one-sided from the start, but here he's coming on for the 5th final over of the power play. Remember, oh, it's a chance for a stumping here. It's almost a sneaky stumping from JP Mead, who asks the question. I don't think he's the most convinced himself, but worth taking a look. You see the line there, and yeah,
it's a drag, you see.
He never goes over the line, though.
He's saying what you talk about. But I can understand, as a keeper, you do get pretty excited with any movement like that. But I think his toe was always on the ground, like a one-footed forward moonwalk. Sunwalk?
Stormwalk today, I think.
Well, right now, this is helped around the corner, over the backward square region. Not quite the length, I think, called the line that Persisto was going for. And Amatos, the captain over the last part of this tournament, has an easy put away.
They need the skipper to stand up and be counted here, having already seen his top 4 come and go. Big appeal, and it goes up the finger. So Amatos, having just said he needs a captain's shift, it's 4 and out for him. It's only a confident appeal. Amatos has other thoughts about it. Worth taking a look. He did go down in the sweep, and that's always danger zone for a batter. Persisto getting the captain.
Amatos bowled well. I think, is the impact in line? Yeah, I think so. Yes. We can't really tell off that one. He gets most of his pad outside the line of off stump, but if you actually look where it hits on the pad, it hits quite to the right, so it's hard to tell. Umpire was satisfied it hit him in line. You could make an argument it's fractionally outside. The umpire calls it as he sees it. Stockholm City fall further into trouble, 37 for 5.
Skipper to skipper, and Persisto comes out on top in that mini battle. Currently it's a fight at all for Stockholm City to get runs on the board.
Amatos, though, bowled so well in the series. He'll be disappointed he hasn't scored more runs. Much better player, I think, with the bat than we've seen this week. But Bailey gets his chance, and he's certainly a very, very good cricketer. He's very zen there, hasn't he, Will Persisto, visualising.
Yeah, he's got this kind of yoga master about him, doesn't he? He's all calm.
This is just a single, thinking a 2, but it's not quite there. And Persisto found out that he was a snare drummer, a snarist,
really?
Yeah, in the pipe band. Didn't fancy blowing the pipes, but he went to Scotch College, which is has a bit of a Scottish tradition, as you might gather. And when I used to play against Scotch College for my school, we had Friday afternoon and Saturday games, so 2-day games. It's great because you got out of class after lunch. That's the benefit of being picked in the first 11. Everyone else just played Saturday. driven as Keswick. Looks like we've seen the Olympic walking there, the way that he approached that ball. Been a long week for Keswick. But, yeah, you'd hear the pipe band practicing, which, you know, is music to our ears. Some people might have called it noise.
Whoa.
Huge flash of lightning. That's the top posisto, though. He acted like he expected. That was... There's no rain, but there was lightning. I did see that. I don't know if that shows on the replay. Into the 5th over. Gave everyone a jump. 39 for 5.
I thought I was just having a mild stroke. Thought no one else saw it, but yeah, it was right over the top of... I mean, it was quite a way away. You can tell by the rumble of thunder that came, but ominous. Ominous here for Stockholm City. 39 for 5. That is the end of the power play. 10 overs left. Not exactly where they want to be. I feel like Best for Us United in a bit of a hurry.
We were talking about roulette earlier. This is kind of like weather roulette, isn't it? We've had a commentator on the European Cricket Network crushed by a tent while commentator. That was Terry in 2020.
I've had a supporting wall collapse on me in Portugal.
Really? Yeah. I mean, we've never had a commentator struck by lightning, and I feel like if you do so many games, then the odds are sooner or later. We actually had a bit of a deep dive on this in Malta with the Roy Sullivan story. This is a guy who claims to have been hit by lightning 7 times in his life.
I think it's worth... Let's go back into his Wikipedia page because it's worth it. Have you heard our Roy Sullivan before? I thought I was going to be struck by lightning on Monday, on Tuesday, whenever we had the storm here.
Good ball from Surivanshi. He's getting his 6th over. End of the power play, by the way, after 5. So he can put the field back. I'm just going to go through quickly, but he was a park ranger. He reckons he was hit hiding in a fire lookout tower. That was the first one. Then 27 years later, big swing, really struggling to get going here, Karthik. Yeah, so hit again in July 1969, driving his truck, and unfortunately hit nearby trees and deflected into his open window.
That's unfortunate.
Then was struck in his front yard.
These are all self-reported strikes, aren't they?
Correct. And then tried to smother flames with jacket. No. The next time, and rushed to the restroom but couldn't fit under the water tap, so had to use a wet towel to put himself out. And said after the 4th time, he started being fearful that some sort of force was after him. The 5th time was out in patrol in the park, tried to outrun a cloud, but was hit anyway. The 6th time, just injured his ankle, minor one. 7th time is the cracker. That's why I wanted to get onto that. And hopefully we don't even have one lightning strike here. Push and run this time. Karthik will leave Bailey 1 ball, but he's batted well when we've seen him. Hasn't done too much of the strike since he's been there. Last one, I'll read it word for word. Sullivan was struck while fishing in a freshwater pool. The lightning hit the top of his head, set his hair on fire, travelled down, burned his chest and stomach. He turned to his car when something unexpected occurred. Maybe he was fishing, right?
Okay, I'm intrigued and suspicious.
A bear approached the pond and tried to steal trout from his fishing line.
No.
Sullivan had the strength and courage to strike the bear with a tree branch, despite the fact that his hair was on fire. He claimed that this was the 22nd time he hit a bear with a stick in his lifetime. And so after that, I think I came to the conclusion that he was probably one of the biggest liars that ever lived. It says all 7 strikes were documented by the superintendent of the national park. However, the superintendent was never present for any of the strikes. That's the end of lightning chat. Right now, back to the cricket. 40 for 5 after 6.
I'm also going to hazard a guess at who wrote Roy Sullivan's Wikipedia entry.
Well, it wasn't him, because unfortunately he passed away in 1983.
Roy Sullivan Jr.
Yeah. Certainly gave us some amusement one time when we were in Malta. We went through that. When I was reading that for the first time, I was on with Corey. Corey's very keen to be a part of the Nordic Smash. I know he had availability issues. Otherwise, actually, he was going to be here with me. But I'm glad that you could step in, Tina. Is Will Pesisto coming back to bowl, likes the left-hander matchup. Karthik 3 off 10 in a 15-over game. I'm a little bit surprised as well. Just I suppose that there's not a little bit more urgency here. Of course, it was Thacker and Rohit Bailey that dug him out of the situation last time out. And I just would have thought that he would have batted in the top 7.
Yep.
And not just that, Karthik doesn't get moving. I think you're going to have to hook him and bring out Thacker, especially because those were literally the two that saved Stockholm City in their game yesterday.
Well, if you want to add 5 overs to the score to give a bit more of an impression of what we've had the rest of the week, then they're 42 for 5 after 11.5 overs. And that's real stick or twist time. Karthik's got a twist here, 4 for 11. Just the 2 singles so far in the opening half of the over for Pesisto.
Need some intent here. See, it's a lean. It's not a full-fledged shot. And at best, you're getting 1 for that. I think he needs to hit out or get out, really, at this stage. A little bit short, pulled away, almost takes out the umpire. Duplessis has a long chase. His left arm hurls it in. Not before they're able to complete 2 runs. It's weird because when 15-over game, you'd expect a certain, I don't know, certain tempo from the batting side, and it's not there at the moment. I know it's kind of murky conditions. It's really strange. And I've even played in really, really big games where, as a fielding side, we come out flat. I'd say the batting side have just come out flat here. And it's a very, there's no real easy way to explain it. Well, that is more like it. That is a really nice straight strike from Bailey. A badly needed boundary for Stockholm City. End of the 7th over, 49 for 5. But there's something, it's not that like everyone was fired up, but it's like the game just doesn't start your way. And despite your best efforts to try and pick everyone up, there's this kind of general feeling, like a common feeling that this just isn't our game, and there's not really much we can do about it. Do you know, have you ever been in that situation?
Yeah, there's just one of those situations where nothing's going your way, and the other side just get on top of you, and they need a spark. I mean, I've been in situations like that, and sometimes you're able to turn it around, and often it's just one big over, it's a second life, a drop, something spectacular to happen just to resuscitate the innings. But with only 8 overs left, they're in danger of it just drifting away from them.
I mean, 105, okay, 7 and over.
Ooh, lightning.
Dead ball this time.
That one's coming a bit close, I think.
And I think there's players, some of them are kind of eyeing off the dugout. That's the thing, there's a 30-second rule that it's not about dropping food on the floor and picking it up and eating it, but it's to do with the space between the lightning crack and the thunder. And that typically means that you're meant to stay off the field for 30 minutes. I may have just completely made that up, but
No,
I remember.
that is true.
Is it true?
Yeah.
Oh, I know things. I remember Ian Ravage explaining that.
I remember that in when we had a game in Worcester and we were very much behind. We saw lightning in the distance. We're like, oh, lightning, let's go.
Yeah, and that was very close together. That was only about, I don't know, 7 or 8 seconds, I think, between the lightning and the thunder. So obviously the players have come off due to the lightning in the area for safety reasons. Look, we have gotten through 7 overs, depending on how much time is lost here. You know, potentially they could go back out there to finish their first innings, or potentially we're looking at a 7-over game, or for minimum 5 would be constituting a game. The other thing is this: Stockholm City, despite being in huge trouble, they finished top of the ladder, which means that if we don't get on, let's say a huge storm comes and wipes out the rest of the playing time, well then, they're going to be the champions. So look, the covers are going to go on. There's no rain at the moment, just to be clear, but the lightning was too close to the ground. Again, the protocol says that when the lightning and the thunder are so close together, that is unsafe to play. So we'll take a break. We'll be back. Keep an eye on your screen. And just going through what's happened so far, the score is 49 for 5. 7 overs exactly have been completed. Nakvi went for 3, Chetty for 11, Mundra for 16. Tara was sent out to pitch it at number 4, and he went for a duck. Amatoz Singh, the captain, LBW for 5. Got Kartik Tumalapalli and Bailey out there on 5 and 8 respectively. And the score 49 for 5. 3 for 16. Tipness has been excellent. They didn't bowl him out in the end. Just bowled 2 of his 3 possible
Also a strange
overs.
one, but I think Tipness should have just gone through.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Keswick Williams 1 for 3 off his over. Bazisto chipping in with a wicket as well. Savanchi with an excellent over that only went for 1. So we will take a break. This is shades of Monday, actually, even though it is Saturday. Happy midsummer, everyone. We'll take a break. And we'll be back, hopefully, with some cricket shortly. Keep an eye on the screen. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Katina Goff. Hopefully see you soon with more cricket on the field in this final of the Nordic Smash T20.
dem och säga att de har sagt att de kommer att starta om 5 minuter.
Bussen, hallå? Hallå? Hallå?
Kontakt eller?
Nej. Jag ska göra sms. Ja, match 0-5 säger Daniel. Då vet vi. Nope. I would love to though. Yeah. 10 days. No, the first 4 days was I was doing 2 days. Like 10 days with 10 plus hours just standing up.
You're out, please. Is the lefty on? Yeah. And big man can go 45. Keza, 45, yeah. यार स्वीडन में रह के बोलता है किसमें खिला रहे हो ये तो बहुत अच्छा है Jelani, a little bit straighter. Yeah. Go a bit wider out. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back. Some good news. The Thunder, the Lightning has gone away for the day. And the rain has cleared. So updated playing conditions. We're now talking about a 10-over match. So Stockholm City do get to resume their innings. I was going to say, I was a little bit surprised that they stuck with Karthik, because they do have Purav Thakur in the shed. He batted really well yesterday. Who knows, we may see him, we may not. So, yeah, 10-over match. There will be an adjustment. We're still not really sure what the adjustment will be, because they have lost 5 wickets, which might mean that their score might actually go down. It might go up, or it might stay exactly the same. Well, that's one way to do it. It's up. It's out of the ground. Maximal. Well, that's getting your eye in Rohit style. As he picks that one up, it's kind of in the slot, wasn't it? Well, slightly different. So, take that, says Bailey, and he wants to go again. This time, he is gone. Well, that's very, very good outfielding in slippery conditions. And I think they might want to have a look at this one. Umpires, there we go, they have a soft signal about. Basisto, again, he knows this is out. In fact, Bailey's already walking off. Very smart work. And Basisto maybe didn't need to step over the boundary, but I suppose in these conditions he felt that it was worth kind of taking that extra step. And in the end, Bailey, I think, is waiting to have a look. Let's have a look. You can see the flowers there, which are the boundary, basically. Yep, hops out, hops in, takes the catch. So Will Basisto, a little bit of trickery down on the boundary. The result is 6 and out for Stockholm City. And the score is 56 for 6. Yeah, so back to a pretty familiar format as far as I'm concerned. The T10. 3 over power play in the second innings. And 2 overs per bowler. 2 overs per bowler does apply to this game. Even though it started as a 15 over game. Again, another reason I probably would have bowled out Tipnis while he could have had 3 overs. Unfortunately, they won't be able to touch Tipnis again during this innings. Anyway, this is Tucker, who I called for a little bit earlier. Really let the game drift. Stockholm City. Suryavanshi just off a short run. Banged back by Tucker. You can already see he's pretty comfortable playing shots straight away. Look, also I've got to take my hat off to the players. They want to get out there. They want to play ball. And one thing about European cricket is you've got to adapt to the conditions. It's rare that we get perfect conditions all year. And so you can see here Suryavanshi just coming off the edge of the mat, but he's still able to generate significant pace. As Mead finds out here, jumps on him. It'll probably be a wide down the leg side, so a wide +1. We're taking off on Jean-Pierre Mead. This is a bit different. I always think you should cut your run up. Less can go wrong. I think it improves your accuracy. Maybe you do lose the yard or two of pace. It really depends on how much of your pace is generated from the run up. Oh, he's bowled him. I actually think he slipped a little bit when he went down. I think it might have actually put off Karthik. Really, Karthik trying to make something happen. Instead, Stumpy goes for a walk. So does Karthik. He's the 7th to fall, 60 for 7. Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo? Joining me after the beautiful nature entertainment that we had in the break. But back now in the commentary box is Tina Goff.
Yeah, thunder and lightning, very, very frightening. But it's frightening for Stockholm City at the moment. 60 for 7. The rain delay hasn't exactly rejuvenated their dugout. You can see a bit flat there. Almost like the post-mortem has already begun. They're not out of it, though. They need a flurry of runs in these final 2 overs. Started well, didn't it? Until that same shot was repeated and Basisto said, not this time. Just a bit higher up on the bat on that occasion. Almost action replay, and that time Basisto using all his experience there to take that grab on the boundary.
Okay, Viral Patel is going to bowl. Hasn't had an over yet. Here he is. Gets that first one to bounce. Mead, again, struggling with, I suppose, slightly unpredictable bounce. The general thinking was that when the rain got on the pitch, it does play a few more tricks. And, of course, Westeros United will have to deal with that in the second innings of this game for the entirety of their innings. And this one kind of slides through. So, yeah, it'll be a tricky chase. I mean, I do think, obviously, we've still got 10 balls to go, but it's not a foregone conclusion. They've been pretty Basisto heavy in their run production. If he was to go early, might be game on.
Yeah, we've seen lower scores defended in the T10 format.
Reverse is on, but no contact that time. Patel's been good. Only get the 1 over in this one, though. Can't bowl 2 in a row. He likes this end. I think they would have loved to have maybe bowled him in the first over after the resumption, but didn't really want to bowl from the grassy knoll end. He feels comfortable bowling from here. And of course, won't be so much of an issue for the slow men. The fact that the run-up, particularly just off the artificial surface, isn't particularly good. Only coming off a couple of steps. They get to have that whole run-up on the artificial. Only 3 off this over. Hassan Ali has come out to join Purav. Gets off the mark. Down the ground, but it'll only be the single. So 3 off the over. And it's 63 for 7 after 9. I say it all happens in the 9th in T10 cricket. Not too much happened in that 9th over.
6 balls left for Stockholm City to try and add to this modest total so far. So JP Mead there, eyes on the prize. He'll have his eyes on some runs in the chase, I'm sure, as the sun is doing its best to come out here. You can see it's much brighter here over Stockholm. Hopefully that's the last of the storms for today. Was very much right on schedule. Kesrick coming in on schedule to bowl the final over here.
Shows they're not mucking around. Kesrick could have excused him to say, if he said, oh, look, Skip, I think I'd rather sit this one out. But he obviously wants to grab the ball. And he'll just be coming off a few paces. Again, credit to someone like Kesrick, who's a high status international player. He's been unseen, but he's willing to adapt, you know. He's been a brilliant ambassador for this tournament this week. Here we go with the 10th. And this first one straight up in the air. Mian will take it. He's been pretty good in the field today. Has taken that one on the deflection. As Purav. I suppose I'd be surprised that it wasn't really a thunderbolt, but you can understand Kesrick being a little bit conservative. Just quite away from his body, that shot. Wasn't an easy length to drive. Of course, his pitch is been playing a few tricks since the rain break. That's the 8th wicket down. It's 63 for 8.
Race to the finish now, as Västerås will want to get this final wicket wrapped up while the sun's shining down on them. Stockholm City really been a shadow of the team that went unbeaten all the way through the tournament until the final. How many times have we seen that, though? A team that looked for all the world to be lifting the trophy stutters in the final. Of course, still only halfway, so plenty of time to make amends.
I've got my boffins on the phone. They seem to think the most likely DLS adjustment will be -1. Pushed by Pereira. Gets a bat, which is probably a concerning sign.
Now, these two have been the fearsome bowlers that Stockholm City have relied on. Now they're relying on them with the bat, at least to get a couple more runs. Well, that's a nice hit. It's up in the air. It doesn't look like it's got the distance on it, though, and it's pouched. I'm assuming that's Abe Tipness out there, because it usually is. And it's the 9th wicket to fall. Hassan Ali goes for a big old swing and only nestles into Tipness's hands.
Yeah, well, they've caught well, haven't they? Certainly have. That kind of sums it up. Tipness covers good ground. Didn't have to move too far for that one. 64 for 9, and there's a real chance that they might not bat out the 10 overs now. We actually see things bowled out in 10 overs more often than you might think in the European Cricket League, in the European Cricket Series, because they are really just going for it. I suppose it's kind of a combination of a lot of wickets falling and a lot of flat spots in the middle, which have just conspired here. City running out of steam. The reinforcements are going to have a huge task trying to defend the score in the second innings. Here's Kesrick. Big swing and a miss. Oh, no. Well, there were still balls to go. And Kesrick is just saying here, oh, that's really... Oh, no, he's got him. I actually thought he was going to say, listen, no, look, I don't want it. I don't want it. And then he basically says, actually, I do.
Oh, well, Kesrick He hasn't given us a spectacular celebration, but that's just as good, isn't it?
That's cruel. But to be honest, yeah, I mean, you got to take it's the final, and I don't know why they were running.
There's still 2 balls left after this one.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Penultimate, okay.
Now they're bowled out, and yeah, bit of a disaster. This is potentially viral as well. I actually was getting ready to get out of my chair and applaud for, I suppose, there's a point where sportsmanship goes a little too far.
Yeah.
But anyway, have a look at this one. And don't know why they ran. Bit of an awkward one. Catches it in front of the United. Says, "Come on, no, look, it's fine. Come on, it's all right. No problem. No problem." And you're gone. That's very rough from Kendrick, but I guess he's got a sense of humour. Not sure that Sydney see the funny side of that innings though, as the final score is 64 all out. And so, yeah, Vedant is the man run out. So I can tell you that the par goes down by 2. So it goes down by 2, which means the target is 63, not 65. And so that will be adjusted in a few moments' time. Vinny Standard here, Mr. Maximo. 10-minute break, then we're back to the exciting conclusion of this Nordic Smash T20. Hello and welcome back. Almost ready for the second innings then. Now, I can give you the updated Duckworth Lewis target. The target is 63, so they lose 2 runs. They lose 2 runs. They scored 64. That's now adjusted to 62. It's 63 to win off 10 overs, 3 over power play, and 2 overs per bowler. Geez, I feel right at home with this this 10 over second innings. And you can see that it's a bit of a disastrous 10th over. 3 wickets in 4 balls, including a little bit of a taunting run out from Williams to finish the game. But what you will say is that they're in pretty good shape, Westeros United. So, almost ready to go. It's going to be Will Basisto to face up. No surprises there. He's got Sharav Sarkar with him. Want to welcome back everyone on our YouTube channel. Jeez, I'm going to miss the Nordic Smash. I miss the Nordic Smash T20 channel as well, but stay tuned for more cricket. You might say, well, it's pretty unusual that a target would be adjusted downwards, but what it's about is that they lost 5 wickets before the interruption, so they weren't in great shape, even with it being a 15-over game. So if they were none down for 64, probably would have gone up. Would have gone up maybe, not sure exactly. But, yeah, for example, let's say they were none down at the interruption and they still got bowled out 64. I'm running the numbers here and I'll tell you, but it makes sense, right? Because if you lose all those wickets, yeah, so it would have gone up, 8 if they had lost no wickets after 7 overs. But as we know, they lost 5 wickets. And so that has meant that the DLS has gone down a couple. Well, I think maybe the graphics are doing their best to push for some early wickets. Cara Pereira is going to open up. Hello to Paolo Campini saying thanks to Vinny and Tina G for the excellent commentary this week in the Nordic Smash. Oh, Paul, thank you for that. I really do appreciate being back on the mic. Of course, I had a bit of a hiatus. I think 6 months without any commentary, which was very unusual, but it's amazing how quickly I slipped back into it when the season got underway in March. And yeah, looking forward to, I suppose, a busy few weeks. I suppose the next time that I will be on the mic, if you'd like to join us, will be on the European Cricket Network next Friday. In fact, we've got double trouble, 2 T20IW series. We have a tri-series in Czechia, the Central Europe Cup, and also there's the Balkan Cup, which is 4 T20s between Bulgaria and Serbia. Serbia always really entertaining as well, as are Bulgaria. And a lot of native European players will be playing in those series. So 63 to win. I think maybe just a bit of a hold-up while the target is adjusted. There's Pereira's numbers, 5 for 14. As Tina Goff comes back. And Ishara, he treated us earlier, didn't he? First 5 for in Nordic Smash T20 history.
Yeah, well, he needs to repeat the trick here if his side have any chance of defending this total. 63 is the magic number.
Let's go. And here's the thing. Starts at basically, let's say, +3. 63 off 60 balls. I think if it gets underrun a ball, it's really going to be really tough for the fielders to defend that. I mean, it's pretty tough to start with. But your only chance is to take wickets. So you're going to have to make a few calculated gambles. Basisto, he's the batter of the tournament, I think. He's been so consistent. And he's going to be a big obstacle. But if he falls, you never know. Might be a bit of a scramble. Nice delivery there from Pereira. I suppose, yeah, Pereira's probably the form bowler in the tournament as well. Definitely as far as paces go. So a pretty good set of one-on-one battles we've got to start things off. 3 over power play, don't forget, 2 overs per bowler maximum. guided away by Saka. That feels probably a little bit slower after the interruption. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they go the aerial route, especially in the power play. Feels like that's the only way you'll get value for your shots, really, because it has slowed up. You can see the outfield has suffered a bit with that heavy rainfall we had. But it's been a great job by everyone involved to get us back out there. Not even just the bare minimum game, T10 game. We love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, well, firstly, that's a brilliant shot from Saka, and that probably will run away. Yes, it does. Gets over the rope for 4. Beautiful, simple-looking cover drive. I suppose the thing with Pereira as well, it's Hassanali on your screen as well. That's probably going to bowl the second over. Again, they were able to operate off their more or less full runs this morning. Pereira certainly was, but he doesn't really have that option right now. He's probably not quite the same bowler that he is if he has his full run up. Trying his best, though. But yeah, you can see how easily these two can pick off a runner ball. If something doesn't happen in the power play, I think we could be heading for an early finish. Already down to a runner ball required. Last ball of the over. Solid in defence is Besisto. And at the end of the first, Westeros United chasing 63 for victory. They've started 8 without loss after 1.
And again, just showing that it's not all about big hitting in these T20 or even T10 games. Just making sure there's as few dot balls as possible, converting those into 1s, 1s into 2s. And that's really been the trademark of Westeros United throughout this tournament. They've not been the biggest hitting side. They've not been the most explosive, but they've certainly been the most cohesive as a team. And they've run hard and run themselves, it seems, to the trophy. As a reminder then, it'll be a 3-over power play. And each bowler gets to bowl a maximum of 2. Basically a T20, but cut in half.
Do they still teach fractions at school, or is everything decimals now? You went to school after me.
I think fractions are still a thing, maybe not in Sweden.
We need a fraction, though, because it's a whole number. Hey, look at this. Sun's coming out again. This is nice. It's nice that we will at least finish with some sunshine. Just after 6:30 local time, but the sun goes down about 10:15 this weekend. Hassanali is going to get the second over. Should be a captain. Picked it. Again, he's pretty malleable as a bowler, pretty versatile. He'll be off just a few steps as well. Let's see if he can make something happen. Very good player, young Italian left armer. It's him in front. Umpire unmoved. Chance for a run out and fumbled. Saka got the call, but he was certainly anxious about the result of the appeal. And really, I think that has to go down as a chance at the bowler's end. The throw wasn't particularly easy to handle. Jeez, it's a good shout. It's a really good shout. And you can see, even if it gets taken. Yeah, Hassan liked it. I'm trying to work out what was wrong with it. I only had one little look at it. Let's have a look. Pitching. Oh, I think it's a good decision. I think it pitches outside leg by a whisker. By a whisker. Thought originally perhaps it straightened down the line, but yeah, I think it's a good decision.
And you can see Besisto, who's usually so quick to run, was caught not ball watching but umpire watching.
That was close.
That was close as well, because he knew he was in trouble there.
It was Saka was on strike, right? So Besisto called him through for a run, and Saka said, "Oh, hold on. First, I have to work out if I've survived." Anyway, they do. Besisto pushes to the leg side. This time they're happy with 1. Probably not so easy to turn for 2 for the batters either in these conditions, so probably something they'll be aware of But, I mean, someone like Basisto is so experienced, kind of over a decade in the professional game. And he would be kind of doing all these calculations and adjustments in his head, strategic kind of modifications as well. Here's Hassan. Saka goes after him, but he'll only be able to gather a single. So I suppose, I mean, what's the strategy here, do you think, Tina? Do you bat a bit more within yourself, knowing that only a big collapse going to ruin or rain on your parade if you're the batting team here, or do you think you just kind of play as if you're batting first? Well, Basisto knows what he's going to do. He's going to swivel on this ball, which kind of just got a little bit too close to his body. He was quick to get the hands out in front, was Will, and guides it behind square for a boundary. So, yeah, boundary in each over is all they really need to be well ahead in this chase.
I think you just play your natural game, and that is Basisto's natural game. He doesn't go after the good ball, but he just waits and takes advantage of the bad one. And yes, the conditions are bad for the batters, but I think both Will and Sharav know that it's tricky for the bowler, so they are going to get those opportunities to score runs. And when the ball's on the spot, they're not afraid to respect it. End of the second, 15 on the board.
I've got to say, Hassan's improved every single season that I've seen him, and I've probably seen him for 5 or 6 seasons now, playing in Italy, and of course, breaking his way to the national side to the point that he's taking a new ball for Team Italy and playing at the World Cup, which I think is awesome. I also really love that he's got a good head on his shoulders. He wants to travel with his cricket. He'd like to play in England. I know he's already had club cricket experience in Australia as well. Yep. Got asked back, no surprises there. But yeah, he's such a really great ambassador for European cricket. That one is lifted up. Can test the outfield. It might just hold up. He'll come back for a pretty easy 2.
Saka was standing admiring that shot before. I think he got the hurry along by Basisto, who realised that it might actually hold up. Would have been a 4 earlier in the day.
Yeah, exactly. Took the words out of my mouth. Pereira bowling out in the 3rd. Need a wicket. It's not going to be a wicket off this ball. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. Really good shot. We know there's a bit of variable bounce on length, especially after the rain gets on the pitch. But Saka seemed to have plenty of time to pull that away in front of square. Nice shot.
Yeah, seemed to just sit up there. Shara Pereira usually hurries the batters through. On this occasion, though, maybe because of the moisture, just served on a platter for Saka. And made sure on this occasion, back-to-back boundaries then, already 10 off the over. Comfortable. And Stockholm City need something to happen with the rate now, less than a runner ball.
And guides it away. Oh, slight misfield there from Tara. We'll give up a 2nd run. So just one of those moments. I mean, you'd imagine they'd be kind of raring to get out there at Stockholm City. I suppose one thing, they haven't experienced a loss this week. So yeah, it's a tough one. It always is tough in the final, but that's the way the tournament is. Everyone knows it going in. But they have had adversity. Go back to yesterday where they found themselves in all kinds of trouble before Bailey and Puraftaka pulled them out of the mess. Just going down the leg side, says the umpire. We'll be through for a leg bite.
Half-hearted appeal. Almost in desperation there from City. Västerås United will be delighted as well that they've almost seen the back of Pereira already with just 3 overs gone.
Yeah, I mean, you can just concentrate on not getting out, basically. And they're picking up enough runs to stay ahead of the rate. Good ball, though. Pereira's been really impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing his next steps as well with Sweden. Qualified recently, so he kind of leads their attack. And you can see why he's quite a feared prospect. Big former Sri Lankan. Again, push and run. That's the other thing. These two, they do run very well. They're going to squeeze every single and 2 they can out of this field. Pereira, end of his tournament, really liked it. Unfortunately for him, only gets 2 overs in the final and can't break through. And at the end of the 3 over power play, it's 25 without loss.
Comfortable would be the word I'd describe Västerås United at the moment. Just ticking along nicely. And in reality, a chase like this suits them down to the ground where they don't have to go after anything. They can just hustle the singles. And that's exactly their game, especially skipper Basisto, who, well, if he leads the side to victory, surely is the favourite for player of the tournament as well.
Good toss to win as well, I think. Batting second, at least you know what you need to do. Of course, no one knew that situation before the toss. Tarat comes on, gets hit down the ground. He's excellent fielding. He could have been trouble if that throw was on line. And now Basisto's going to take on a 2. Keeper backs up, looks up, there's nobody home. And the wheels have kind of fallen off City at the moment.
Well, Basisto was guilty of a bit of ball watching and shot admiring here. If you take a look, he thinks this is straight down the ground for 4. He says, thank you very much. Oh, I should probably go.
Starts the swagger, doesn't he? But there wasn't too much on the throw, and the throw was so wide. Keeper picks it up and then looks at both ends, and he goes, nobody there, nobody there. I guess I'll hold on to it. The lights are on, but nobody's home. I'll also say that some people might have an issue with the batters running down the wicket, but I think it's just sensible in this situation because it is the safest place to run.
Yeah, I think they need to just decide who goes what side.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You don't want to be ball watching. And
typically the striker goes on the side that the bowler bowled from. There's the non-striker's already on the other side. But yeah, you know, collisions, we do see it happen from time to time. There's Bailey. I've liked his series. I think he's kind of stepped up when his teams needed him. And certainly tried his best in the first innings, but just didn't click, did it, for his side. Wow, shot. But fielder, although he's on the right line, he has to watch it sail over his head. Maximo. Geez, that's a really good shot, isn't it? I thought for a second he didn't swing that hard, so that maybe the fielder was in play, but yeah, it's Sheila down there who basically would have to be about 15 metres tall to pull it in, so Tarat goes the journey. Maximo time.
Tarat's had the knack of picking up important wickets at the right time, but he's gone for 9 so far. Everyone's kind of having to go off the shorter run up here because of the wet outfield, but he gets the wicket.
Yeah, he called it, Tina. Tarat has stepped up when his teams needed him. And this is a good Yorker. He is a Yorker merchant, is Tahir Tarat. Stumpy. Well, it is knocked over, maybe for the final time. Let's see, Saka not able to keep that one out. The first wicket falls. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It's pretty simple. Full, straight, and played over the top of it. Played the right line, but it's just under his bat. So 34 for 1, and we'll get to have a look at JP Mead batting 3.
Yeah, probably just guilty of trying to play it a bit too leg side rather than back the way it came from. But happy for Tahir Tarat. He's picked up some handy wickets throughout the tournament. It still feels like this one will be in vain.
Bit of ECN chat, because of course, if you're liking European cricket, obviously Tina and I will be back on the European Cricket Network pretty shortly. We'd love to come back and do more cricket here in the Nordic Smash and maybe whatever they dream up next. I know there are a few plans floating around, but yeah, make sure you follow the European Cricket Network as well if you'd like to hear more from me and Tina. There's a bit of chat. I know quite a few from ECN have come to watch this week, and so thank you for your support of the Nordic Smash. Nice looking shot from Mead. First up, crisp drive, put 2. I think better of it and are happy with the single. Mead off the mark. Yeah, and also a bit of chat, golden ball chat. Obviously, golden ball's our tiebreaker in T10. This isn't technically a T10 because it started as a 20-over match. But yeah, the golden ball, 1-ball tiebreaker. Actually, we won't have another European Cricket Series match until Bulgaria, which is 29th of June. And then we do have a couple of series coming up, but we actually haven't had a gold ball since the 13th of August. And so we are only, how many weeks is that? We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8 weeks.
7, yeah, 8 weeks away from a 1-year drought. Surely it's coming.
Never want a 1-year drought.
Yeah, well, certainly be a big ball when it happens. Swami to try out his left armers. Westeros United already over halfway there, just 28 required. 6 overs to go. Just 2, not just cool heads, ice cold heads at the crease.
Heads in the freezer.
Yeah.
Balls over the boundary.
Take that. Mead gets down on one knee and sweeps this behind square. Had some length to play with. He just made up his mind. He wanted to sweep this ball on length. Not going to be a lot of turn there for Swami. He's bowled pretty well in this series, I think, as well. You've got to feel for City in this situation, but I think, when it came down to it, we have had cricket played in the final. They've been outplayed in the final, whether it's 20 or 10 or start of 15, obviously. Westeros played the better cricket. This is a good comeback from Swami. I think there's a bit of an inside edge on this. Maybe not. Wait for the call. It will be a bye. So I think just going on with the arm there, beat the inside edge and also beat the keeper with that angle.
Right, Bailey unable to collect that one.
Tries to sneak in the short one, and it should have been caught. Shetty down there. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it? Okay, it's not easy conditions. He ends up in an awkward position where he's trying to catch to his side, and he just misjudged it. We've constantly seen, this is the kind of the danger zone out here where they haven't judged catches all week that well. But yeah, you can see he ended up jumping to his side. He improvised quite a clever tactic, but it certainly wasn't the easiest way to take the catch.
Yeah, when those balls are hit round the corner, it always kind of tails off away from you, and he just got his hands in the wrong position, popped out.
Whenever you're trying to catch away from your eye line, the further you get away from your eye line, the tougher it is, and the more likely you are to misjudge. Tries to reverse this time, does Basisto. He's gone. Well, there you go. Swami breaks through. Is there one final twist in this Nordic smash? Credit to Swami, who talked about kind of how to counter this tactic, and I would think you aim at the new offside when he switches to a left-hander and kind of push the ball to the right, and it would be tougher to sweep. It was also a little bit quicker. I think might have skidded off the surface. In the end, probably hit middle and leg. So a rare miss for Basisto on his trusty reverse sweep. But still, he'll walk off, and you can't make an argument he's the player of the tournament. I think you look at his captaincy, his batting as well. Obviously, he's been critical, and it looks like he's going to lead his side to the trophy.
He was just rushed through the shot a little, wasn't he? By the time it skipped through, not quite in the right position. I think the first time he's actually been clean bowled on that favoured shot of his. He's done the damage mostly. Also done the damage throughout the tournament. But Keian Gace, he's on the back of a half century as well.
Yeah, only time that he missed it and got out was, I think, to Jared Wilson when they played the Malmo Mavericks earlier in the week. Maybe that wasn't the bowler to try it to. But, I mean, it is a really hard shot. You're playing it with your non-dominant side and you're playing across the line. So there is, flying Swami. Like he hasn't given up yet. That's a good over, really good over. 7 off that one. He does pick up the big wicket of Will Basisto. And it's 42 for 2 after 5. They're fighting hard here, as you'd expect, Stockholm City.
I wonder if they'll play a bit of sensible cricket here, Westeros United. Maybe seeing that Will, it's certainly not a not sensible shot from him, but just straight back, knock it into the gaps and take the singles. It's not exactly the most thrilling of cricket, but it'll get you over the line. You again see Basisto just missing out on his favoured shot.
With that reverse, he ended up with his feet outside off stump, which basically meant he didn't have his body as a second line defence. Okay, then you might be OEW, but at least you're forcing the umpire to make a decision. And who knows, you might even be able to get slightly outside the line. Tara coming back. Mead again. He's sucked up the pressure of the biggest T20 tournament in the world. I think he'll feel pretty comfortable out there. especially with the run rate required down at only 4 and over. Tara, I've liked his week as well. I mean, I talked about Besisto in the MVP conversation. Do you have any other thoughts?
Well, I think bowlers often get overlooked.
Yeah.
Herrera, he's been fearsome at the top. You've got to certainly have a few Stockholm City players in that conversation, given that they got through to the final unbeaten.
I mean, I guess probably hurts that he couldn't stay till the end of the tournament, but Tajanina Manuru, I think, was very good. Musa Ahmed, Shariz Ahmed, these kind of guys that kind of got City to where they were. For Vestros, obviously the obvious one is Besisto, as Mead goes to pull. Great effort out there, putting his body on the line. But Shreyas is basically like a little mini Superman, isn't he, across the turf, but he couldn't quite track that one down. Nice effort, though.
Just got a bit big on Mead there. And does get both hands to it. He's so unlucky. It comes out, the classic elbows hit the ground, and so does the ball.
It's a great effort, isn't it? It turned not even a quarter chance, I think, into a half chance.
I think you can put Tipness in that conversation as well.
That's a good point.
Wickets, and also, I don't think he's dropped a catch. There was that one game where I think he took 3 or 4 at long on. He's got a safe pair of hands and always picks up wickets.
Yeah.
Had a few cameos with the bat as well.
Stockholm United. Kanwa, I think, obviously, with his class, I think deserves a mention. Melbourne Mavericks, Jared Wilson, I think, was excellent. Okay, missed out with the bat a couple of times towards the end, but always seemed to try and bring his team back into the game. That one is chopped away into the pitch. Slows it down somewhat. Thinking of 3, but in the end, they're happy with 2. Gothenburg Phoenix. Where would you throw into the conversation there?
Well, I suppose Darshan Nakani, maybe not player of the tournament, but he had that one highlight.
He had his moments. Yeah, you're right.
Jack Hogarth bowled well. Patient, I think, bowled well.
True.
Opening bowler.
Yeah.
Always tough in the power play as a
good
seamer.
Tournament. And, yeah, obviously, only one team can walk away with the trophy. Right now, it's looking like it'll be Vestros United. The score after 6 overs is 49 for 2. Just 14 required off the last 4.
It does feel like they're going to get there in unassuming style. Well, that one got big on Mead. And look at that for an effort. We've got to take hats off to Shreyas. Could have been forgiven for just leaving it and saying, well, it's not probably going to change the game here, but he went full frontal. At least it's a soft landing. It was an excellent effort and really unlucky that it popped out at the last minute.
Brilliant effort. Absolutely brilliant effort. Let's have a look one more time. He was kind of done by a bit of extra bounce, but oh, gee, he really was so close to holding on. Fantastic effort from Swami. Gets the ball back. Why not? Well, on his first over. Let's not forget the Uppsala Tigers as well, who unfortunately didn't make it to finals day. They were so close. Look, if they make the finals, who's to say they don't win the whole thing? There's about 0.05 in net run rate that kept them out. It was the Phoenix with their dramatic win last night.
Oh, and Palmer was great with the gloves.
Palmer,
for them.
I think, was excellent.
Jaspreet Singh, always a contender. Chad had a couple of flashes, probably not as consistent as he would have liked to have been.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but yeah, Karen Beer, these kind of guys. But yeah, it's been really great to have all these players come together. Otherwise, wouldn't play together. And the dynamics of the tournament have been awesome. I know there's definitely things that can be improved. They will be improved, I'm sure. Tossed up. Mead wants a piece of it, but only gets a small piece. 50's come up as well during this over. So, yeah, I think what it comes down to this. A lot of people attempt franchise tournaments around the world and even in Europe. But most of them never see the light of day. Most of them never get a ball bowled. I've heard many things proposed, but no credit to Sanjay and Manoj, who have kind of fostered the concept. And again, it's a brand new tournament, so sure when we have the second edition, it will be even more professionally run behind the scenes, because you learn a lot just from doing it, and obviously you're able to attract professional players. And I think that's what's really interesting. You've got kind of the high-level amateur in Europe meeting professionals and seeing how they go about it, and rooming with them, playing with them, being in team meetings with them, and being able to, kind of learn, yes, cricket things, but also attitude things and how to professionalise your game. As we get another overthrow again, this is something that Västerås United have done so well all week. And so, I like to have this. I kind of, when I was playing, had this philosophy that you don't have to be paid to be professional.
Yeah.
And that's the path which may lead you there. Oh, he's bowled him. So Swami does it again. Kian just struggling with that angle coming in. So just 6 short of the target, but unfortunately the vice captain won't see them there. Well done to Swami. He's never given up. Got to love that attitude. You can see why so many fans have enjoyed his contribution. Of course, Stockholm City, they've been brilliant to watch all week. This will be their only loss for the week. Right now, it's the end of the 7th over, and the end of Swami for the afternoon. 2 for 13 off his 2 overs. Great effort. 57 for 3.
He gets his rewards in the end for a teasing over, and let's not forget that outstanding effort in the field as well, and just gets one to slip through the defences of Gayset, with impressive figures. Remember, in the reduced overs, each bowler can only bowl the 2. But yeah, some of the greatest tournaments in the world have all happened on paper, but it's about getting the concept out onto the field, and that's exactly what's happened here. So real credit to everyone involved in the setup here of the T20 Nordic Smash, the partners as well, and they've really got the foundation here to push on and make every year, every tournament bigger and better. And hopefully these franchises kind of keep their core as well. I'd love to see Persisto come back for Västerås and really be that ambassador for the side and get a little movement going.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this is the start of history, isn't it? They're making their own history, these teams. And like I said, many tournaments have been proposed over the last few years. Obviously, being involved with ECN, well, we've done many, and it can be a bit of a machine. But it's great to see some of these independent franchise things popping up and providing opportunities. Because, again, let's be honest, this is an opportunity that outside something like the Western Shield that we did on ECN, it's an opportunity for European-based talent to mix it with some pros. And that just doesn't happen very often. Also, it gives the pros a good heads up about what European cricket's all about. I know that, a lot of things go viral because we've done thousands of matches in the T10 format, which is, by its very definition, a chaos format. But I think they realise, hey, there is a lot of talent here. There's a lot of love for cricket. I mean, just look at how many kids are running around playing cricket here at the Bochirica Cricket Centre. So they need role models. And they need a bit of guidance. And so I think it's just been a really, really great week. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's fitting as well that the sun comes out to crown the winners, who, surely from this point, with just 1 hit away, will be Västerås United. And the pitch has held up really well, hasn't it? We thought Monday, Tuesday would be in real trouble of having a washout, but we managed to get a result in every single game, including the final. That's how it should be finished, on the cricket pitch.
Yeah, that's right. I'd hate to have a washed out final. I mean, Stockholm City, I mean, they were great about it as well. I think other teams might have been trying to make a song and dance about it, but I think we all know field's playable. Nice shot. It's going, and it's gone. And the tournament is over. The Nordic Smash T20 is won by Västerås United. They bring up the target with 13 balls to spare. History made in Sweden. It's Will Persisto and his team of merry men from Västerås that will win. Titmus, the player of the final. And, well, for Stockholm City, you've got to feel for them. Their only loss of the week came in the final, but they were just outplayed when it came down to it. A beautiful clip off the pads from me to bring up the winning shot. That trophy is heading to Västerås United.
finishes the game in style. And you've got to say it's been a stylish performance throughout from Västerås United. I think of all 6, they're probably the best team. They have component parts that work together well. You've got kind of the heart and the attitude of Will Basisto, the skipper, going throughout, the hustle, the intensity, the running. Well, the celebrations begin there in earnest for Västerås United. So congratulations to them. Commiserations to Stockholm City. They've been such a great part of this tournament. The only winless side going through until the final. And of course, it's the final where winners are crowned. It will go Västerås United's way. And of course, again, a massive hats off to everyone involved in this tournament. What a 6 days we've had, and I can't wait to do it all over again.
Yeah, definitely. I've got to say well done, everyone. And there's going to be many thank yous thrown around after, and rightly so. I mean, just while we're still on the broadcast, and to all the umpires, the officials that had a long week. You know, a lot was thrown at them. A lot of it was new to everyone involved, trying to run a tournament of this nature. And, a lot of things were learned during the week as well. Obviously, to Sanjay and Manoj, big thank you for the opportunity. Obviously, we were happy to share our experience, vast experience, I suppose, being around European cricket and running tournaments professionally that hopefully was really well received, and I do feel like it's been noted. Also, I want to say a big thank you to all the partners as well, Desibox.co, as well as Stride, to 19 Yards as well, Stumpire, let's not forget Brad Mavericks as well. It's nice to see. Finally, I was going to say to the players, and obviously the coaches and managers, the owners that have really made this a fantastic spectacle. So, yeah, good to see a lot of love between the two teams as well. A lot of sportsmanship. Finally, I'd say big thank you to all of our production team here. They have been absolutely magnificent. And again, it's a learning curve for them. Again, learning cricket, learning about exactly how the game works and how best to capture the action. But, well, the tunes are cranking, and I think that they'll be up dancing in the streets of Västerås tonight, Tina, because they have won the first ever Nordic Smash T20.
Absolutely. They're worthy champions as the champion song blares out here. And yeah, I think the final word is that they've been an excellent team. Basisto, a worthy champion, a worthy captain. And, well, he was the under-19 captain at the World Cup for Australia. Yep. He was player of the tournament there, so it remains to be seen whether he'll do the double. I think he'll be the only person in the world to do that double.
Well, of course. This is the first ever Nordic Smash. But yeah, I mean, we would love to obviously come back and be involved in trying to grow things. It's something different. I think everyone's had a really good week. I know we've had some issues with weather at times, but I think, again, the attitude of the players has been sensational in just kind of getting on with the job and being professional. I think that certainly came through. Well, we're going to get out of here. I want to say a big thank you to you. If you want to hear myself or Rico, you can catch us on the European Cricket Network. You can subscribe to that channel. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Nordic Smash T20 as well. But for now, it's Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, alongside Tina Goff, on behalf of everyone here in Sweden. Stay happy, stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you soon in another edition of the Nordic Smash T20. Good night. Goodbye for now.
Bara köra gången. Men ska du vara där?
No worries. Just when you want to go live, you can just give me a 5, 4, 3, 2. But no rush. Okay. Hey everybody, guess what? We're about to do the trophy ceremony. Going to do a little roving Maximo here. We got Tipness here. How you doing? Well bowled.
Thank you.
We're live right now.
Are we?
What do you want to say to everyone around the world?
How good is Vinny's shirt?
Oh, well, I was going to say, talk about you. We've got Kesrick here. Kesrick's already watching his highlights back. Kesrick, how was your week in Sweden? You're on Roaming Vinny now.
What? Who is videoing this?
No, he's just the audio's on. We've got Kesrick Williams in the flesh here. Talk to me. Don't get camera shy now.
Nah.
Talk me through the taunting run out.
Nah, camera shy. I don't ever get camera shy. I love the cameras. I think I was made for it. So me behind the cameras is just a different person. As soon as the camera is on me, immediately move him out.
Tell me about the 10th wicket.
The 10th wicket. I was just trying to be a little funny with the guy. I can't believe that guy tried to think that he was going to get there. Like,
Come on.
I had launched into the spirit of cricket, and I was about halfway through it just when you broke the bails, thinking you were going to let him off. But yeah, you weren't going to be that kind.
Nah, I'm not going to be that kind now. It's a finals. We need to win. I mean, it's the first time for the tournament, so we got to put the trophy in the owner's pocket. So he has that now, so I'm pretty sure that he's happy.
Tell us about your week in Sweden, though. How was it? What you imagined, or completely different? And how have you enjoyed it?
Completely different, but I enjoy it with my guys. I mean, when you have good teammates around you, the locals were fantastic. I mean, they didn't take me anywhere though, which was bored. But at the end of the day, like, I mean, I enjoy playing with the internationals, playing with Will for the first time, playing with Mead for the first time, playing with Tip for the first time, but played against him in England, met him a couple of years ago.
Right.
We've been friends ever since. So, great bunch of guys, great bunch of people. So it's always good, but it's just too cold in Sweden, man.
Don't worry, this is it. This summer, look, you get used to it.
You know, I don't like that word. I don't like when they say it's Swedish summer. Take the summer over it. Just as it's Sweden weather.
Sweden weather. Okay.
No, don't say summer.
All right. Well, I think we can turn around. You get used to the It's an acquired taste of the European weather. I'm used to it.
Well, you're saying I'm getting used to this. You make it sound like I'm coming back next year.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe. Like, yeah. Any.
Change the weather.
Look, here's the thing. Layers. I got to tell you, I've been around the traps a few times, a few years now.
You know about
layers.
Those kids.
Layers.
Those kids.
You go back home to the West Indies, get everything you own, put it in the case, then put it on your body.
I want to ask you a question.
Go on. Who's interviewing who here?
Well, you're interviewing me, but I just want to ask one question before you go. What's behind the kit, though? The colorful kit.
The birthday suit.
Birthday suits. So the.
Oh no! I thought you meant what's under the kit. No. My birthday suit.
I mean, what's the reason behind?
No, I'll tell you actually. Before I did this, I used to host events and fundraise for sports and charities, and I started wearing the colour of the club that I was doing. Okay. So as my way of kind of getting in with the cricket clubs and the football clubs back in Australia, and I hosted about 600 events, and then somehow I ended up doing commentary, and it was just a perfect fit, and people seem to like it because every day they bring a little bit of colour.
I'm thinking 2 days about Sweden, yellow, blue.
Yeah, this is on purpose. Finals day, wear the colours of the country.
Right. So I want to know what's the reason for the red.
The red? Well, then no, just because it's not blue. I got to change colour every day. I'm a chameleon.
Chameleon. And
yeah.
the green?
The green, because it's not blue or red.
It's not blue or red.
No, don't make me explain which colours it. Don't make me explain what colours are different to other colours. We'll be here a while. The purple.
We literally had a bet every single day with what colour you're gonna wear. You ready?
Yeah. Okay. Cut me in on that one if you're having a bet on it. Hey, come on. I'm looking at you, Polly Market. Why don't you get behind the Nordic Smash T20? Hey, what do you think? Come on. Hello, Will Bazisto's trying to hide in the back. Will, how are you? How do you feel, mate? Congratulations, winning captain.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a cool week, and pleased that we could put some of our best performances on finals day together.
Yeah, no doubt. How did you go with the rate? Must have been an awkward kind of stop-start final, but also maybe gave you a bit more time to recover after you had to play back-to-back.
Yeah, we weren't too fussed about that, but I suppose the rain is always it's a challenge. Like on that first day, on the Monday, obviously there was all the games affected and it was heavy and stop and start. That was a challenge. I suppose we were used to it after that. I
had to have a laugh because we're on roaming Vinny here, so we can speak honestly. But everyone having a whinge about the 20-minute break and then having to go back on. You know what it reminded me of? Cricket. Yeah. You know how in cricket you actually play a couple of hours and you come off for 20 minutes and you got to back on, and everyone just kind of accepts
it. They do it, I suppose, don't they?
Exactly. So he's like, oh, what do you mean? We got to play again? Anyway, now, Will, congratulations. I hope you enjoyed the series. I know we're about to get the trophy ceremony going. It looks like we've got Stockholm City over here, and I might not have time to roam over there, but geez, I tell you what, on the table we've got a few goodies here, and I like this. This is a note. I've said this for years. That I know sometimes people are a bit uncomfortable with the alcohol and the champagne, but this is alcohol-free champagne. I did ask this question to obviously some of our Islamic community. Is it okay if it's alcohol? Because it's the fun of the fizz, right? So this is all alcohol-free. So if you feel like we want everyone to participate if you feel comfortable, right? Okay, well, this roaming Vinny's over. That's a magnificent. Oh wow. Wow, that's amazing. I'm scared where you might put them. The scary thing is, what if I told you I've actually got those shoes but in white? Yeah, I actually do. But they never get through airport security. Okay. All right, everyone. I just want to say a big welcome. Feel free to gather around a little bit closer as well, and I'm going to take you through the trophy ceremony. Firstly, on behalf of the organisers, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that helped with the running of the first ever Nordic Smash T20. A lot of things were learned this week. I think I'm a big believer in sometimes rather than just talk about something and wait till everything's planned and perfect, you just got to do it, and that's where you learn how you can improve. And I've got to say, particularly obviously to Sanjay and to Manoj for inviting me to be a part of this project. I had no idea a year ago that I would be doing this. Obviously, it's been quite a turbulent time in European and world cricket, but I'm really honoured to be here. So my first thank you actually goes to Sanjay and Manoj. Big thank you for the vision of the Nordic Smash T20. And then I suppose that extends to the volunteers as well that have been working around the ground. Again, it's been a lot of hard graft. We've had weather issues on opening day and again today. But, you know, just those little things, getting the covers on, trying to marshal everyone. Like I said, I think a lot of things were learnt this week. And I know that Tina and I, being quite experienced in running European cricket tournaments, which are a bit different to running other tournaments, I'll be honest with you, we were happy to pass that on. So, yeah, to all the volunteers around the ground, big thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I know there's quite a few of them still around. It would be remiss of me not to thank the partners as well. So to DesiBox CO as well as Stride. Check them out, Stride with 2 eyes. 19 yards as well as Brand Mavericks and Stumpire. How good was Stumpire as well? I think it spent a fair bit of time on the ground looking at the sky actually, because we had a few times the stumps got knocked over today. But it wouldn't be possible without partners and without sponsors. So if you've enjoyed the tournament, get in touch. You can follow Nordic Smash on social media, and we would love to have the next tournament bigger and better. And I'm excited with some of the ideas that we're talking about what might happen with this group of people to create more exciting cricket. So big thank you to all of our partners and all of our sponsors. Again, burning through, because I know we do have a lot of sunlight, but I know some people have got to get moving. We got planes and we got trains and we got cars leaving. But I want to say a big thank you to the DJ as well, Baba Bulldozer. Am I saying that right? Yeah, Baba Bulldozer. Gimme some Sun After Midnight. I love the tunes. I felt like I was kind of crank. I felt more like 3 in the morning rather than 3 in the afternoon at times, but it was lots and lots of fun. And also, I think we should thank the officials and in particular the umpires. I mean, we had 3 umpires doing all day, every day. You guys know it's quite a long day just playing one game. So imagine basically a 12, 13-hour day, and I think they held themselves very, very well. So it's a thankless task, but we really appreciate their contribution. So big thanks to the umpiring team. While I'm here, I probably should also thank the production team. Again, they've only been covering cricket for a week, right? So they've only been covering cricket for maybe 9 days now. So yeah, to the production guys, big thank you. Hopefully you found it entertaining. I know that I had some great questions in my ear, and I always love sharing the game with new people. That's why I do what I do, and sharing the great game of cricket. While I'm here, I do want to thank one extra person, and I've got to say a special mention. We are so blessed to actually have an emerging team of commentators in Europe, and to be able to kind of hand-pick certain people that I think are special people. They have a unique take on the game. They approach the game in the right way, and they have fun with the game while being really knowledgeable. So to Tina, big thank you for being at my side this week. Couldn't have done it without you. So a very, very big thank you. Any other thank yous? Who have I missed? I always miss somebody. Myself? Well, thank you. I don't normally thank myself, but thank you. It's honestly, I'm very open at the moment. It's a weird time for me, and so the ability to call cricket. I mean, I didn't call cricket for 6 months after the sudden changes last year. So to go back to doing what I love, what I fell into, I'm really honoured. So thank you for having me, and hopefully I was useful, not just on the commentary. Hopefully, so thank you very much. Okay, but enough about me. Let's talk about the players. I think we had such an interesting player group. We were talking about it a fair bit in the final. What a unique situation this is, and I've personally done over 250 tournaments in Europe, approaching 6,000 matches. We've done about 8,000 combined, but we've never had a tournament like this. The opportunities for the local European cricketers, Swedish cricketers, other European cricketers to mix it with professionals is a really unique one. And I've got something when I was playing, and I wasn't quite good enough to make it professionally, but I had a saying, and that's, you don't have to be paid to be professional. You don't have to be paid to be professional. You can have it in your approach. Learn from these guys. Learn from these guys that have done it. I think that was very obvious this week, that the learning went both ways as well. And hopefully the professionals learned a little bit about European cricket and a little bit kind of beyond the surface about what it's like. And so from all of us, a big thank you to the players, whether you're here or whether you're out there and watching on TV. Fantastic effort. Okay, well, we do have some awards to give out, and now that was my phone. I'm going to have to look because you've locked your phone. So I want you to give us your passcode into the microphone, please. Whose phone was this? And thank you very much. And look, I also want to mention today we had the women and girls coaching clinic, thanks to Stride, which had a good turnout over there in the nets, and I think that is a great thing for cricket. At the moment, probably this is a really great thing. Obviously, women's cricket's not quite where men's cricket is yet in Europe, but around about a quarter of the matches I call are women's matches, which I think is really good, and it's heading in the right direction. I know that it's nice to have a domestic league as well. Always great to see you as well. So, yeah, I know that we're very, very passionate about inclusivity and broadcasting cricket at all levels and all genders. So let's move on, as we will start with the first award, and this is the Emerging Player Award. Okay, and there it is. And if you are lucky enough to receive an award, I'll get you to go just over there. There you go, let's have a look. And I would like to congratulate the emerging player. The under-19 of the tournament was Pranav Yadav. Congratulations, Pranav. Pranav, of course, for the Stockholm United side. Fantastic work. Congratulations. I really loved watching you play. Hopefully you realise what a great opportunity this is to mix it. And Pranav, wish you all the best in the future. Let's hear it for Pranav, everyone, the emerging player of the tournament. Okay, Gunjan's going to come forward now because we've got the Best Bowler Award. And this is a player I've seen a fair bit over the last couple of years. And I thought he bowled really well. This could have gone many different ways. But in the end, the management have decided that the bowling award goes to Saeed Ali Galami. Congratulations. Congratulations. And, well, Saeed, here, that's some good news. I've got some better news, because I think you're going to have a popular guy tonight. That also comes with a cash prize of €1,000. Congratulations. And there might not be too much left by the end of the night. We'll see. Now we've got the Best Batter Award. It's going to be Pritam from Stride that's going to hand this one over. I think it's from over there. Pritam, would you like to come forward? I've got to say it was really great watching some of the quality batting. I see all kinds of cricket, but also for me to go back to the T20 game, which I do a few of them, but I don't do that many at this level, and to see the innovation and how far the T20 game's come in the 15 years since I've played, to see it up close was pretty amazing. There were many fine performances with that, but I think there was one man that was consistent all the way through, and probably no surprises. The Best Batter Award goes to Will Basisto of Västerås United. Well done, Will, and of course, not that you need the money, but it also comes with a cash prize of €1,000. Congratulations. So there's also an extra award that has been decided, and this is the Fair Play Award. And it's funny, Keswick was winning this right up until the last moment. But I will say that it comes with a €500 cash prize. And this is another cricketer I've got a lot of time for. Thought he had a magnificent tournament, including a 5 for today. It goes to Ishara Pereira. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ish. Yeah, we'll get you into the photo. Go on, why not? So, Ish, you've got a few new friends as well. That's a 500 coming your way. Okay, now it's time to hand over the runners-up medals. Stockholm City, what can I say? I think you really had to call the depth in your squad. I was calling you the reinforcements, obviously, once you had kind of a fair chunk of your batting unit ripped out. But I was really proud of how you responded. You kind of just got on with the job. Yesterday, batted yourself out of a tight spot. Undefeated through the group stages, and, of course, winning the semi pretty comprehensively this morning. But I think, you know, when you step back and look back at your tournament, you've got a lot to be proud of. As a cricketer myself, I know what it feels like to come second, and it's not fun in the moment. But I think big picture, great development. You've made a lot of new friends along the way, I'm sure, as well. So we'd like to invite you up to collect your runners-up medals from Khawaja. Khawaja will be presenting these medals. And if you'd like to just file up one at a time to collect your medals. Let's hear it for Stockholm City, everybody. The runners-up of the inaugural Nordic Smash T20. Keep it going here for Stockholm City.
I got after this trophy that Desi box hit €500, so he will give.
Yeah. Well done, guys.
खत्म हो गया देसी बॉक्स 500 कहाँ से उनसे पकड़ लो उनसे पकड़ दो तार नहीं पे दो दे देना दो वापस अपने मेडल वापस दे दे
Ah, cool. Cool. No worries. No problem. Okay, keep going.
वापस ले ले
Fantastic. And amateurs, I'd like you to stay up because we do have the runners-up trophy for you. Junaid, beautiful. You can come up and you can present. Let's hear it one more time for the runners-up of the inaugural Nordic Smash T20, Stockholm City. Fantastic. Big thanks to Junaid as well. Man after my own heart. Stole that out of my collection. Okay, so before we have the winners up, we'll get you around here. And you can stay up here just with your medals, and then we'll present the trophy. But before that, we do have one more cash prize. Oh, yeah. And the best commentator of the week goes. Sorry, Tina. There was a contest to see who could hit the desibox.co banner. The first 6 to go through it was worth 500 smackaroos, and that man is the big man himself, Keswick Williams. Congratulations, Keswick. Get him off. Just remember tonight, it's a sign. Put it on red. All right. Now, I want to, like I said, congratulate all the players, but obviously there can only be one winner. Westeros United, I admire you guys a lot. I think that, obviously, like all the teams, blending different experiences and learning from each other. I think learning went both ways as well with some of the professionals and some of the amateur guys. But I think it's a really exciting concept to blend blend cricketers of different backgrounds, to play with new people. I always say this, but cricket isn't just a game. It's about the people. It's about the people you meet along the way. They last longer than any performance on the field. And I think hopefully you've got great memories. Hopefully you stay in touch and really cherish the experience. European cricket in particular is a community, and it stretches beyond Sweden. It stretches across hundreds of teams, thousands of players, and you've created something really special this week. On the field, obviously, Will led from the front. I think your cricket brain was amazing. I think with some of your matchups that you created, obviously you batted very well, but I was really impressed with your leadership. I want to congratulate you. Obviously, we've got a similar upbringing, so I just think it's great to have that passed on to some cricketers that might not have had the level of coaching that you and I had access to when we were younger. But really, across the board, I think that you really gelled as a team, and that was obvious. You seemed to have fun off the field as well, and seemed to enjoy the week. Obviously, you had a couple of bumps along the way, but you bounced back. Big win in the semis over a pretty dangerous Stockholm United side, and then in the rain-affected final, yes, the rain affected things, but let's be honest, you won the opening. That's where you won it. And you did that by capturing those early wickets. I'd like to invite you up now, kind of individually or one at a time. You can form a line. I think we've got Sanjay and Manoj to present the medals. And I'm going to try and get out of the way. Let's put our hands together for the inaugural winners of the Nordic Smash T20. That's all right. No particular order. Let's get you up. There you go. You can actually just hang here or here-ish. You can feel free to distribute those. You can start working on that. Yeah. But wait for the trophy. It's alcohol free. It's always good. You shouldn't miss out on it. You can have it and give it one more please. It's maybe not the juice.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Cheers. Looking forward.
Yes, boy. Too many complaints. You're amazing, buddy.
You guys can probably go across the back, right? I'm gonna grab this. It's pretty heavy. You guys might want to pre-do the bubbly. Yeah, but you might as well take the everything but the cork. Oh, seriously heavy.
Kind of 7 kg.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Guys, you could kind of go in front of the table as a group in preparation. Okay. Let's put our hands together one more time for the champions, Westeros United. Will, wherever you are. I know we're running over, but we're just, I think it's really important. Thanks, everybody. It's just really important, I think, to give the winning captain the opportunity to speak. So please, if you would give your attention, I'd like to invite Will Basisto to say a few words.
Sorry. It's okay? All good. Thanks, Vinny, and thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. I've just got a few notes written down here. To Manuj and to Sanjay, thank you so much. Tournament directors, you guys have done a wonderful job. There's been challenges, and I think you've handled yourselves really well in dealing with the weather and all sorts of other challenges. So thank you very much for hosting the inaugural Nordic Smash, and hopefully bigger and better things to come. Also like to say thanks to the whole of Sweden cricket and Swedish cricket for allowing the ground. The facility's been excellent, albeit with the weather. To Amitos, the Stockholm skipper, you guys went undefeated all week. I thought your attitude just after the toss was superb, and it's a real credit to you leading a group of young guys that your attitude was to get a good game of cricket on first and foremost, and hats off to you, respect for that. To our guys, to Simon O'Brien, our coach, shout out to the Rocket Factory. Well done, coach. Fantastic work. He gelled the group sensationally well, and I think that showed on the field. To our assistant coach, Jagath Purna, thank you so much. A wealth of experience there. To Harinder and his company, along with AJ, and I'm sorry I forgot his partner's name, but with Goismo, thank you so much. To Kajal and her company 19 Yards for her sponsorship. Thank you so much. Come up, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. To Revo Music and Darren Herft. To Good Enough and to Nest Sport Global and KA Holdings, Nissan Alvarez. Thank you very much for your support. To all our umpires this week, you guys always have a tough job. The teams are putting you under pressure. I thought you held yourselves well. So fantastic work. Thank you so much for your support. To the scorers, the groundsmen keeping the ground in good shape. And lastly, to Vinny and Tina on comms. You guys were excellent, keeping everyone entertained. So thank you so much. Thanks a lot, everyone. Have a good night. Go Sweden in the football.
Oh, there you go. Now, before we hand this to you, there is one more award that I don't want to go past, and I waited till he was up here right now. There's an award for Player of the Final. It's somewhere back there. Somewhere back there. Unless Kesrick's taken it. Anyway, really impressed with this guy across the tournament and really delivered, got his team ahead in the final and kind of set the tone for what would be a pretty dominant performance. Congratulations to Ame Tipnis, the Player of the Final. Well, this is my cue to get out of here pretty quickly. Before we hand the trophy over, last shout out to all the spectators, those of you at the ground, those of you out there. Without you, we couldn't do what we do. But for now, time to hand the trophy. The winners, Västerås United, the first ever Nordic Smash. Well, I mean, that was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, the first ever Nordic Smash, certainly one that we will remember for a long time. On behalf of everyone here in Sweden, stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you soon with more European cricket, hopefully back here for more action in Sweden. Good night.